Good morning. I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Find a seat or a standing area. Welcome. This is a really exciting opportunity for us, but before anything really, but especially exciting events, we should thank our Creator for making this all possible. So please, let's stand and pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Through the prayers of our holy fathers, Lord Jesus Christ our God, have mercy upon us and save us. Amen. Thank you all very much. You can sit down now. Again, this is really exciting, our first ever annual Forma Symposium, and it will happen every month from now on. Just at least once a year, and we're really grateful. So again, thank you so much. It's a big deal to be the founders of an event, and you all are that by coming to this. So we're really extremely grateful to you all for being here. My name is Alec Bianco. I work for the Circe Institute and do a lot of things there, but I guess mainly managing partnerships and friendships for the Institute. And I will also be moderating a lot of this event and making sure that we stick to our time extremely closely, unless I'm speaking, and then I get as much time as I want. So we'll do our best as we can. And speaking of that, this is extremely unfortunate, and apologies. I'm going to blame Matthew because he said I could. But this schedule is printed incorrectly. So I just want to cover today, and then we'll cover it tomorrow for tomorrow. But basically, we realized that most people want to be able to ask questions after panels, and then we didn't put any time for that in there. So if you'll notice, each one is about an hour. It should be an hour and a half. So that's what we're going to change. So the first plenary will happen as scheduled, but then the next panel will begin at 10:15 a.m., not 10:30, and we'll go to 11:45. That's the plan there. The response to D.C. Schindler's book will be the same, except it will be 12 to 1:30, and then lunch from 1:30 to 2:30, and lunch will be in the back. There's this long table. You can see miraculously food will be on it when we get to that time, and it'll be buffet style. And then the next panel after that begins at 2:30, but it will end at 4 p.m. instead of 3:30. And then finally, the last panel will begin at 4:15 and go until 5:45. So we're ending about 45 minutes later than scheduled on this piece of paper. So that's the heads up. And then tonight, we join you. This is not mandatory, but if you're not there, you're a square. At 8 p.m., we will be having kind of a reception, drinks. Please join us. We would love to have you there. It will be in the Grace Auditorium, I believe, and at lunchtime I'm going to ask Joe Wysocki to explain how to get there when he also will speak. And speaking of that, a humongous thank you to Belmont Abbey for hosting this event. Yes. We are extremely grateful to them and their friendship and their partnership in pursuing the good, true, and beautiful, and for, more practically speaking, giving us this space to host this event. It's really incredible and a beautiful campus. So on breaks, not on breaks, you don't have a long enough break. At lunchtime, if you have time, go explore the campus. It's very beautiful. And it feels like spring today, so that's great. Okay, I believe that's all of my announcements. So I would like to welcome Andrew Kern up here. He is the founder of the Circe Institute. Believe it or not, the founder of classical education, actually. And an incredible man. He's done so much for the classical renewal and also I hope, and for many of us, touched our personal lives in extraordinary ways. So please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Good morning. Did everybody's heart sink when you discovered that lunch was at 1:30? It'll be okay. There'll be snacks and stuff, right? Do I need this? Yeah. Okay.
This thing's upside down. It would be a conference without technical difficulties.
Yes. I just want to say, speaking of technical difficulties, that Alec, you just broke my heart. Alec is my son-in-law, I want you all to know. And he just said something about the true, the good, and the beautiful, and followed it up by saying, practically. And I thought, that hurt. Are you trying to tell us the true, the good, and the beautiful aren't practical, Alec? Okay. Yeah. What's that line about the soul in "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou"? I wasn't doing nothing with it. How many of you have seen "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou"? Okay, good. Civilized people. Truly good morning. I am Andrew Kern, as Alex said, and I'm pleased to say that in 2002, Cersei had our very first conference. It was in Charlotte at Queen's University, and the topic of that conference was a celebration of the Word. And it only dawned on me in the last couple of days that we've grown up a little bit, and so we don't go celebrating everything, but we do now contemplate, and here we are going to contemplate the Logos, and we're going to be entering in as deeply as we can, and hopefully welcoming into ourselves as deeply as we can the Logos. And so welcome. As Alex said, thank you to Belmont Abbey College, to Dr. Joe. Thanks for making our relationship grow and so easily. Thank you to Dr. Schindler for being with us. Always an honor. I am of the opinion, this is not with much authority or experience. In other words, I'm not speaking knowledgeably, but I think Dr. Schindler is probably the greatest living theologian in the English-speaking world. He's certainly a great philosopher, and he is leading the Christian world, and I hope the wider world, into paths that we need to walk. And so thank you so much for being with us. Thank you to the hosts, to the presenters. Raise your hand if you're presenting today. Thank you for presenting. And the guests, raise your hand if you're a guest today. Welcome. It's good to have you with us. My context, Alec mentioned that this is the first Forma Symposium, and this is a little bit different for me personally because as a symposium, it's more scholarly. The talks are peer-reviewed. That for me is intensely high pressure, having people actually think hard about what you're saying. And the purpose for me, the purpose of this conference, I think is really worth thinking about before I launch into the talk proper, which is, at least for me, it is not so that we get to sit here and share eggheady thoughts. Ultimately, it is what always is the purpose of human action. It's to perceive the Logos. But in particular, to be practical, it is to ensure that our homeschool moms and dads and our co-op and school teachers have the purest possible expression of the truth of things when they learn and teach. They don't, you all don't, we all don't, have all the time in the world to just sit around and think about what Logos means. But as a community, we are given the grace of the time and the time together and the opportunity to contemplate together in a dialogical sort of way. And so that's what I hope happens from this. I hope that we all get an opportunity, almost like there's a if these two things broke apart, it would be very tense. But it's almost as if there is, on the one hand, a very high-minded, if that's the term, very metaphysical, abstract thinking about something that is bigger than and contains more than anything else, on the one hand, and on the other hand, very concrete, specific. Am I holding? What's the matter? Don't touch the bottom of the mic? Okay. And then there's practical things that come up. That was an illustration. Did you like that? That's the wonder of the Logos, is he's always illustrating everything. So there's there could be a tension between this high-minded and this practical. But the thing about it, and what drives me as I'm thinking about Logos and Christ and what we're trying to do, is that there is no tension in him. That the hands are being held, that the hands are folded in prayer, that the hands are walking together, let's say on a beach, happily. And so I hope that's what comes out of today for you. For me, personally, the context of this involves a lifelong struggle. I would put it this way now. I would never have put it this way before thinking about for this talk, but it's a lifelong struggle to comprehend or to apprehend the Logos. Something I've learned is that the Logos wants to be comprehended. It wants to be apprehended. And there are forms and there are patterns that it favors that make it easier to apprehend him and to comprehend him. I was recently participating in a Georgian feast called the Supra. That would be, in my opinion, an example of that. It's like the Latin word supra. Look it up, the Georgian Supra, Georgia from the country. When I was a boy, we had a worship service that was very unique and for me very formative at the church I attended. I went to a church that's called the Plymouth Brethren. It's a very small denomination. But the way we would worship on Sunday mornings is anybody, it was men, whatever, any man could get up at any point and read a scripture, could suggest a hymn, or could have a meditation. It lasted for an hour, and at about 45 minutes in, we took communion, which we emphasized, it's only a symbol. We didn't know what the word symbol meant, so we would say things like that. It's only a symbol. But the way it worked was anybody could get up and share something, and what you were expected to do was not prepare a homily or a sermon, but simply meditate on the scriptures with an openness and a receptivity to whatever the Lord wanted to do during that time. And it was very strongly emphasized that this was not a teaching session. This was worship. And worship to us meant adoring, recollecting, contemplating the goodness of Christ. And the phrase that was very frequently used was the person and the work of Christ. Now, I'm no longer a member of that denomination, but I will never, ever complain about any of that experiences, because what I learned, what I can say in words now, is that when we put our attention on him and when we gaze on Christ the Logos, the Holy Spirit gets involved, the angels get involved, and a movement of the Logos through the community is released. And if you are receptive and if you are submissive, he is exalted. And you see him better than you did before. And the amazing thing is, you're more of a community. A communion happens. And it's a wonderful experience. So that's the context for me, is the struggle to understand and comprehend and apprehend the Logos, combined with a not academic background for me. I don't come from I have a BA from a liberal arts college in Milwaukee. I was in the adult accelerated curriculum, so I was able to get it in only 15 years. That's my education as far as schooling goes. But I have a claim that I'd like to offer you for this talk, and then I'd like to try to defend it, and I hope this sets the stage for today. And that claim is this: that Christ, the Logos, is the archetypal form, the universal life-giving pattern of being, of life, and of meaning. Another way to put it might be, he is the form of the true, the good, and the beautiful. He is the fulfillment of every human desire. And his majestic humility is so total that he is manifesting himself in every moment of every place in heaven and on earth to those who will receive him. He is always beckoning us to himself with infinite patience. That is my claim. Now, to defend that claim, if you like, to build on it, I want to offer you 3 ways of thinking about the logos, and then show you why they don't work. And basically, those 3 ways are to think of the uncreated logos, the created logoi, and mimetic logoi. When I was trying to figure out the immanent presence of Christ the Logos in all things, these are 3 ways of thinking about it that I found helpful. There is the uncreated logos, and that's Christ. He is the logos, and he's uncreated. There's also created logoi. When God creates, he speaks. And so therefore, there's a word. And I've come to a very tentative conclusion that the light that is shining around us right now is not, in fact, simply a mechanistic vibration in the air, but it is God saying, "Let there be light." That the light that is his word, light. Otherwise, I couldn't figure out what language he speaks. Was it Hebrew or Greek? Probably. But I think when he said light, he spoke light. And so light is a created word. It is a created logos. I also believe that there are mimetic logoi. You and I, we imitate the God who speaks by speaking. It is one of the most vivid and amazing representations, or expressions maybe is a better word, of the fact that we are the image of God. We are, in fact, as the image of God, created logoi. We are created words, named because nameable. We are, Matthew, would you bring me some water, please? We are created logoi that are capable of imitating the God who speaks by speaking ourselves. And when I use the term mimetic logoi, I do mean things like words and sentences and verbal structures, but I also would include in that any artifact. Any meaningful artifact. When somebody makes a painting, look at the icons on the wall there. Every one of those is, thank you so much, every one of those is the embodiment of a word. Every one of those is the embodiment of an idea. I have toyed with the idea, and I offer this for your consideration, that the greatest work of art anybody has ever performed might well be that first sentence that they construct as a child. There's probably no other work of art that they'll ever work on that hard. Have you ever watched a child learn language? Of course you have, those of you who are mothers and fathers. It takes years. Well, we never really quite master it, do we? That's one of my favorite things about the liberal arts, is when people talk about mastering them. Yeah. So we have these 3 kinds, if you like, of logos that we could at least consider. The uncreated logos, created logoi, and mimetic logoi. What led me to a sense of dissatisfaction with this was that there's something beyond the physical world, in it and beyond it and through it and all that leads to the physical world. And there's so much more to this idea of us speaking and making than simply verbal expressions. And so what I'd like to offer you is within that structure, I do find those three elements helpful, but within that structure, I'd like to offer you 5 really fancy sounding words that let us think about those 3 logoi in 5 categories. Okay, the first one, I think I actually might be to blame for this word. It's been used by others in a different way, but I think this word might be my fault, and it's meta-logos. Meta-logos. The second word I want to offer you is cosmo-logos, because it takes cosmos and combines it with logos. The third word I offer is dia or dia-logos, D-I-A, dia-logos. And then, the first one is actually logos, forgive me. Now you have to move everything down your paper, don't you? Sorry. Your teachers told you to leave. Oh, wait, no, you guys were all brought up digitally, weren't you? You didn't have teachers telling you to leave space. See, the analog world is so much better than the digital world because it leaves margins for common sense, right? And therefore, I offer you the last and the fifth word, which is analogos. Analogos. So, if any of you feels like this is going to be a hyper-technical talk and you want to take a nap, this is the time. Okay. But let's talk about meta-logos. Let's talk about logos proper. And all I want to say about logos proper is that it's beyond understanding. He is uncreated. It is personal. It is living. It is active. It is the first principle of all principles. It is beyond knowing, and it makes knowing possible. And it is love. So with that foundation, let's talk about meta-logos. Now, I've actually written out for convenience a definition of this concept of meta-logos, and this is my best attempt to summarize this. This is really the nap part. Meta-logos is the immanence of the transcendent logos in all things by virtue of uncreated logoi, created logoi, and the self-disclosure of God in the logoi. Okay. Ready to wake up? Let me say it again and then unfold it a little bit. By meta-logos, what I mean is the immanence of the transcendent logos in all things. How is the transcendent logos immanent in all things? By virtue of uncreated logoi and created logoi. The created logoi are the things that are in the world that God made. Trees, sky, heavens and earth, all things visible and invisible. Well, at least all things visible. Those are the created logoi. I'll come back to the uncreated logoi in a moment. So it's the immanence of the transcendent logos in all things by virtue of uncreated logoi, created logoi, and crucially, the self-disclosure of God in the logoi. Now, I don't know how to express adequately this notion of the self-disclosure of God, but it flows through everything I'm trying to say. I hope it informs everything I'm trying to say, because if I were to reduce all of this to a simple word, it would be that the logos is always self-disclosing. Always. And so to bring it, as it were, down to earth a little bit, I'd like to suggest that meta-logos can be thought about in 3 categories. We can think about it in relation to God, in relation to the cosmos, and in relation to man. Thomas Lowell Beddoes wrote, "There is some secret stirring in the world, a thought that seeks impatiently its word." It's a lovely portion of a poem. There is some secret stirring in the world, a thought that seeks impatiently its word. And when I read that, I think to myself, well, who is thinking that thought? Who is thinking a thought that is seeking its word? And what's the difference between a thought and a word? Have you ever dwelt on that question? That can lead you down Alice's rabbit hole. Do you think something before you say it, before you form it into a word? Does it exist before? Is it a thought before you've formulated it? If it is, then how come you can write a whole book about it and never quite get it? Or why is it that you can start to say something and then go, wait, that's not what I mean? How do you know that it's not what you mean? There's some secret stirring in your mind. And it's a thought that's seeking its word. But Beddoes is suggesting that there's some secret stirring in the world. A thought that seeks impatiently its word. And I'm not exactly sure what he means by that, but I take it to mean that the thought that seeks impatiently its word is the meta logos, the uncreated logos, waiting to be created in the word, spoken. The thought is what I mean by the meta logos. The word is the created logos when we apply this concept to God. And meta logos considered in relation to God shows us 5 things about the logos. The first thing is that, and much of this depends on Maximus the Confessor, so if you're looking for an incredibly hard book to read, I recommend 200 chapters on theology. I've read 1 paragraph in that. And on the cosmic mystery of Christ, I've read 4 pages in this. It's taken me a year. And this is what he's made, shall I say, clear. That the logoi pre-exist in Christ. The logoi of things pre-exist in Christ. Or you might say, in the mind of God. And therefore, the logoi of things are known by God before they're created. Third, the logoi are modes of God's self-disclosure. And for all these reasons, the logoi of things, which pre-exist the things, that by analogy at least exist in the mind of God, are the standard by which the created thing is measured. Now that might seem like a very odd thing to say, but it is true that in Genesis 1, the Lord did assess his work against a standard because he said, it's good. Now in the broken world, how much more is this the case? What does it mean to be broken other than to say that we created logoi aren't the pre-existent logoi that we were supposed to be? That the standard of who you are is what God thought when he spoke you into being, and that he is now laboring to remake you in that word that is still in his mind, that is still your guide, that is still the principle that determines who you can be. And it's a perfect, I'll just throw this in, it's the perfect combination of necessity and freedom. Timothy Petitsis, in his book, The Ethics of Beauty, says this, that he's speaking about the Christopher Alexander's quality without a name. I think he means the logoi in this case. And he uses this phrase, the logoi carry the energy of the crucified one. They carry the energy of the crucified one. It is by crucifixion that we become what we are supposed to be. And therefore, by crucifixion, by taking up our cross, by being united to Christ in his death, we find our being in God. And those are the 4th and 5th things about the logoi that I said there were 5 things. The 4th is that the logoi carry the energy of the crucified one, and they find their being in God. I particularly appreciate that notion that they carry the energy. I believe that there's a tendency, certainly since the Enlightenment, to think of logoi as energyless. of words, rather, of ideas as things that just sit there and you look at them. But they're not. They're filled with energy. I think modern physics is revealing that to us again. So if you want to reference, in Ambiguum 7:2, Maximus shows that the logoi pre-exists in Christ. He explains that God held the logoi together in himself before they came to be. That's kind of a wonderful thought. They're held together in himself. They are known by God before the creation. Again, St. Maximus, the logoi of all things known by God before their creation are securely fixed in God. So that's kind of a consoling point, that they are fixed in God and known by him before being made. But above all, I think what I want to emphasize here is that the logoi are ways that God manifests himself. They are his self-offering. They are his way of appearing to us in our created state. Timothy Petitsis again says they are modes of God's self-disclosure to the creation. Now, the second way to think about the metalogoi is to consider the logoi in relation to the creation. I said cosmos earlier. And we already started to do that just by thinking about it in relation to God, because what we know about God is he's a creator. So the logoi, first of all, precede the creation. They are patterns and forms. And I think combining that with this third point is crucial. They are patterns and forms because they are the inner principles of things. Things do have an inner principle. They have an innerness to them. I was listening to a video that I strongly recommend everybody here listens to with Dr. Schindler on climbing Mount Sophia. And he points out in that it's a YouTube video. He points out in that YouTube video that the word the word intellect, intelligence, comes from the Latin intellegere. Intellegere. Oh no, it's in Ken Myers. It's on Mars Hill Audio. A couple weeks ago on the Friday. He says intellegere, and legere means to read. But what does intel mean? It comes from intus, which is Latin for within. To understand something, to read something, to engage the intellect in something, isn't to passively observe it from the outside, but to read it within itself. And Dr. Schindler in the interview says that assumes, forgive my paraphrase, but this acknowledges that there is an innerness to things. The post-Enlightenment world did not acknowledge to the degree that they should have if they believed in that innerness of things. There is an inner principle to everything that exists. And to know something, to understand something, is to see that inner principle, not just to see the elements on the outside, not just to see the puppy's paws and claws and teeth, but to see the puppiness of the puppy, the way a child easily does as soon as you let it out of the cage. Logoi then are the inner principles. There is a principle, an inner principle of a puppy that God spoke. And therefore, as we get to know these things innerly, we are getting to know the God who spoke them. In everything. Trees and puppies and water and whales. And that is because every logos is a mode of Christ's self-disclosure. Have you ever stopped to contemplate the metaphysical implications of our Lord saying that the kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed? Just dwell on that for a few years. It will open worlds to you. The kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed. There is a seed that anybody can throw and plant in the ground. And why did the Lord create mustard seeds? Well, I don't know all the reasons. I don't know the mind of God all that well, but I know one reason, because he wanted to show us his kingdom. When we garden, We are imitating Adam. Yes, the sweat of the brow, but before the sweat of the brow, the eternal gift of farming. Why? Because a garden is a revelation to us of Christ himself, and therefore it invites a response. A logos invites a response. I would go so far as to say that a logos always invites a response. A logos always beckons us toward itself. And I think that's the legitimate use of the Greek word eros. When we see a logos for itself, it arouses in us a desire for union with that thing in an appropriate and fitting way. And then, if we just decide we want to unite ourselves to it, even if we destroy it or harm it, then eros has become corrupted and it needs to be healed by agape, which is the active desire to see that thing be what it is, fully and beautifully, to attain what the Bible calls blessedness. So much for the logos in relation to creation. Let's talk about the logos in relation to man. Given that the logoi draw us, beckon to us, I think the very first point to make about the meta-logos considered in relation to man is that it shows that the logoi are intended to unite us to God and the cosmos. The logoi are intended to unite us to God and the cosmos. They draw us to Christ. They are grounded in God, and so they point to him. As I said, they arouse eros for what brings order and meaning. That's Timothy Petitsis' phrase in the Ethics of Beauty. They arouse an eros for things that bring order and meaning to our lives. They are eternal forms that disclose Christ's self-sacrificial love. A mustard seed shows us Christ's self-sacrificial love. A tree is what he was nailed to. A tree is what gives life and shows us Christ's self-sacrificial love. And I think every logos, to realize itself, needs to be self-sacrificial. Every logos has to take up its cross to become what it is. And Maximus the Confessor tells us that when glory is attained, those who attain it love God and all the logoi in him. In the future age, when graced with divinization, he says, he will affectionately love and cleave to the logoi, or rather, he will love God himself, in whom the logoi of beautiful things are securely grounded. Every single true idea, which kind of a cheap way to condense it, but maybe that's what logos means, a true idea. Every single true idea, every single one of them is beautiful and unites us to God, manifests something of him in some degree. And when we unite ourselves to the logos, thus giving life to our logos, giving an energy to our logos that he is thinking when he brings us into being, when we become more like the logos, we don't become less like ourselves, but more. We are more fully realized as we become more like him, if only because he is, well, he's infinitely diverse and equitable. What's the third one? Diverse and inclusive. He is the fulfillment of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, one of the reasons... Oh, I have more time than I thought, or else my watch stopped. One of the reasons that I say that is because when I get toward the end, I'm going to make a statement that I'll repeat it then, which I'll make right now, which is that the Logos is not contrary and looking for fights. It is the fulfillment of everything. It is the satisfaction of every desire. And for that reason, it makes it possible for us to deliberate with our enemies. It makes it possible for us to have dialogues with people who completely seem to disagree with us, because they don't. Does anybody here believe that diversity is a bad idea? Because God's diverse. Does anybody here believe that equity is a bad idea? God is equitable. Does anybody here believe that inclusiveness is a bad idea? You see, it's when we corrupt these things that conflict arises. It's when we diminish them. It's when we undercut the Logos of things that then God has to oppose. Why? Because we need to be humbled. And why do we need to be humbled? Because He's humble. And as we become like Him, we become better versions of ourselves. As we become like the humble Logos, we become more Logos-like ourselves. And it doesn't lead to everybody being the same. It doesn't even lead to everybody dressing the same. Timothy Petitsis goes so far as to say that only crucified things exist. Other things can be becoming, but they can't be. Brokenness is a state of becoming, and it's not necessarily becoming better. Being is that state of what? Arrival, fulfillment, satisfaction. So in conclusion on the meta-logos, I would summarize by saying that the meta-logos, the concept of meta-logos, names the reality that in Him all things consist. And that brings us to the cosmologos, a much more common term. We all know something about cosmology. But I would suggest to you that around the year 14 or 1500, there was a shift in Western European university thought, if nowhere else, a shift from logos to nomen, a shift from Greek to Latin, a shift from logos to nomen, and therefore you can't any longer have a cosmos. Because a cosmos is, well, you know what the word originally meant? It's kind of a cool word. Cosmos originally meant something closer to cosmetology than cosmology. It actually originally meant an ornament. It just meant something beautiful. I believe it was Pythagoras who adopted the term for the world we live in, because he believed that it was something beautiful. He believed that it was unified and harmonic and whole. And there is a first principle you have to have a work of art. A first principle you have to have a cosmos. And that first principle is you must have a logos. There has to be an idea, a living and energetic idea that holds it together, that makes it one, that makes it sing in the same key. And Christ is the key of the cosmos. The Logos, Christ, is the key of the cosmos that we are singing in. And so if I give you a definition of cosmologos, it would be this. It is the presence of Christ the Logos in the created world. The Logos immanent in the cosmos. Now, because of time, I can't go into that a lot, but I do want to say 4 things as just simple statements that I offer you to dwell on at your convenience. The first is that it is Logos that gives us a cosmos. Logos gives us a cosmos. Without Logos, there is no cosmos. The second thing, second simple statement I offer you is, it is Logos that makes it orderly. Or I prefer the word harmonious, because orderly can have that staticness to us in a military kind of way. But orderly, harmonious, I'm fine with either. Logos makes it orderly and harmonious. Third, and this is crucial, Logos makes it intelligible. If there is no logos, you can't know anything about anything, which is what modern science has discovered. We now have data points about things, but we don't know things. We don't participate in things. We've had to redefine the concept of knowledge for our entire culture because we don't believe in and give honor to the logos, not even philosophically. We're so afraid of religion that we can't think straight. It is logos that makes the cosmos intelligible, and therefore, it is logos that make science possible. And I want to transition with this statement and then talk about dialogos ever so briefly. And this again is from Timothy Petitsis. He said that logos is fed to us through the created world. Logos is fed to us through the created world. That feeding, I suggest to you, doesn't do a terribly bad job of giving us a metaphor for what dialogos means. Now, you probably can hear just in the term a very common bunch of words: dialogue, dialectic. Those are the only two that come immediately to my mind. But the notion of a dialogos is, well, it's worth exploring that word a little bit. Eva Brand, in her book, The Logos of Heraclitus, gives a very intriguing definition of dialogos. She suggests that it means the back and forth of the logos. The back and forth of the logos. Now, if you think to yourself, I have this proposition in my head, and it is a static proposition that means exactly the thing that it points to, and that's all. But there's nothing in it. It's just sort of a Lego piece or a Lego house. And I'm going to give that to you, and then you can give that back to me. That's what a lot of conversation has become, hasn't it, in the modern world? Certainly the digital realm encourages that sort of conversation. And then conversations even lower than that. But if the logos is living and active, if the logos is dynamic and filled with energy, then the back and forth of the logos suddenly turns into something more like communion, doesn't it? Like friends sitting around a table with a cigar in their hand, or a pipe, or a good bourbon. Sharing words, but not so they can share words and show off to each other the words that they know. Not so that they can recite to look smart, but so that together they can gaze on the inner life, the innerness of the thought they're thinking. They can look outside themselves and strive to apprehend something. And they're changed by that encounter. That, I believe, is a big part of why both Aristotle and Cicero regarded friendship as, if not the goal of education, the condition for it. That's why Eva Brand defines dialogos also as, well, she gives a list of, she says this. She takes it from dialegesthai, to talk things through. Dia, through. To converse. To speak with or against one another. Dialectic, right? Debate, argument. She says the verb is in the middle voice, which betokens turn and turn about. That is reflexivity, coming together, even in opposition. In a dialogue, hence dialectic. There's the coming together and there's the stepping apart. There's the moving. It's a dance, isn't it? Dialectic is a dance. It's not an analytical formulation of a thought. It's a class dancing together. It's a group of friends dancing together. And so she says that the dialectic is the powerful engine of developing rational thought as it posits, opposes, and composes itself. That's pretty wonderful. So my definition for this talk for dialogos is, it is the immanent presence of the logos in the cosmos and the soul that gives each thing its particular identity and a shared nature with everything I'll repeat it. Thus making 5 things possible: knowledge, discernible meaning, comprehension or apprehension, communion, and creativity. Dialogos is the condition for the possibility of knowledge, discernible meaning, comprehension or apprehension, communion, and creativity. So let me read that again. The dialogos is the immanent presence of the logos in the cosmos. And the soul, which is part of the cosmos. Because this logos is immanently present, meaning everywhere present, in the cosmos and the soul, it gives each thing its particular identity. You are you, and you are not me, and I am not you. And yet, with our particular identity, we have a shared nature. We, in fact, have a shared nature with every other thing in some way. And because of that, to use the technical term, because we are connatural with every other created thing, it is possible for us in some way to know every other created thing. I am like a rock, and therefore I can know rocks. To the degree that I am like God, I can know him. If that's not motivation. So it is the condition for knowledge, relationship, comprehension, communion, and creativity. Now, because there isn't time to go into all of that, I will just say now, I will just talk about analogos, because I believe that analogos is the means. Analogos is the means by which all of those benefits of dialogos and cosmologos and metalogos are possible. So let's talk a little bit about analogos, and I'll end with this. I will be done. I've been told to end promptly, so I will at 10 o'clock. And I made sure this was super dense and hard to follow because there'd be no time for Q&A at the end. I want to make 6 points about analogy that I won't be able to get to, so I'll just tell you them right now, and then I'll make a couple of them. The first is I want to define analogy for you. And secondly, I want to talk about kinds of analogy. Third, I want to make this point, which I'll make now. Everything is an analogy, without exception. It follows then that analogy pertains to everything. In other words, if you want to think about something according to its nature, you have to think about it analogically. Fifth, the good news is, therefore, analogy enables you to do many things. And my favorite point of all is, the logos is the fulfillment of analogy as an idea. The logos is the fulfillment of analogy and of every analogy. Of analogy itself and of every analogy. So, what do I mean by analogy? My favorite definition here, again, probably comes from Eva Brann in her book about the logos. She describes how, well, I'll read it to you. Don't write it because it's longish, but I'll then explain what I think it means. She says, an analogy is, analogon, the Greek analogon, is one and the same ratio relation was carried up, ana, and over the whole expression. The whole expression, which could be mathematical or verbal, is a collection of logoi, right? A collection of words, right? So if I show you 2 is to 3 as 4 is to 6, that's an expression. 2 is to 3 is a ratio, 4 is to 6 is a ratio, 2 is to 3 as 4 is to 6 is an analogon, because the Greek word for ratio, by the way, is logos. So 2 to 3, 4 to 6, 2 logoi. Lift them up, and you get this relation that is in them, above them, and through them, and goes in, and your mind, literally in Latin, abstractus, drags it out, draws it out. Your mind draws out the relationship between them. That relationship is the analogon, the analogos. It is she goes on to say, we use the Latin term proportion. Okay, so proportion is Latin for Greek analogos, because proportion indicates that a measured part for part or portion for portion relation is involved. And again, children and food is always the best analogy. We're going to cut up the pie, and I'm going to give an equal portion to each person. They're going to have an analog of the pie. They're going to have among them an analogical relationship with the pie. They are going to participate in the pie in proportion. They're going to have a portion. And so an analog is a proportion, and a proportion is a relationship. And one of the great arguments in human history is, what's first, substance or relationship? And the answer is yes. Another fun way that Eva Brand defines analogon is thinking outside the box. She says that didn't come up in the 20th century. So that's what an analogos is. But the simplest definition that I can possibly express is simply this: a proportion of likeness and difference. One of the most magical and simplest thoughts you ever will discover, valuable practical tools as a teacher, is that literally everything is like everything else in some way. And literally everything is different from everything else in some way. And so when somebody says to you, "That's totally different," no, it's not possible. It is not, nothing. You're not a mannequin. It is not possible for things to be totally different, if only because they both exist. Everything is like everything else. And so whenever you're stuck as a teacher and you want to have a good discussion, you don't know where to go, just say to one of your students, "Well, how is that like that?" And you can just don't let them know that you're stuck. Just randomly say, "Well, how is the wall like the floor?" And they'll think that you're building something because you are. Because whatever they come up with, it is going to relate to your lesson. The ultimate hack for teaching. Now, about the analogos, I said there's different kinds. And so there's three ways to think of this. There's analogos perceived with the senses, analogos perceived with the intellect, and then technical distinctions among philosophers about analogos. I'm going to set those last ones aside. If you want to learn about them, I recommend a big fat book by Jacques Maritain. There's an appendix in the back where he describes it, and it's quite nice. But given the universality of analogos, I want to show you something that I find absolutely wonderful. There are fundamentally two kinds of intellectual analogoi. Okay, so we've started at the logos. We've talked about metalogos as uncreated, pre-existent logoi. We've talked about cosmologos as created logoi, words of God in the cosmos. We've talked about dialogos as the movement of logos between objects in the world, and by the way, between our minds, right? The fact that we can throw words at each other, most astonishing fact in the cosmos. But I want to show you something that I think you'll like about the analogos as we, well, let me put it this way. If everything is an analogos, and if an analogos is a proportion, then I would suggest to you that one of the most, maybe the most practical thing you can learn how to do is develop analogical habits. Think analogically and do it on purpose. And here's something that's really fascinating to me. Analogos can be divided into analogos qualitatis and analogos quantitatis. In other words, analogos of kinds and analogos of quantity. And if we pursue that, what do we do with kinds? In Genesis 2, God has Adam name animals according to their kind. In Genesis 1, the Lord was already naming things as he created. Now he's letting Adam participate in the creation. The act of naming, of representing, is one of the ultimate expressions of an analogical habit. Name things well. I think that might be the goal of education, to name things well in a fitting, proportionate way. And there are 3 arts that help us use words really well. Those arts are grammar, which helps us to read, logic, which helps us to interpret, to harmonize our thoughts, and rhetoric, which enable us to bring harmony to a community, to deliberate together, and to worship. Grammar, logic, and rhetoric are the analogia qualitatis. Some of you see where I'm going. There's also the analogia quantitatis, and there are 4 basic proportions, analogies that we work with there, and they are analogies in arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. Or if you like, astronomy and then music. There will be a session on the quadrivium, so I won't develop that any further. But what I want to say now, let me just recapitulate, maybe even, I wrote down recapitulation, and I thought, wait a minute, this isn't so much a recapitulation as a realization. This is what I've been trying to say as tightly as I can summarize. The Logos is present in each of the 5 levels, and that is represented in their very names. We can fitly and justly put the word Logos in each of their names because the Logos is present in them. And through them, the Logos is present in the kinds of analogy. It is present differently at each level of being. And therefore, it is present proportionately. And that gives us the concept of the analogia entis, the analogy of being itself. Proportion or analogy is the means to dialogos. We are having a dialogos right now to the extent that you've been able to stay awake. It is the way that we come to understand and participate in the cosmos. Analogies are. And it is how the uncreated logoi manifest themselves through analogies. Therefore, all is analogous because he is in all things. And so, since he is our Alpha, we worship the Logos. And since he is the Omega, we use what I called earlier mimetic logoi to realize his presence. And in so doing, we maintain a tension between this unfathomably distant concept of a logos, than which there can be nothing more general, but who wants to be apprehended. Do you remember John 1? The light shone in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. But in John 19, in the Latin, it tells us that the guards apprehended Christ. So humble and so self-giving is he that he wants you to arrest him. To apprehend him. And if you do, he will turn you, the word that he has spoken, into the image of the eternal God, an analogy of Christ himself. May the Lord remember you in his kingdom.
Thank you.
Clearing out, honest.
Get out of here. All right. So just a quick reminder, we're going to try to begin this next talk at 10:15. So that gives you about 10 minutes to go get coffee and take a break. But 10:15, not 10:30. Okay. Thank you. All right, let's begin. I know that was a short break. Hopefully we'll make up for that, but let's go ahead and get started. All right. At the Cersei Institute, if you've never been to one of our events, we like to give things away. We also like to take your money, but we like to give things away. So I have a couple of giveaways here, and if you're a panelist, you can come on up. I think we're just looking for one more. All right. Is anybody's birthday today? Are you serious? None of you came here on your birthday? Ridiculous. Anybody's birthday this week? This week? Okay, well, I have a Christmas present for you. It's a special coffee blend from the Cersei Institute, Cersei Christmas blend. Beautiful. And I will hand it to you. Okay. And then, if you can take away Benjamin, hi. Tomorrow. Well, then I'm going to give this to you, Benjamin. If you can take away one thing from this conference, it's that you should read the Fables of Aesop. That's all you need to do. But we have a new edition of the Fables of Aesop published by the Cersei Institute. So if you want one, it's over there. But this one's got Benjamin's name on it. So congratulations. Happy birthday. Okay, now I'm going to be moderating this. Excuse me, I don't think I need this anymore. Okay, can you hear me? All right. So this is how it's going to work. We're going to have, for this one, unfortunately, Heather Shirley could not be here, but we have Gary Hartenberg, Theodore Madrid, and Dr. Matthew Bianco. Dr. Hartenberg? All right, Dr. Hartenberg. All right, giving their talk. So they're each going to have about 15 minutes to speak, and then we will do a Q&A afterwards for you guys to ask them questions. When it comes to that point, the idea is that you are asking them questions, not your opportunity to give a talk in response to theirs. Okay, just, you all know that. But anyways, okay, so that's going to be the plan. I'm going to give each of you about 15 minutes. I will give you 5-minute and 2-minute warnings when you get... No, not you. You guys can, of course. All right, so we will do that. And I think first up is Dr. Hartenberg. So go ahead and use this.
Good morning. I'm Gary Hartenberg, present a paper here today called Logocentrism and Persuasion in Plato's Republic. In general, Plato's philosophy is logocentric in the following sense. He holds that first, knowledge is acquired, maintained, and developed by the rational part of the soul, as opposed to the senses. And second, that the objects of knowledge are unchanging, eternal, perfect, complete, simple, not sensible objects, as opposed to those who disagree with him. Given these logocentrist commitments, my question is, how does Plato persuade others that his ideas are correct? My main answer is that Plato grounds his account of persuasion in his ideas about the tripartite soul and uses his analysis of the various conditions of people's souls to guide his decisions about what types of persuasion to use. In particular, both argument and myth must be used carefully in order to turn the soul to contemplate the forms. There's a brief incident at the beginning of the Republic, and for the most part, I'm just going to talk about the Republic. I don't think I have anything to say about the other dialogues now. So when I say Plato, I just mean what he says in the Republic. So the beginning of the Republic dramatizes a crucial problem. I'll read a little bit. Well then, Polemarchus said, Either prove stronger than these men or stay here. Isn't there still one other possibility? I, Socrates said, are persuading you that you must let us go? Are you able to persuade, he said, if we don't listen? There's no way, said Glaucon. Well then, think it over, bearing in mind we won't listen. Here, Socrates encounters Polemarchus, the warlord, who is set on forcing him to stay in the Piraeus rather than allowing him to return home with Glaucon, a problem exacerbated by Polemarchus's unwilling to listen to what Socrates might say in reply. Socrates' suggestion of a possibility other than force foreshadows a solution developed in the Republic. A philosopher might be able to persuade those who are not philosophers to agree with him, but only if they will listen. The question posed by this episode is not so much, is logocentrism true, but how can logocentrists persuade people who will not even listen to their arguments? It illustrates less a problem of philosophy than a problem for philosophers. Because most people inherently trust the deliverance of the senses, it's this instance, or this aspect of Plato's logocentrism that's the most difficult to get people on board with him. And I think Plato addresses this misplaced trust in your senses, your eyes, your ears in particular, by showing how logocentrists can respond to these critics, or at least the objectors. Although Socrates spends time responding to people like Thrasymachus and even to a certain extent Glaucon, the sort of person introduced in Book 5 of the Republic is perhaps more intractable than even Thrasymachus, or as I instruct my students to call him because they stumble okay. Oh, all right, okay. The students stumble over Thrasymachus, so I just say Mr. T. They don't know who that is anymore, which is sad. But this character or group of characters in Book 5, more intractable than even Thrasymachus, and they are the lovers of sights and sounds. The good man who can in no way endure listening to someone who asserts that the beautiful is one, the just is one, and so forth. Such a person, who we can call philodoxian, a lover of opinions, has not arrived at his anti-logocentrism through philosophical reflection, nor will he even give logocentrism a fair hearing on its own terms. The philodoxian believes in beautiful plays, beautiful songs, and beautiful statues, but refuses to accept that there's a beautiful itself. In the Republic, Plato describes or defines persuasion as art of turning the soul through speech. So there are other types of turning, and there are other ways of turning the soul, but persuasion in particular he describes as the art of turning the soul through speech. And in particular, he wants to turn the soul towards his famous forms, right? Those intelligible, real, eternal, unchanging aspects of reality that organize the sense-perceptible world. And there are two main types of speech he describes in the Republic, and so we could think of two main types of persuasion. One that turns the soul through argument, and another that turns the soul through myth. The first form of persuasion, or the second actually, myth, right, is employed throughout the founding of the best city. So you might recall that in the Republic, Plato and his friends are interested in founding this best city in words, at least. Plato states that if we are going to persuade people that it is not right to be angry with another person, we will have to tell them the right kind of stories from their childhood. Myths also come in the form of images and similes, and perhaps the most famous reference to persuasion by myth comes at the very end, when Socrates says that the myth of the man could save us if we were persuaded by it. The other form of persuasion is by argument, which Plato characterizes as the instrument of the philosopher. Persuasion by argument often takes place through questioning. And we have to recall that Plato is prior to Aristotle, and Aristotle says that he discovered the syllogism, so we shouldn't expect to find Plato using syllogisms, at least if Aristotle's to be taken at his word. A little skeptical about that myself, but let that slide. But Plato characterizes argument as proceeding through question and answer, and you can imagine that he got this from his friend Socrates. But Plato says, for example, let's persuade the one who praises injustice gently by questioning him. And he also says that he and Thrasymachus, that he could persuade Thrasymachus that what he says isn't true simply by coming to agreement with one another, which is often achieved in the Platonic dialogues through question and answer. So these two aspects of argument are primarily question and answer and coming to agreement. These two things are different, but not incompatible, and in fact interdependent. So I want to give some comments now about Plato's view of the tripartite soul, but I'll be very brief here, briefer than I have notes on. The basic idea is that there are three parts to every human soul: the intellect, the spirited element, and the desires, and that we have to get these all in the right order and arranged properly in order for reason, the intellect, to be in charge. And reason needs to be in charge because it's the only one who can consistently, reliably direct us towards the good, what's best. Because there are two species of persuasion, one through argument and another through myth, we should expect each of these to affect the soul in different ways. So let's start with what Plato states plainly. Argument affects the rational part, and myth affects the spirited part. In Book 4, Socrates says, "So, as we were saying, won't a mixture of music and gymnastic make the parts of the soul accordant, tightening the one, the rational, and training it in fair speeches, logoi, and learning, while relaxing the other, the spirited element, with soothing myths, taming it by harmony and rhythm? The rational element needs to be tightened because even the most intelligent people need to be taught to question and answer well in order to develop their intellectual capacity. By contrast, the spirited element needs to be relaxed because the instruction for those who are naturally spirited consists of training them to rein in their spiritedness." Plato also indicates plainly that myths do not develop the rational element. In surveying the candidates for a mode of study appropriate to the form of the good, Glaucon says that there was no element in their training that amounted to something like knowledge, right? So although myths do not give knowledge, they can produce beliefs. They also can produce pleasure and pain. If the beliefs a myth produces are in accordance with knowledge and the pleasure is appropriate, then the myth is good. Otherwise, it is bad. The interdependence of the parts of the soul also reflect this interdependence on the part of myth and logos. So even though argument does not develop the spirited element and myths don't develop the rational element, these obviously are connected, at least while human beings are incarnate in a body. And Plato illustrates the evidence of this interdependence when he considers the task of education. And he says the instrument with which each learns, right, the mind, the intellect, just as an eye is not able to turn toward the light from the dark without the whole body, must be turned around from that which is coming into being together with the whole soul until it is able to endure looking at that which is and the brightest part of that which is. The key part is that the whole soul must be turned around. It's not sufficient to attempt to turn the intellect alone. The spirited and desiring elements must be appropriately strengthened and weakened relative to the rational element. How do arguments actually strengthen the intellect? Well, one of Plato's conditions for knowledge, right? If you want to say you know something, well, then you need to be able to respond to any proposed criticisms or defeaters of your idea, right? You can imagine he's always got in the back of his mind, or in the front of it, in the middle, somewhere in there, is Socrates and his relentless questioning. And you don't know until you can withstand Socratic attack. So by strengthening the rational part of the soul, argument also tends to make the whole person gentle. And this is an important part of Platonic persuasion, is gentleness. In fact, in the Republic, whenever someone is said to be or have become gentle, Plato always attributes this to an argument. Arguments are the primary means of making a person gentle because they strengthen the rational part of the soul, thereby relatively weakening the appetitive and spirited elements. Of course, simply listening to an argument, right, something of the form like, or simply engaging in a single question and answer session, won't be sufficient to keep the non-rational elements of the soul in check for a lifetime. But the point of this is to become the kind of person who is adept at arguing, at question and answer, in coming to agreement with others. So it should now be clear, hopefully, it's probably not, that Plato's decisions to employ arguments and myths at various places in the Republic are guided by his judgments about what different kinds of people will need in order to be persuaded. So now I want to apply some of the points I've made to the conclusions about persuasion and psychology. Recall this, I call them the philodoxian, the lover of opinion, the lover of sights and sounds, who loves beautiful buildings, for example, but doesn't believe that there is a beautiful itself. What's the condition of this person's soul? Well, the rational part is insufficiently developed. Moreover, he's strongly inclined to accept the deliverances of the senses over his rational arguments, and he is one of those not naturally inclined to philosophical reflection. Thus, on Plato's view, the relative strength of the spirited element in them is evident in their tendency to be easily angered, and philodoxians, despite their love of beautiful things, are in fact ruled by their desires. The method of successful persuasion in their case must attempt to strengthen the rational part of the philodoxian. What is more, because myths traffic in pleasure and belief, they are unreliable and should be offered with caution, if at all, to those whose rational capacities are not developed enough to work with the spirited element to keep the appetitive part in check. I suppose, I don't know about you, but this conclusion might run contrary to what you assume Plato does, namely that he gives myths to those whose intellects are too weak to follow arguments, or because perhaps he himself doesn't have any arguments to give. Neither assumption, I think, is true. Myths are reserved, at least in the Republic, for those who have attained a level of intellectual ability beyond that of the philodoxians, and only after arguments have been offered. The psychological condition of the philodoxian and the volatile nature of myths suggest that the safest way to persuade him is through argument, and this is confirmed by how Plato responds to them in the Republic, namely at the end of Republic Book 5, with 5 uninterrupted pages of long and dense argument. If you're looking for long and dense argumentation, you find nothing better than what he offers the Philodoxians in Republic 5. In typical Platonic understatement, he describes this in the opening of Book 6 as a somewhat lengthy and difficult argument. So there isn't space, and I know I'm out of time, at present to describe the details of the argument. But it is a Platonic model of one way a logocentrist can persuade Philodoxian opponents. In particular, and this is what Plato does, the logocentrist can hide his view about knowledge and reality from the Philodoxian. And he does this by using terminology that the Philodoxian will interpret in a way that leads to a logical dilemma for him. Even as the Philodoxian continues to think he understands this argument, he will in the end be led to a dilemma and be forced to give up either his Philodoxian position, and he won't be able to go around to beautiful plays anymore without thinking of the beautiful itself, or he will have to begin the journey to logocentrism. Plato thinks, given considerations of psychology, that the Philodoxian is in some ways unredeemable and will continue to go around to beautiful music and statues and art and continue to deny the reality of the beautiful itself, but at least he won't be going around claiming to be a philosopher anymore. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Theodore Madrid, and I'll be presenting on the Republic and Timaeus, drawing out the themes of logos and the idea of dialectic, essentially for the purpose of showing that for Plato, the peak of education is a real experience of being, of the divine and eternal things through the logos, which is cultivated by way of dialectic. So in the 6th book of Plato's Republic, he provides one of the most memorable and profound philosophical teachings on the nature of education, grounded in the logocentric conception of the cosmos. Plato's Timaeus, which is the narrative sequel to the Republic, takes up the fundamental aim of philosophical education to arrive at knowledge of the whole. It proceeds beyond the bounds of the Republic to attain knowledge of the whole of existence, rather than knowledge specifically of the just soul and the city. The education, which is described in Book 6 and into Book 7 of the Republic, is thereby instantiated in a concrete narrative, a logographic ascendance toward the good, true, and beautiful. Though distinct in their objects and methods, the two texts propose a coherent, logocentric vision of the cosmos and its intelligibility. The pinnacle of this process of education is the practice of the art of dialectics, whereby the highest things are known most directly. This paper will provide an account of Plato's treatment of the philosophic quest for the knowledge of the whole, to note the divergence between the two texts, and to elucidate Plato's description of the capacity for leading the intellect to know the divine and natural things. And in this, it will be shown that Plato believes it is precisely devotion to logos which will turn the intellects of the noblest souls to the highest things. So in the Republic, Socrates says, our job as founders is to compel the best natures to go to the study which is the greatest, to see the good and go up that ascent. This mission is central to the work of the Republic, and the means of accomplishing it are elaborated at length. Socrates proposes a series of preparatory stages of education prior to the advancement of dialectics. This preparatory education, from poetry and music to mathematics, serves to sort out students with greater and lesser souls into their appropriate places in the regime, and it thereby isolates those few souls capable by nature of practicing dialectics and shapes their souls such that they can do so properly. In time, students who have been thus prepared proceed to the study of astronomy and mathematics, which begin to free them from the dependence on the senses and elevate them to pure intellectual abstraction. This turn is crucially important in the elevation of the mind towards the contemplation of the good and the knowledge of the whole, because they are known by the intellect wholly apart from the senses. The intellect must be made capable of prescinding from the senses and understanding things which are wholly intellectual or immaterial. Mathematics provides the ideal initiation in this sort of knowledge because geometrical knowing is what is always. Mathematical truths are unchanging. In no way are they subject to the alterations of matter. And astronomy in these regards is very much the same. The patterns of movement of the stars, according to the ancient Greek understanding of astronomy, were fixed and eternal realities that had something of the permanence and quasi-divinity of those things which are higher. Mathematical truths are the first and the lowest knowledge of the eternal things. And so the subsequent and final stage in this process of education is the study of the art of dialectics. And the word dialectics comes from dia, across or between, and legein, to speak. So in the broadest sense, it's the speaking among rational creatures, or more specifically, it is the rational art of discussion and analysis by which, immaterial intellectual realities are explored by their interlocutors. So logos, word, speech is thus central to the nature of dialectics. Because dialectics is a matter of speech and therefore of reason, it is concerned with intellectual realities as its object. Dialectics may start with common opinion or other notions susceptible to error, but it seeks to transcend this and to arrive at certainty of truth. In so doing, it is ultimately not concerned with anything less than intellectual realities as its proper object. Thus, images and other material objects are not the proper area of concern for dialectics. Mathematics and other lower order forms of knowledge are left behind as the student ascends to the heights. Further, false opinions and likely stories may be a starting point for the process of dialectics, but whatever is true in them is divorced from whatever is untrue, and whatever is merely an image of the truth, even if an immaterial image given in speech. In the Republic, Socrates says, when a man tries by discussion, by means of argument, without the use of any of the senses, to attain to each thing itself, that is, and doesn't give up before he grasps by intellection itself, that which is good itself, he comes to the very end of the intelligible realm. So again, the height of the process of education. So returning to the image of the divided line, which will be, I believe, addressed in another panel, we see that this very end of the intelligible realm lies at the top of the schema, where the form of the good is set. Socrates says only the dialectic way of inquiry proceeds in this direction, destroying hypotheses to the beginning itself in order to make it secure. And when the eye of the soul is really buried in a barbaric bog, dialectic gently draws it forth and leads it up above, using the arts we described as assistants and helpers in turning around. Dialectic allows for making the hypotheses not beginning, but really hypotheses. That is, stepping stones and springboards in order to reach what is free from hypothesis at the beginning of the whole. When it has grasped this, argument now depends on that which depends on this beginning, and in such fashion goes back down again to an end, making no use of anything sensed in any way, but using forms themselves, going through forms to forms, it ends in forms too. That's the end of Socrates' statement. Thus, dialectics provides the means by which the intellect attains the highest and most noble things. These are to be contemplated by the philosopher, who will be compelled to descend back into the cave of worldly affairs in order to rule. As ruler, he will conform the city to the forms which he has beheld, thereby establishing justice and right order that will cause the city to attain its proper end and to flourish. He says we have placed dialectic at the top of the studies like a coping stone, and that no other study could rightly be set higher than this one. A scholar also notes that the cosmological exegesis in the Timaeus presents the most philosophically suitable continuation of the theme of the Republic. The discussion of the ideal state in the latter offers a philosophical exegesis at a microcosmic level, where the Timaeus offers a philosophical exegesis at a macrocosmic layer. End of the quote there. Al-Farabi provides a description of the Timaeus, saying, when this city had been rendered in speech, Plato next presented in the Timaeus an account of the divine and natural beings as they are perceived by the intellect and known by means of that science. He showed what distinguishes the science that ought to be set up in the city, how everything is not yet known, will be inquired into, and a comprehensive investigation of it will be made in that city, and how there will be a succession of men who will investigate the science and preserve what is discovered of it until all of it is found. The reader of the Timaeus quickly sees a major stylistic difference between it and the Republic, in that the former is primarily monological and the latter dialogical. This stylistic difference, in fact, bears a significance far beyond mere literary adjustment. In Socratic dialogue, Plato gives the reader a sort of virtual course in dialectics, allowing the reader to step into the process of argumentation, whereby reason scrutinizes opinions and unearths the truth. The shift from the dialectical dialogue to didactic monologue can be interpreted in a number of ways. It'll serve here to note that the change tells us something about what Plato means to convey regarding dialectics in Timaeus. Specifically, the Timaeus relies on the use of a likely story. At the outset of the Timaeus, Socrates says that he wishes to see the best city, described in the Republic, come alive in a full account of her struggling against other cities in those contests in which cities contend. In this we see that the Platonic philosopher's job is to see clearly both sensible images and their intelligible originals. So does Socrates and the Timaeus strive to achieve a clear picture of the ideal state, even in its intelligible construction. What else then could enhance the clarity of the image of the ideal state except the portrayal of the state alive? By infusing this animation into the city, Socrates is able to take his knowledge of the highest things, present it in images suitable for those who need to be introduced to his education, and make that introduction as compelling and true to life as possible. The true philosopher then will advance beyond the likely stories offered in these texts to a direct apprehension of the forms in pure intellectual abstraction. This comports with Socrates' assertion that discovering the poet and father of the created order is quite a task, and even if we discovered him to speak of him to all men is impossible. As Trizio notes, those minds which are capable of grasping these themes cannot merely have them represented to them, but must truly know and understand these truths themselves. Anything less mediate is not yet intellectual apprehension of the thing itself. These are something brighter than opinion, but dimmer than knowledge. This centrality of images is nonetheless a common thread between the Republic and Timaeus. Socrates seeks a physical representation of the ideal state in one and the soul in the other. Another scholar notes that the image-like speeches in the dialogue convey cogently the primary philosophical principle explained in the dialogue. Since the universe is made as an image of eternal existence, it follows that the accounts about the universe could be only images approximating the original image of its creation. Thus, the composition of the Timaeus is built as a mosaic of images, including speeches as images of their objects, and summaries as images of speeches delivered outside the present of the dialogue. So having traced the major themes and principles of the works in question, we can now move to a precise answer to the question of what it is that constitutes the knowledge at which dialectics aims. Put most simply, it is the knowledge of the highest things. These are the things which always are. Supreme among them is the form of the good, in which all things that come into being share in a derivative way. The ascent to this knowledge is arduous, takes many years, and is preeminently praiseworthy. He says, the one who emerges altogether pure, like gold tested in fire, must be set up as ruler and be given gifts and prizes both when he is alive and after he has died. It is only the man who has proceeded via dialectics to attain knowledge of the forms directly in philosophic contemplation who is able to emerge altogether pure. From these forms, which always are, he arranges the things of the city, using the former as a template or model for the latter. Because only the few philosophers can apprehend the forms, the many must remain in the cave, seeing likenesses, the best and most faithful likenesses indeed, of the highest things, like shadows on a wall. Socrates warns against men not by nature suited to dialectics taking it up in several places, saying, the current mistake in philosophy is that men who aren't worthy take it up. Some notable contrasts between the two texts are worth cataloging at this point. The narrative style of the Republic is dialectical dialogue, and that of the Timaeus, a more didactic series of monologues, as mentioned. The Republic seeks to answer a very particular question, that is, what is justice, and looks to the particular realities of the city and the soul to draw out the answer. Its discussion of dialectics is lengthy and explicit. The Timaeus, on the other hand, is concerned with the broadest description of the material order and has a much less explicit assessment of the role of dialectics in education. And the Timaeus describes a cosmos which is characterized especially by a harmony of all its parts in a sophisticated and mathematical manner. This is a central feature of the cosmology and mirrors the harmony of the rightly ordered human soul. Whereas in the Republic, Plato does not discuss the benefit to the soul of poetry and gymnastics, which cultivate interior harmony, the cosmological significance is less apparent. On the question of dialectics, which has been the central concern, a unified conception grounded in a logocentric vision can be seen throughout both texts. A shared element of special importance lies in the fact that both the texts serve to point beyond themselves, because the object of knowledge sought in dialectics cannot be simply communicated, but must be grasped by the one practicing it for himself. These texts necessarily must be incapable of fully manifesting the knowledge which Plato wishes to lead the reader. They serve instead as a starting point and a sort of miniature course in dialectical thinking, ascending from common opinion and error and likely stories towards the truth via philosophical investigation. One learns to speak with Socrates, with Thrasymachus, with Timaeus, and so on, as they engage the dialogical form of the Socratic genre. Thus, the careful reader of the Republic in Timaeus must not look to the texts for the answers to the most important questions and access to the highest things, but instead must habituate and master the philosophic activity of dialectics so as to eventually bring himself to the knowledge of them. There being few gold souls, there will be few who are truly able to do this in Socrates' vision. Socrates concludes the Timaeus saying, "And now at length we may say that our discourse concerning the universe has reached its termination. For this, our cosmos has received the living creatures, both mortal and immortal, and been thereby fulfilled. It being itself a visible living creature embracing the visible creatures, a perceptible God made in the image of the intelligible, most great and good and fair and perfect in its generation. Even this one heaven, sole of its kind." The Timaeus has served a twofold purpose. First, to provide a likely story that accounts for the whole of the cosmos with regards to principles, though not particularities. Second, to inculcate in the reader, by means of its structure, a deeper capacity for dialectics. The second goal is achieved by virtue of the orientation of the text toward the first principles of the cosmos as its object. These first principles are a necessary stepping stone, which point beyond themselves to that which always is, and out of which all that is, coming into being, arises. This understanding of dialectics and education is of foundational importance for the philosopher, whose duty is to conform the things of the city to the eternal forms which he has seen in philosophic contemplation. This is central to the whole of the Republic and thus ties the two texts together. What's more, it is fundamental to the entire Platonic project, and thus reading the text with care, the students of Plato's Socrates will be guided in the ascent to true knowledge of the divine and natural things by use of the Logos. Thank you.
I've reached that age. I gotta wear these. Also, I'm just enough of a student of Plato to notice two things. I'm at a symposium, and I have no wine. And I'm delivering an academic paper in which my thesis is not a statement, but a series of questions. Logos is a great potentate who, with the tiniest and least visible body, achieves the most divine works. When Logos is accompanied by persuasion, it shapes the soul as it wishes. Just as drugs can drive various humors from the body and end either illness or life, so language can set up various emotions in the soul and drug and bewitch with an evil persuasion. These are not the words of Plato or of any scholar representing Platonic thought. They are rather the words of Gorgias, the sophist contemporary with Socrates. Gorgias thought of logos, or language, as the almost violent imposer of its will on unsuspecting listeners. He would, of course, leave room for its beneficent use, though his later followers, like Callicles, would not. For Callicles and his teacher Gorgias, these unsuspecting listeners were prime material. As Gorgias would go on to explain, the logos would not have the power it does if there were not such a wide field of ignorance. If this is the understanding of logos among Plato's and Socrates' contemporaries, or at least among the sophists, like Gorgias and Callicles, then this is, at least partially, what Socrates and later Plato are contending with as they articulate an understanding of logos in their own philosophy. How is it that they go about contending with the persuasion-based, soul-shaping drug of Gorgias that is his logos? And furthermore, in his use of the term logos, Plato isn't simply articulating a particular view or usage. He is using logos in the context of his theory of the forms, the ide. How do the forms and the logos relate to one another? In what ways are they similar or different? How do those distinctions help us to better understand Plato and even reality itself? To begin with, it will be helpful to review Socrates' presentation of the divided line in Book 6 of the Republic. The divided line is made up of 4 sections. Though people have imagined this line with both a horizontal and a vertical orientation, I tend toward the vertical orientation, so you're going to see my hand going like this. as it seems to fit with Socrates' opening line, "Yesterday I went down to Piraeus," and with the whole notion of going up and out of the cave. In this vertically oriented divided line, the bottom two segments represent the visible realm, the physical world we see and experience every day. The lowest level of the visible or sensible realm is that of images, of the imagination. It is made up of man-made artifacts such as poetry, music, paintings, and statues. Just above it, still in the sensible realm, is the area of originals, of belief. The originals are all those physical things, natural or man-made, such as trees, dogs, sunsets, tables, and cookware. The upper half of the divided line is also made up of two segments, and it represents the intelligible realm. It is not known through sight or sense perception, but through reason and noetic perception. The lower segment of this upper segment, the lower segment of the intelligible realm, and therefore the third highest segment of the entire line, is that of hypotheses, of thought. It is made up of symbolic representations of things. The highest segment of the intelligible realm, and also the highest segment of the divided line, is that of the forms, of understanding. It is made up of the forms themselves, the beings themselves, the ED. The movement from the lowest segment to the highest segment of the divided line looks like this. If, for example, we consider a sphere, at the level of images, the lowest level, which are perceived via the imagination, the sphere would be perceived through a painting or some work of art, or even a poem perhaps about a sphere. At the next level up, at the level of originals, which are perceived via belief, the sphere would be perceived through a physical spherical entity, like an orange or a basketball. At the next level, the level of hypotheses, perceived via thought, the sphere would be known through a symbolic representation of a sphere, such as the equation for a sphere, x minus a squared plus y minus b squared plus z minus c squared equals r squared. I had to look that up. I don't just have that running around in my head. Finally, at the highest level, the forms perceived via noetic perception, which is a direct perception by the soul of a spiritual reality. The form of sphere itself is encountered immediately. It can quote a conclusion without making use of anything visible at all, but only of forms themselves, moving on from forms to forms and ending in forms. You got that one, yeah, from Republic 6. One of the first things to notice is that Socrates makes no mention of the logos of a thing. In his description of the divided line, he describes the human encounter with each thing as either an image, an original, a hypothesis, or the form. In fact, the term logos does come up in the discussion. It's never used to name any part of the divided line or an object of knowledge or as a means of knowing. Plato, however, does have a well-developed understanding of the logos. In his 7th letter, which admittedly is up for debate whether he wrote it, though probably still represents Plato well, he describes a clear path to knowledge of the forms. For every real being, there are 3 things that are necessary if knowledge is to be acquired. First, its name. Second, its logos, which in one translation, they just translated that word as its definition. Third, the image. Knowledge comes forth, and in 5th place, we put the object itself, the knowable and truly real being. Along with the name and the image of the form, its logos is required for knowledge and to move on to direct interaction with the form itself. The difficulty is whether and how this path maps to the divided line. While some of the language is similar, image and form, some is different, name and knowledge, he does not refer to either the original or the hypothesis in this letter. Whatever logos is, it is something that is required for knowledge, and it is something that is required for the eventual direct perception of the form. In Gorgias' definition of logos, as we saw earlier, it is language, and language is a powerful tool for persuasion, a kind of drug. Poetry, which would be found in Socrates' lowest segment of the divided line, Gorgias defined as language with meter. And he points out that by implanting fear, pity, or yearning in the listener, it makes the soul suffer an affection of its own at the fortunes and misfortunes of others. To place logos in the lowest segment of the divided line would have to be a non-starter for Socrates, especially as Gorgias defines it and its relationship to poetry. Socrates' eponymous dialogue with Gorgias seems to indicate that Gorgias is not one whose definitions can stand up to Socrates' rigor. Gorgias' understanding of logos as a quasi-violent form of communication and in the form of poetry as an emotionally manipulative form of communication may explain both why poetry is in the lowest segment of the divided line and why it is ultimately banned from the just city in the Republic. If logos is a means to knowledge, it is unlikely to be found in the activities of the imagination, that lowest segment. The second segment is that of the originals. They are perceived by the senses and they lead to pistis, or belief, opinion. They cannot give knowledge itself because knowledge, for Socrates, can only be had of that which is being, unchanging, and eternal. The originals are becoming, changing, and temporal. The physical tree, dog, desk, sofa is an original that belongs to the visible realm, the realm of becoming. The second segment has no space for logos because it is not a segment of words as the lower segment was. It is a space for things, for originals. Even if these things had names, and they do, the names are not themselves logoi, they are names, onoma. These might be the names meant in the seventh letter, but that is not clear, nor really our point here. The logos is also not to be found in the highest segment unless logos is a synonym for eidos, or form, of which I find no indication in Plato's works. Since the highest segment contains the form themselves, the true, good, beautiful, dogness, treeness, etc., logos is not to be found there. And that leaves only the segment I just passed over, the third segment of hypotheses, perceived by thought, diania. In the example offered previously, which was taken from the mathematical domain, the sphere was considered at this level as the formula x minus yada, yada, yada. And finally, at the highest level, as sphere itself. Plato's own example in the divided line in book 6 is also a mathematical one. It was even asked once of a Platonic scholar what the hypothesis would be for a horse. And the scholar replied, non-mathematical things do not have hypotheses. For him, the horse would be represented only at the first, second, and fourth levels of the divided line, as a picture or a poetic description, as the physical horse in the field, and then as horseness at the highest level. Is this the case? Is there no room for logos at the hypothesis level? And if not, then how does logos play the role that Plato demands for it in the seventh letter? The role that logos plays in Socrates is multifaceted, or rather his use of logos is. Those ways are summed up by Paul Friedlander as logos is that which makes the eidos permanently visible. Friedlander rejects the idea that Plato is simply combining the Heraclitean world of becoming with the Parmenidean world of being, as if all Plato wanted was a place in the history of ideas. Friedlander argues that Plato had caught sight of the eidos and was then confronted with the task of making his intuition permanently visible through the logos. What Friedlander actually says in that quote is not that logos makes eidos visible, but that it makes Plato's intuition about the eidos visible. Plato's intuition is his perception of the forms, that they exist, and the means by which he encountered them, and perhaps the means by which someone else can encounter them. Thus, it is not the eidos or form that is being made visible through the logos. What the logos makes visible is the mechanism by which an eidos is encountered. In The Statesman, we get a sense of how this works. The visitor asks young Socrates, no relation to our Socrates, does the inquiry into the statesman take place more for the sake of the single question or for the sake of becoming more able to answer all the questions? To which young Socrates responds, clearly for the sake of his being able to answer all. They conclude that the purpose of inquiry is to make us better dialecticians. Then the visitor summarizes it all in this way. The things that are without body, the forms, which are finest and greatest, are shown clearly only by logos and by nothing else, and everything that is now being said is for the sake of these things. Logos, which the translator translated as verbal means, is the questioning and answering, the dialectical training, the means by which the forms are revealed to us. It is not the proposition itself, for example, of, quote, justice is the impartial and fair treatment of other people, as a definition of justice. It's not that shows me what justice is. It is the questioning and answering that includes that proposition and all other propositions that might come up. That's what reveals what justice is. This is why it can be said that in his response to the poets and sophists, Plato sought to change language into an instrument of investigation and moral reform. He aimed, in short, to replace the logos of the poets and sophists with the logos of the philosophers, those who love wisdom rather than those who pretend to it. The logos of the philosophers is the verbal means of questioning and answering in pursuit of that which is loved, wisdom, rather than the propositional statement one makes who has pretended to have arrived at it, the sophist. One of the common uses of logos in Socratic dialogues is as logon didae, or to give an account, sometimes translated as to give a proof. Giving a logos, Francisco Gonzalez argues, is part of the process of mutual clarification and explanation that constitutes a dialectical discussion. Thus, in the Protagoras, knowing how to give and receive a logos is identified with the ability to engage in the dialectic. Engaging in the dialectic is the means to know a form. It is to use logos, but it is also the means by which one can demonstrate that he has understanding or knowledge. Logos is not only the verbal means, though, of engaging in the dialectic, it is also the silent discourse or thought that takes place in the mind before it is given an expression in spoken or written words. Since thinking is nothing but the soul's silent discourse, logos, with itself, it too has being. This is crucial. It too has being. One can think dialectically and speak dialectically, and both of those are means, through logos, to apprehend the forms. Speech, logos, that has not followed discourse is in fact not logos. Commenting on the symposium, Friedlander says, when Socrates begins to speak, all the other speeches collapse as illusory, for they preceded discourse. And such a procedure, according to Socrates, is a poor substitute for logos and truth. This is precisely the pattern described in the structure of the symposium. Each participant gives a speech directly, but only Socrates precedes his speech with a dialectical give and take first, then gives his speech. His speech is the only speech that is logos because it is the only one that was preceded by the dialectical exchange. This same description of how logos works in pointing us to the eidos is the same description for how the hypothesis works in the third segment of the divided line. Logos itself grasps the form, which Socrates says is by the power of the dialectic. To do so, the reason, or logos, does not consider these hypotheses as first principles, but truly as hypotheses, as stepping stones to take off from, enabling it to reach the unhypothetical first principle of everything. Having grasped this principle, it reverses itself and keeping hold of what follows from it, comes down to a conclusion without making use of anything visible at all, but only of forms themselves, moving on from forms to forms and ending in forms. The logos is the activity that takes place with a hypothesis, which may be a proposition in the form of mathematical symbols, or it may be a propositional statement. Neither the propositional statement in words nor the mathematical proposition in symbols are themselves the first principle, but they have to be viewed as stepping stones, as dialectical tools that you take up to the first principle that you might come back down from it, no longer needing the visible to understand the form. Logos then is the activity, the reasoning or thinking with words that takes place with the hypotheses of the third segment of the divided line. And in this way, logos is a necessary partner to attaining knowledge of the forms, as suggested in the seventh letter. Logos is not itself equal to the form, nor is it equal to the hypothesis, and finally, nor is it reducible to mere language, as Gorgias suggests, because language is only logos when it is preceded by thought or discourse that uses logos, that uses language, through language that follows discourse or thought, or though language that follows discourse or thought can then be described as logos. Logos, while having no explicit role in the divided line, clearly has a role, as Plato suggested in his letter. That role is clearer to us now, once we have seen how Plato describes logos in his other dialogues, and now that we have compared that to how he describes this movement from hypotheses to the forms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have some time to do questions, maybe answers. We'll move this back, and then if you want, maybe just pull the chair up this way, and then, because you're gonna have to share the mic. So what I'd like you guys to do, and gals, is ask your question beautifully and briefly, and I will repeat it for the sake of the live stream and recordings when I hear it. And then a reminder, hold the mic right where you've got it, not down the bottom. Okay, go ahead. Yes. I'll just quickly repeat the question. How does the literary element of the dialogues themselves, being plays, fit into the distinction that you made, Dr. Hartenberg, between the purpose of myth and rational argument for the parts of the soul?
I wouldn't be surprised if the symposium were a counterexample to his own theory, or his own account, anyway. So yeah, I'll start with that. It's so hard to. So I think the symposium is a failure, but Plato knows that. Because just paying attention to the story, he goes by himself. He tries to go with a friend. He ends up not arriving with the friend. He arrives by himself. He leaves by himself. It's almost as if nothing happens in the intervening period. Contrast it with something like the Phaedrus, where the speeches come first, and then, because it's too hot, they stay and discuss, and then they leave together. Whereas at the start they were separate. So how does these sorts of distinctions map on to the argument myth? Probably not very well. I mean, it's Plato's not. I don't think, and people disagree with me about this, but I don't think he's interested in sort of making sure that his account of logos and myth that Socrates and his friends argue about in the Republic carries over strictly into the other dialogues. Yeah. And part of this reason is, I think, as you mentioned, right, he's not wanting us to fall into, oh, I read about this over here, let me just apply it here, and then I'm done thinking. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yes. So, you both said that argument, the dialectic, can be gentle, but she's asking, but myth seems more gentle to me. Why is that?
Yeah, I think there's a variety of ways to answer that, but maybe one of the most immediate is just looking at the nature of your question, which in a certain sense is leading us into an argument, a development of the idea and a sort of discourse to attain the truth, but presented in a very gentle way. So I think there is kind of that connotation in the nature of the word argument in and of itself. In terms of the way that the intellect and the spirited part of the soul are related, I could speak to that, but I don't know if perhaps you would like to say more. Yeah, I think much like the entire cosmological order is harmonious, and that reflects itself in the human soul, there needs to be a harmony developed between those. And so there's a necessity for spiritedness in that one has to be willing to, in the first place, put in the effort to do the hard work, the arduous task of education and getting to philosophical thinking. And so in that sense, it takes a sort of courage or a sort of, spiritedness. But spiritedness left untamed turns into, just mere aggression. Something like military valor, of like the Silver Souls in the Republic. And so I think it's a matter of that proper harmonization and having the intellect rule, not simply subdue or dismiss the spirited part of the soul, but rule it and bring out its highest ends.
I'll add, I think I would put it the same point, but that the strengthening of the intellect comes relative to the strength or the weakness of the spirited element, right? So the judgments about whether something is weak or strong is always, is it weak or strong compared to this other part of the soul? And so since the intellect, on Plato's view, needs to be the strongest, although it can never be strong enough to keep desire in check by itself, that's what's making the person gentle. It's not a matter of personality, though, isn't maybe another way to put it, right? So you could have a really kind of aggressive, maybe personality, but I don't think Plato's thinking primarily in terms of personality.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you implying that if your spirit is stronger than your intellect, can be stronger, and vice versa, that there's a proportional relation between how strong one can be and the other?
I don't know if Plato thinks of it as a proportion. Okay, but I think he thinks about it definitely in terms of relative strength. Yeah.
So in other words, the strength of the spirit, as it gets stronger, the intellect can be stronger.
Yes, right. Yeah. And they're weak or strong with respect to being able to rule the soul. I mean, that's what they're, or rule the individual or something like that.
More questions? Yes, Winston.
My question is for Dr. Bianca. So you had mentioned that forces cannot be reduced to mathematical formulas. And I was just curious that if there's something in the nature of forces that really prevents them from being reduced to an equation, or do we simply not know enough in order to come up with an equation concerning forces? Because we can do that with spheres and triangles and sticks in the sand and so on.
Right.
So is it a matter of us not knowing enough, or is there something in the horse that prevents it from being expressed within mathematical terms?
I actually know.
Why isn't a horse a mathematical object?
I actually know the mathematical equation for a horse. But if I just tell you, you won't know it. You'll only have a belief. So you have to draw it out of me dialectically. No, in that example, actually, I disagreed with the guy. Well, I guess I disagreed with the guy, though, because I don't think the hypothesis level is limited only to mathematical expressions. I think the propositional statements can be used as well. So go back to Andrew Kern's earlier distinction between the qualitative and the quantitative. I think that they can be used there as well, but this scholar apparently believed that no, the hypothesis level is only for mathematical equations. Now, is there a mathematical equation for hoarseness? Probably. Yeah, probably.
Thank you. More questions? Yeah, Daniel.
Following up on the horse question, what is the potential mathematical equation for hoarseness, like to a materialist paradigm? Would be something like DNA coding, like we map the human genome. Would that be considered the materialist or the hypothesis or formula of human beings? Same thing with horses.
Does the DNA of a horse be considered a mathematical object?
I probably would, I mean, maybe that's how modern people might think of it. I would probably go with something more like the answer in the Timaeus, that we're actually made up of geometrical shapes, and that calculating those geometric shapes would be the, because I mean, in the Timaeus, he gives a lot of mathematical representations for all kinds of things within the cosmos, so.
Question.
Two parts. Do horses have agency, and can agency be mathematically formulated?
Do horses have agency, and can agency be represented mathematically?
That is outside the scope of my paper.
Yes and no.
All right. Questions? I see some people's eyes burning.
Have I exhausted my right to question?
No. Yes, Matthew.
I think this is for also the others. You mentioned in the symposium that dialectic has to proceed the logos. Is that what you said? And I'm just trying to go back to the symposium and ask, what difference would it have made if Socrates had entered into his recapitulation of Diotima's teaching immediately? In other words, can you flesh that out? What is achieved in that dialogue with Agathon that does the preparatory work?
Good. So it seems that Socrates wouldn't even really think of language as logos unless it's the result of the dialectic. So there has to be some sort of either silent dialectic that takes place in the mind for himself, or something with the party, before he's willing to call the language that follows logos. The no,
Hold
this-
at the top, thank you.
Really? Way up here? Okay. So the whatever story he tells, at least from his own perspective, he can't say those things as logos unless he has done that dialectic activity first. That he does it with them, I think, helps to establish for them that what they receive will be received as logos in this sense of language that has followed or been preceded by the dialectic. So I think it creates the space, at least, that what gets received, or the conclusions that are drawn from it, are closer to being what he would call the tied down belief in Gorgias, right? That it's belief, but it's being tied down because it's followed that dialectic.
More questions? Got some time.
Or, well,
go ahead.
so could you restate the question? It was.
I'm thinking very particularly about the symposium, but more generally, in the symposium, how does that represent the preparatory work that dialectic has to do for logos to be received as well? That's at least, I think, the claim of.
So there's a short little dialogue, and I'm not sure if this is what you're referring to, between Socrates and Agathon before he launches into the diatoma stuff. And there it seems like the crucial point that Socrates wants to get Agathon to is to hold on to the idea that love is love of something, and this something is what he asks Agathon to hold on to. And that seems the crucial part, at least to me. And everything else is, I don't want to say pointless, but I don't think Agathon holds on to that. One way of thinking of the speech is trying really hard to speak to Agathon on his own terms to get him to hold on to that. Yeah.
More questions? Yeah, please.
Just
So the question was about the significance of these places where someone recounts a dialogue, or right, and in particular in the symposium, the speech that Socrates gives concerning Diotima is exchange that he says he had with Diotima when he was a young student of hers. So I think it's a good point, and it sort of goes to your question about this strict division between argument and myth, because this is a common feature of Plato, right? So even if you think about Republic is a monologue, right? It's all Socrates. It's I went down blah, to the end, it would save us, right? He's recounting a dialogue, but it's not presented as a dialogue. And this is why translation matters, because some translations will just cut out the he said and I said, and it looks like a dialogue, but it's not. But then on the other hand, Timaeus is an actual dialogue, right? It starts off with, the 1, 2, 3, where's the fourth, but then somebody else speaks, and somebody else speaks, and then eventually it's just all Timaeus all the way to the end. So it's a monologue kind of embedded in a genuine dialogue, where the Republic is a kind of faux dialogue that presents itself as a dialogue, but is really just a single speech. And the dialogue between Socrates and Diotima is quite similar to that. It shares this kind of reported. What's Plato doing? Again, I think in general he's saying, think about these things, right? Is this the actual truth of what happened? I mean, they were supposed to have amazing, phenomenal memories, but Socrates really remembered every exchange from yesterday that took place over 10 books the whole night, right? That sort of thing. Yeah, he did? Yeah, okay. I want to say one other thing. I think I can put in here. So it's a question for you. So the way I read the Plato's description of thinking as sort of silent dialectic or silent question and answer, to me that makes it sound like the verbal question and answer is primary, and we define the silent thinking in terms of that. So the silent, thinking is actually in a way derivative. The real deal is the verbal Q&A and interaction. Would you agree with that?
That it is that way, or that we think of it that way because of the way we define them?
That's how Plato thinks of
Oh man, I don't know. Actually, I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I think we end up talking about it that way, so they feel derivative. They're just analogies to one another, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. When I was to follow up on your question, Dr. Schindler, when I was doing the research and thinking about it, I was focused more on the dialectic preceding speech. But I do think that it means something that he's recalling a dialogue in the symposium and in the Republic and in other dialogues, that there's a lot of it is just the recall of dialogues rather than the actual live engagement in dialogue. That in the same way, I guess, that Socrates, whomever Socrates was speaking to the day after he went down to the Piraeus, the day after the events of the Republic, he expected them somehow to understand justice better by having observed or been, heard this recapitulation of that earlier dialogue. And Plato expects us to learn something about justice, about the act of philosophy, the dialectic, by reading the retelling of a dialogue, because he records the Republic for us, right? So therefore he would have it demonstrated again in the symposium that even Socrates thought people could learn from just hearing a dialectic be retold. So yeah, I mean, I would say it that way, although that's not necessarily what I was thinking about at the time.
Can I ask a question about that? Is it possible that, for both of you, all three of you, but is it, just what you're saying, is it possible, it seems in the Meno, when Socrates is bringing the slave boy to some kind of recollection, that recollection itself is dialectical. Not that in the manner in which he does it, he brings the boy to recollection is, sure, but specifically that the recollection itself is a kind of dialectic between me and the knowledge that is within me.
It's that silent discourse. As he's trying to figure out what to say and to recall, as he's trying to recollect something, there's a silent discourse that's taking place. Diania? Yeah, I would accept that.
No, I don't think so. I mean, you might. I mean, my experience with teaching students is you ask them a question and then they sort of think about it and then respond. But I don't see the slave boy. The slave boy is just responding, right? I mean, Socrates. How about this line? Yes. How about this line? No, right? There's no. I don't see any thought preceding the responses on the part of the boy. So the dialectic, the recollection, just is the verbal question and answer there. Yeah. I don't know if thoughts about the Meno.
Oh, in the back, yes. Hank.
I have a question about Harvard Matt. In terms of which is prior and how we are defining this, the dialectic spoken between each other or the dialectic is within the mind. But if we think about how to learn language, don't we learn language through conversation, through conversation with the parents? So wouldn't that then make that a proper direction for the analogy of work?
That seems very Herodotus of you to say that the child development corresponds to this sort of big theory. It seems right. I love Herodotus, so yeah.
It sounded like a slur at first.
Oh, no.
Then you see the
Oh, no, Herodotus. Thucydides. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think Plato would probably be moved by these considerations. But again, just as much as the example of Socrates, he just never stopped asking questions out loud.
Yes.
Socrates is gaslighter? Is that what you... Oh, gadfly. That was going to be a new one.
Could you ask that Socrates...
Yeah, I think to some extent you could say it is dialectics, in as much as the thing for which he, is killed is questioning the sacred nomos of the city, which I think is, in some sense, essential to the nature of dialectics, that one is moving beyond myth and mere hypothesis and willing to really drill down into things. Yeah, so I think that would be fair to say.
Could one of you repeat her question?
Oh, no. Oh, was it the dialectics that got Socrates killed? Yeah. The charge is that he makes the weaker, one of the charges is that he makes the weaker argument the stronger. The interesting thing about that charge is that anybody can make it about any argument, because the argument that you value is going to be, to put it in Platonic terms, is going to be evaluated based on the part of your soul that you're committed to. So if I'm a belly-driven, an appetite-driven person, then any argument that goes against my appetite, I'm going to consider a weak argument. And if you do something to make it stronger, that's going to make me mad. And then same thing here, and same thing here, right? So the sophists were accused of making the weaker argument the stronger because they were making the belly and chest argument stronger. Socrates gets accused of making the weaker argument stronger because he's making the mind's arguments the stronger. So, I mean.
This question's for Theodore primarily. I think you briefly alluded to this, or at least suggested. It's very interesting that the Republic seems the more transcendent, metaphysical work relative to the Timaeus. But it's about a particular question, as you noted. And the Timaeus, in contrast, is about the whole of the cosmos. So I guess I just want to hear you say a little more about how you see the relationship between these dialogues. Any analogies you have in terms of how should we understand them as a pair of dialogues?
Yeah, can you explain more about the relationship between the Timaeus and the Republic as dialogues?
Yeah, so I think exactly that question of analogy is really central. And so in the same way that like in the Republic, in order to understand the human soul better, there's the entire exploration of the city, which in a certain sense is an exploration of the city, but foundationally is really an attempt to elucidate the truth of the human soul. And so I think that given the sort of harmonious character of the entire cosmos in which man has a place, not separate from the rest of the created order, but a real part of it, there's analogy maybe between all three, man, the city, and the cosmos writ large. So I think that, sort of method or a way of looking at it according to analogy is extremely helpful. I don't know if there's more to that question that you need me to answer. Yeah, maybe I'm wondering, like, what is the analogy? What analogies would you be comfortable using in the relationship between the Republic? So sometimes I thought the Republic is like the soul, and the Timaeus is like the body. Like that's one way to understand the relationship. One's metaphysical, one's about physics. I'm just wondering if you've thought about ways to sort of connect these two dialogues. They're obviously paired in Plato's thinking. Yeah, in terms of drawing analogies between them, I suppose I haven't thought of that too terribly much. I think at the end of the day, despite the fact that they're different in style and in subject matter, I think they're dealing fundamentally with sort of the same question, maybe by two different paths. And so in my mind, that's like the clearest element of unity between the two of them, that they're both seeking to attain the highest truth. And I think because they're a sort of narrative combo, they can't quite be understood just one or the other apart from each other. But in the way that you're phrasing it, I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about it much in that way.
The way that I've thought about it is the Timaeus, as the second dialogue, he says he opens it, it's taking place today. And the Republic opens with, I went down yesterday. So I tend to think of the Republic as a mythical yesterday. And it can actually, the two have a lot of similarities, but I'm persuaded by the arguments that the feast days that are mentioned make them, they're not talking in a literal sense about, although even though it seems like the first part of the Timaeus is, let's recount what we said yesterday, and that sounds a lot like Republic, up until they get to the part about the philosopher kings, and Timaeus totally flubs that. He's like, we didn't say anything about that. Yeah. So, but I think a mythical yesterday is the Republic.
As compared to what?
Compared to the speeches and the feast that they're going to get today. Yeah. It's also useful to remember there's a dialogue after the Timaeus, the Critias. But that breaks off in the middle. They don't finish that one. So,
Maybe one more question? Yeah, please.
Question for Dr. Merkberg. You presented the tripartite soul as in certain competition of different parts, fighting, struggling with each other. And I think in one of your answers you made some comment about reason is never so strong that it can simply dominate the rest.
Yeah, how do you explain the difference or the squaring it? Yeah, the competition between the three parts of the soul and reason being invincible in the Protagoras.
I don't have a good answer. I wonder if Socrates is being hyperbolic in the Protagoras. That one's a kind of, it's a mixed setting in that they say they want to hear him talk, but he also wants to hear from Protagoras, and so there's a kind of antagonism there. I also don't know if Plato is always concerned to make Socrates consistent on these things, and you know as well as anyone the scholarly debates behind all of this. So, I mean, maybe there's a sense in which you can finesse it that reason is the most powerful, just because it's, even if you live a horrible life and you never reason for a minute and you're just led around by desires, your reason, your intellect, in whatever condition it's in, that's what's going to be left when life is done. So maybe that, but it's a good question. Thank you for it.
Sure. Well, I was going to give you a little bit of a longer break. Okay.
Alec, there was
Oh, yeah, and Katie. Go ahead.
It's possible that I'm just completely misunderstanding. So but there's something that seems odd to me in this description of the logos as defined by necessity, something that follows the dialectic, because then it's temporal, and that means that the definition of logos is that it precedes this other thing in time, which means that the listener, the recipient of the logos that has followed the dialectic, must also undergo a dialectic to receive it. There's no passing then of the logos from one to the other without the dialectic, which means the definition of logos is time bound rather than eternal. And it seems inconsistent to me that Plato would define logos in such a subjective way.
How do you reconcile the seeming temporality of having logos be preceded by the dialectic?
I have no answer, but I just wanted to say, I love how these questions are like, I could be totally wrong, and then she just destroys us.
Yeah, it's a very intriguing question. I'm not sure if this is a totally sufficient answer, but I think there might be different senses of priority, and so we might be able to say that the logos is prior to dialectic with regards to the student or the person, but not in and of itself, in as much as it pre-exists as a fundamental element of the cosmos, or as a thing to be received by the student. So I don't think that's an entire answer, but maybe the start of something.
Well, logos has being, so it's not temporal and time-bound. It's not changing, so it's not that. He's not defining it that way. I think what he's saying, what he might be saying, is that when we use words, the closest we can get to those things being truly logos is when they follow silent discourse or silent discourse. That if we speak words before that, then they're not logos. They're not trustworthy as logos. They either aren't or we don't know. But if they follow it, then they're more logos.
So it's more about epistemology.
In that case, yeah. Let the Aristotelian ask a question.
Yeah.
You said that at least Socrates suggested that there are people not worthy of the dialectic. And my question then is, are there people who are by nature not worthy of dialectics? And if they are, is there a substitute for
Are certain people not capable or worthy of dialectics, and do they get a plan B?
Yeah, so speaking the voice of Socrates and not my own, I think he would say, yeah, the many are not capable of dialectics or of true knowledge. It seems to be by nature, yeah, and I think according to the myth of the metals in the three different types of souls in the Republic and what that really represents, yeah, it seems that he truly believes that the many are not capable of true philosophic reasoning. So I think the substitute that he sees as pretty effective for most people is those likely stories or those myths, which are modeled on the truth and presented in a way that doesn't require dialectics, and so while it is not a direct intellectual apprehension of the thing in and of itself that the student has attained on their own, it's nonetheless not entirely untrue because it's modeled on the reality. Yeah, so from Socrates' point of view, I think that would be sufficient. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's our time. I
Well,
know.
so I would say,
I just got bulldozed.
yeah.
All right.
Yes,
into everybody's
but
time.
I would take the opposite view by circumstances, and the myth of the three metals is a lie. It's a lie.
Yeah. I think for Socrates, nature is something that we have because of circumstances, so I actually would marry the two. And then these two, they're ideas, they're ideas. And they, and would argue that, or I think I would say the same thing. I think he's presenting the myth to somebody who is eros-driven, low-level eros-driven, Glaucon, and Glaucon would have to, if he's honest, would have to admit that he's a bronze soul, but doesn't. And then Socrates continues to elevate him to the silver, or tries to at least, gets him up probably to at least silver and approaching gold through the dialogue. So I think that the myth is not meant to describe his full understanding of reality as much as it is to be a dialectical partner. I mean, a thing to be engaged in dialectic with as they go through the dialogue.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Your 15-minute break turned into a 11-minute break, counting down as I continue to speak so slowly. No, we'll start at 12:05. Give you an extra 5 minutes. It's 12:05. Thank you.
So I'm also giving comments on him.
Okay. Next year it'll be better.
We just need to be really careful
Yes.
about calling people doctor when they aren't
This is good. We should do this every week.
That was amazing. It was so
Katie, I'm including you for our dinner plans tonight. I've got to book a restaurant somewhere.
okay.
No, you're not coming. We don't want you to.
Travis about it.
I don't know. No one's helping.
Matt, we need to
Yeah, the whole thing. Would you be speaking? Okay.
Hi, everyone. Just a 3-minute warning. 3-minute. Look at me. Stop talking, Andrea and Kirsty. 3-minute warning. We're going to begin.
It is my privilege to welcome you to this session and to introduce Dr. Schindler. I had the privilege of meeting him last summer, but before that I had the privilege of reading his books, seeing some YouTube videos, and as I said before, I think he might be the greatest living theologian, at least in the English-speaking world, because who knows what's beyond that anyway. The book that they'll be discussing is Retrieving Freedom, and Dr. Schindler has done an extraordinary job of exposing and clarifying where, for a very long time now, we haven't been naming freedom rightly. And so we're all going to be blessed by this, and I think our lives will be enriched by the discussion. So, Dr. Schindler, thank you so much for being with us. Do I give this to someone or turn it off?
We'll start with Dr. Mary Froden, and then we'll just go.
Thank you. This is not the right thing to do. Will this work? Okay. So I want to thank the folks at CERSI for the opportunity to respond to Dr. Schindler's important work, Retrieving Freedom. And thank you, Dr. Schindler, for this insightful book. That is a gift not only to academics who wish to teach the contours of Christian freedom, that is to say, freedom in its truest, most complete form, but also to all thoughtful lovers of freedom. Many of these lovers of freedom perhaps steeped in liberal political ideology may find the theses of this book uncomfortably but fruitfully jarring. As a political theorist critical of liberalism, I didn't find this work jarring so much as revelatory. The vision of freedom presented by prominent political theorists lacks the philosophical and theological richness of Schindler's work. I want to start then by retrieving freedom in dialogue with some of these received notions from political theory. Schindler's work is one of tremendous philosophical depth, whose reading demands intense contemplation. I'll start with a distillation of what I perceive as the central takeaways from the frame of the book, which lays out contours of the synthesis between Athens and Jerusalem, that is, genuine or Christian freedom. Schindler neatly summarizes the essential contribution of the Greeks to the Christian synthesis. For Plato and Aristotle, actions are free to the degree that they contain truth and goodness. Schindler notes that for the Greeks, the basic shape of a free activity is a departure from and a return to a governing origin. The Platonic contribution recognizes that free action is always a giving birth in beauty. The most revelatory portion of Schindler's introductory frame is his explanation of the Jewish conception of freedom. He cites Exodus as a decisive moment, defining the Jews as a liberated people. Schindler's reflections on mercy and covenant serve both to advance his argument about the place of the Jewish vision of freedom in the Christian synthesis and to spiritually nourish the reader. The Israelites are liberated, or holy, meaning set apart, because God is holy. And these are some of my favorite lines that almost kind of induce one to pray. Schindler writes, "The freedom of the people of God is a continual turning back to the origin, a religio, freeing from the old ways in which one has fallen into living freely in the will of God." And then he writes, "Mercy indicates the abiding presence of God, who is never simply finished liberating." And then of covenant, he says, "The covenant is God not simply acting on history, but entering it, binding himself to the world and the world to himself." So in Christianity, then, we find the best of both worlds. The Greeks and Jews come together, he says. Freedom is either a belonging to the good for the Greeks or a belonging to God for the Jews. Of course, to be added to this is the Christian contribution of the doctrines of the Incarnation and the Trinity. In Christianity, the Logos becomes incarnate and available to all. These features of the Christian vision lead Schindler to claim, one, freedom is Christianity's gift to the world, and two, the reality of freedom will be threatened to the extent that Christianity is rejected in the world. In turn, Christianity has fruitfully received sources from Jews, Greeks, and Romans, so there must be a recognition of the traditionality of Christianity, which reclaims and holds together all these sources. While Schindler writes on the more abstract philosophical level, one might wonder what the political implications of that statement are, to say that freedom is Christianity's gift to the world. Especially, what might that statement politically mean in a society that takes religious pluralism as a given? Schindler argues, then, for a relinking of the term liberty to its etymological cousin, liberality. This means recognizing the generosity of God in his gift of creation. Maximus the Confessor is singled out for understanding this givenness of nature, which is the manifestation of God's liberality. Living in receptivity to the source, nature, is precisely what constitutes liberty. Duns Scotus, on the other hand, comes in for criticism precisely because he overturns this understanding and clears the path for the disintegration of the Christian synthesis. For Scotus, the givenness of nature is the exact opposite of freedom. Scotus sees the will as indeterminate and spontaneous, and not as participating in the givens of nature and tradition. Looking forward then to the third installment of Schindler's trilogy of freedom, we can expect a return to the vision that the givenness of nature and the givenness of tradition must be recognized as fundamental elements of freedom. Having provided, and I hope, fair and charitable recounting of Schindler's project, and I'm open to corrections, I want to engage with two well-known political theorists who are known for their work on liberty and liberalism. The philosophical richness of Schindler's insights on human freedom writ large can lend greater clarity to these conceptions of political freedom. So Sir Isaiah Berlin, in his 1858 essay, Two Concepts of Liberty, contributed a seminal distinction between positive and negative liberty to political theory. His framework remains, for better or worse, the basic starting point for discussions on the meaning and value of political freedom. Negative liberty we are quite familiar with. It is the freedom of license, or as Berlin puts it, freedom from the interference of state authority. When we think of negative liberty as exemplified by the Gadsden flag, that's the yellow one with the snake that features the slogan, "Don't tread on me." Positive liberty represents the thicker conception of freedom. For Berlin, it represents the freedom to, or the ability to pursue and achieve one's goals. It can also be conceived as self-rule. My response to Berlin has always been to note that, in fact, the self-rule of positive liberty, that befitting rational creatures, requires judgments and limits. That is, it is best lived in accord with the truth. The limits set by truth, i.e., like Aquinas' first precept of the natural law, that X is good and to be pursued and Y is evil and to be avoided, are particularly important in a post-lapsarian world. After the fall, as a result of original sin, humans struggle to use their freedom to grow in virtue. It's much easier to use freedom to feed one's base desires. We see this in Augustine's Confessions and his reflections on sin, particularly his examination of his theft of the pears, where the sinful desires of pride, curiosity, and idleness are ultimately desires to be like God. Freedom used in service of the appetites is actually no freedom at all. As we learn from Plato's Reflections on the Soul and the Republic, the tyrannical man is the least free because he is a slave to his passions, while the philosopher, who possesses knowledge of the good and orders his life in accord with reason, is the freest and happiest of men. This thick notion of freedom, rather than being in opposition to and stifled by the truth, is thus in need of the truth about human nature and the good. Berlin's positive liberty, in contrast to the true freedom Schindler outlines, is essentially personal autonomy and the pursuit of one's goals, divorced from the necessary grounding in nature and tradition. As Schindler writes, man finds his freedom in conforming to God's holy will in the laws he institutes. Additionally, retrieving freedom introduces a whole new dimension on how Berlin's negative and positive liberty distinction is misguided. Berlin repackages more of the same mistaken notions of freedom. True human freedom consists of both negative and positive liberty. As Schindler puts it, there are two movements. A negative one, the removal of the state of slavery, like that which we see in Exodus, where the Jews experience a freedom from or elevation out of slavery, and a positive movement, as when the Jews experience freedom for entering the Promised Land. Freedom is thus a liberation and a gift. In the Christian synthesis, the liberation is from sin, and the gift is our adoption as sons and daughters. For as St. Paul tells us, for freedom you were set free. The other theorist Schindler's work put me in mind of is Patrick Deneen and his groundbreaking 2018 book, Why Liberalism Failed. Deneen argues, essentially, that liberalism's success has been its failure. His basic argument is that the individualism on which liberalism is based undermines the social solidarity needed to maintain any government. So individualism, as Deneen conceives it, is essentially selfishness, and it's ultimately self-referential. In individualism, freedom is all about me and my choices without regard to nature or tradition. Where I believe Schindler and Deneen can have a fruitful dialogue of a sort is in hashing out precisely what is wrong with liberal individualism, like to go a little deeper. And I believe Schindler might say liberal individualism presents a false picture about what constitutes human freedom. It's based on a false anthropology. Liberalism, quote, liberates the individual from nature and tradition, which is actually no liberation at all. Schindler, too, cites Brad Gregory's The Unintended Reformation for showing the consequences of tradition being shattered. Not only the hyperpluralism of modernity do we get, which Gregory cites, but also, Schindler says, we get an absolute monism imposed by tyrannical liberty, tyrannical liberalism, which pretends at neutrality. Schindler will say that all pieces of tradition ultimately have to be kept together, and any one fragment in isolation will present a distorted view of freedom. And one final kind of passing thought, when I started out reading this book, I always like to check out the reviews and what people thought. Maybe I shouldn't do that, and it biases me or something, but I did look at the University Bookman Review, that's a publication of the Russell Kirk Center, and almost as expected, towards the end, the reviewer was concerned and saw it as a shortcoming that Schindler did not answer the question of, well, where does America stand in this? And what about the American founding? Did they get freedom right? And so the reviewer says the founders did maintain this Christian synthesis, essentially, that Schindler was laying out. And so he's concerned that the idea that the founding is primarily Lockean is a troubling idea. He'll say, the shortcoming of Schindler's thesis is that he fails to apply it to the tradition of American liberty. Critical of John Locke's individualist metaphysics and contractarian politics, Schindler seems to dismiss the American founding as inherently a modern project. He seems to believe this regime is at odds with the freedom of the ancients he so ably articulates. And so I would ask if Dr. Schindler would respond to that. Does he dismiss the American founding as an inherently modern project? So where does it fall on this categorization of freedom? And then the review author concludes saying, the founders may not have often encountered Plotinus and Bonaventure, but the great ideas of Western civilization had come to them through the classical education they enjoyed and the great literature they read. One cannot but hear an echo of this tradition in the Declaration of Independence's invocation of, quote, the laws of nature and of nature's God. And when I read that, I laughed, because last night Dr. Schindler gave a talk to our undergraduates about America as a theological political problem. And there he actually cited that line, the language about the laws of nature and nature's God, as coming directly from Spinoza. So actually the thing that our reviewer thinks is indication that the founders are steeped in the classics is actually an indication of Spinozist language more than their love for Aristotle. So anyway, I thank you, Dr. Schindler, for your very exciting book.
So I really appreciate this opportunity to read and respond to Dr. Schindler's book. There's a chapter 4 in the book, which is about the philosopher Dionysus, and my comments are going to be related to that particular chapter. Because I started to read the book, and then I got stuck in a good way in chapter 4. And I got stuck in this sense that there are lines in there in which he explains, no, this is the correct way to understand, or a better way of understanding a line like the one St. Paul gives us, not I live, but Christ lives in me. And I had thought, I understand that. And then I read the book, and it turns out I have not understood that, at least not in its fullest sense and meaning. And I realized what I had done is that I had ignored the first 3 words, not I live, right? I don't live, I'm dead, right? Then how am I alive? Well, Dionysus has a way of explaining the deep metaphysical underpinnings of why I don't live, and yet, in some sense, I live with Christ in me. So I'm very grateful for that. I also appreciate, as a philosophy professor, the foundation in metaphysics. I do have some questions about that, though they are questions of a very general level, and not particular to Dr. Schindler's book, but in general to books like this, in the sense that I'm maybe perhaps by nature or training, indoctrination in some sense, skeptical of long books telling a big story, because it turns out that I really like the book, except for, and this is actually not true in this case, but it has been, except for the part that I think I know something about, and then the part that I know something about, or at least think I do, I think is kind of wrong or misguided or not telling the whole story. But the rest of the book is wonderful. And so I tend to wonder, well, is that because I don't know enough about the rest of the book? And if you show it to a specialist in those fields, they too would have this same sense? And my experience as a scholar has been, yes, that happens to everybody's big book on a long story telling a grand narrative. And so I wonder what to make of a book like this in terms of its big story. How should I understand this and accept it, especially if I have sort of nitpicky details, right, that I have more questions about or even disagreements with. So I would appreciate, and right, it's kind of like, I don't want to give orders, but I have genuine questions, and how am I to understand this? Is it kind of a likely story, like Timaeus gave, or should we take it with some more definite truth than that? So Dionysus, to kind of summarize what the chapter 4 is. Dionysus is concerned with concepts of freedom, of power, of nature, of salvation. There's also an excellent section on eros, love, that I won't say anything about really. Nature, according to Dionysus, is the original reality of things given in their creation. Nature is the original reality of things given in their creation, and salvation, right, in a way follows from this account of nature. Salvation is simply the preservation of nature. It's the preservation of things in their original place and their original condition. And original, right, I mean, one recurring question I had in this chapter was this distinction, and I don't know if it applies to Dionysus, between nature and grace, right? We're perhaps familiar with the Thomistic idea that grace perfects nature. I didn't read the chapter on Aquinas, so I didn't get that far. But so I wonder if something like Dionysus's nature already includes within it the work of grace, or the accommodation of grace. Because in a way, only God, right, is something that surpasses nature, at least as I understand it. There's nothing, in other words, created that will surpass nature on Dionysus' account. Dionysus also has a couple things to say about freedom, and these are in keeping with the general thrust of the book, that freedom is not simply the power to choose in some untethered way, but that according to Dionysus, freedom is generative superabundance. Generative superabundance. And both of those terms, and even the super, are meaningful there. Right? So generative, right? Freedom brings things about. It's not inert, but it generates. And it doesn't just generate meh, right, as the kids would say, right? It doesn't just generate stuff, right? It generates superabundant stuff. And the abundance and the superabundance are important, right? So it's not just that God is overflowing and generating things, great things, but that the things that he himself generates themselves generate others, right? So there is the idea that freedom as generative superabundance means everything created is the result of God's generative superabundance. There is nothing that's apart from that. But also that everything created possesses a degree of, at least, generative superabundance itself. One question that Dr. Schindler raises, and that I myself had further questions about, is if we say that freedom is not at all or not so much about the power to choose, but that it is rather this generative superabundance, where does the element of a personal God come in here? Because we identify, I think, very strongly the idea of a person with someone who is aware and someone who is making choices on the basis of some sort of awareness. So I maybe want to illustrate this. You might be familiar with the novel "The Place of the Lion" by Charles Williams. Charles Williams, known, I don't know if it's pejoratively, but the third inkling. But Charles Williams, in his novel "The Place of the Lion," tells a story in which the Platonic archetypes begin to manifest themselves in our world. So I'll try to be spoiler-free, but there's maybe a Place of the Lion reading club meeting afterward, so I don't know. Depending on your disposition to Platonism, this story about the Platonic archetypes beginning to manifest themselves in our world might sound like awesome, like this will be great, or it's like, well, okay, I mean, what's math really going to do to me? So, but it turns out it's neither of these things. In the novel, it's mostly devastating. And it's mostly devastating because these archetypes are mostly indifferent to human life. For example, one man has a rapturous experience of beauty and subsequently loses the will to live. He dies. Sorry, that's not a big spoiler. But because he gives up. Like, he's had this experience of beauty, and it's so overwhelming. This divine, superabundant archetype is so overwhelming that he stops eating, he gives up the will to live. Or other people are burned up in a super intense fire because the phoenix archetype makes a fiery nest in their home. Right? Their home, and the lady accidentally lights a match. She's not aware of the inbreaking of the archetypes into her realm of existence, and poof, right? Her home becomes a fiery nest for the phoenix archetype. There are other archetypes which seem to have possibly some care, but it struck me as I was reading this novel a few months ago that these archetypes are mostly indifferent. And I wonder if that is the kind of image, right, that comes to mind when we find it hard to conceptualize something personal about, say, the God of the philosophers, right? Yes, they're great, they're divine, they're awesome, we can have great conferences talking about them, but when it comes to life, they're mostly indifferent, and that doesn't mean we're left to our own devices. That just means we get crushed by them because they don't care, or they're not even aware of what they're doing. I will say part of the resolution to this, it turns out our world is not consumed by the inbreaking of Platonic archetypes, but the part of the general problem is that, or the solution is that these archetypes must be led back to their proper realm by someone who, like Adam, knows their names and can speak their names. Now, also considering the question of salvation, there's a funny line in the book which I recall. In the midst of these manifestations, there's a character named Richardson, and he's walking down a street, and he's walking past what we would call a Bible church, a non-conforming church. And one of the members of this small little Bible church comes out and says, "You'll excuse me, sir, I know it's old-fashioned and you quite a stranger, but are you saved?" Like, I grew up in a home, in a culture, in a church where that was a very common and well-understood question. At least I thought I understood it, right, until I read this chapter. And now I think I understand it better, right? What does it mean to be saved? It means to be kept in my original and preserved in my original nature. There are some other issues or questions I have about the relation between Jewish, Greek, and Christian traditions. The one thing that made a lot of sense to me as I was reading it is, what if we just drop the assumption that Plato is not a Christian? Lots of things tend to slide into place if we do that. Now, I'm not saying that's correct. I have real hang-ups about saying that. But it occurred to me that that Plato, for example, his language is echoed in the New Testament. Well, this is where there's a catch. He doesn't have a very high regard for the priestly dimension of life. But now it occurs to me that, so maybe the real problem is Socrates, because the language of Socrates is also, right, in the New Testament, and Socrates does have a very high regard for the priestly dimension of life. These are the questions and the ideas that I was left with. And then one last question is, suppose that Dr. Schindler is right and that the correct account of freedom is not merely the power of choosing, but generative superabundance. Well, what's the significance of denying that freedom is the power to choose? And I think there is, right, and I think Dr. Schindler agrees, or at least Dionysus agrees, there is a human power to choose. It's just that we ought not identify that or call that freedom. But then, if there is such a human power to choose, how can we repurpose that, or what's its appropriate place within this overall framework of freedom, nature, salvation? Thank you.
I as well am grateful for the opportunity to review Dr. Schindler's book. As someone working in secondary education, a classroom teacher, I wanted to reflect upon how such a book might fructify in that realm. It's not going to happen by giving my high school seniors his book to read, but it seems to me, I'm always asking this question as I read these books, or books like this, how can I make what's good in here available to those who are not yet ready for it in its direct form? So I have titled my review, The Just Man, Justices and Educators' Downstream Appropriation of Schindler's Retrieving Freedom, the Christian Appropriation of the Classical Tradition. In Acedia and its discontents, metaphysical boredom in an empire of desire, R.J. Snell examines the visions and actions of Judge Holden, a character in Cormac McCarthy's Blood Meridian, a novel that explores the violence endemic to nihilism. Snell argues that Judge Holden, by his violence, enacts the modern view of freedom. Holden considers that essence of any kind and entails restraint and imposes thereby an unacceptable limitation upon his will. Because he demands in principle and in fact absolute power to determine essence and meaning, he must destroy any being with an integrity he cannot manipulate or control, embodying thereby one aspect of what Schindler calls the diabolical character of modern liberty. Because Holden equates liberty with power, he enacts what Schindler, describing Goethe's Faust, calls a necessary contempt for limits and the rejection of order, the refusal to participate in a whole greater than oneself. The possessor of power, in this case Holden, is at odds not only with himself, but with all other things. Such a person is turned in opposition to anything and everything real. So the judge condemns to destruction everything that eludes his control, enacting a nihilistic violence wherever he goes. Holden, says Snell, demands the violation of things as an act of final emancipation. Reflecting upon this demand, he observes, freedom is for us now an idol, and our conception of freedom is so absolute that we increasingly perceive limits as illicit and impermissible. So total are the demands of our new God that even our own human nature is thought a trap. Judge Holden demonstrates how intolerant of limits modern liberty can be, so intolerant that even material laws, even our own bodies, may come to seem prisons which we must remake or escape. Of course, reality always reasserts itself, thwarting eventually our attempts to denude creative beings of their integrity. However much we may resent the givenness of things, however loudly or violently one may pass judgment upon it, condemning it to the tyranny of an opposing will or to the fantasy of a resentful imagination, what is and is what it is. Though we are powerful enough to wreak havoc upon our world with, for example, our nuclear weapons, as McCarthy imagines us having done in his novel The Road, or to maim our bodies in pursuit of an identity we will never achieve, we cannot finally create and sustain an alternate reality. Nihilism will fail, but on its way to failure, it may destroy much that is good. Thankfully, we need not couple our car to this runaway train. In retrieving freedom, the Christian appropriation to the classical tradition, Schindler reminds us of a different possibility. Tracing the genealogy of freedom in the West, Schindler exposes the intellectual roots of fanatical modern liberty and recalls a vision of freedom in which what is given can be received with gratitude as the context within which both ourselves and our world are, by our free choice, brought to fullness of being. If hate, which demands conformity of the hated to the hater, both feeds and flowers from the roots of modern liberty, love, says Schindler, which is a conformity of the lover to the beloved, lies at the root of the Christian conception of freedom. With special attention to Aquinas and to John Duns Scotus, Schindler anatomizes these two possibilities. Via Aquinas, we can acknowledge the priority of actuality to potency and lovingly bring to fruition the world that shall be from the world that is. In this way, argues Schindler, free human action on things is simultaneously a coaxing out of things, a possibility that is not yet expressed. Or, via Scotus, we can submit actuality to potency, implying thereby that each existing thing is but a dim, dusty, and unsatisfying instance of a greater, more desirable, always changeable possibility. In this view, concludes Schindler, freedom represents a wealth of possibility in relation to which every actuality is a kind of restriction, a relative poverty. It is, of course, this latter vision, stretched well beyond anything Scotus intended, which contributes to the diabolical character of modern liberty. Fortunately, Schindler promises a third volume, in which the diagnosis of his first and the genealogy of his second will culminate in a robust vision of liberty that recognizes the priority of act to potency, while preserving the spontaneity of genuinely new and undetermined acts of choice, acts which originate in the individual soul, but which are, nonetheless, responsive to the deep goodness of reality as it is given to us. A fully adequate philosophy of freedom, observes Schindler, would deepen the paradoxical unity of nature and person, actuality and potency, spontaneity and receptivity, and goodness and power. But this possibility remains a task to be carried out. If successful, Schindler will give us a philosophy rooted in love. For, as he says, at the heart of the Christian vision is an affirmation of the absolute compatibility of person and nature, spirit and substance. The reciprocity of persons in the Trinity, each of which is definitively and absolutely itself and not the others, coincides with the absolute simplicity of the divine being. The unoriginate fontality of the Father is not a hierarchical priority, but is relational from the very origin. A fully Christian philosophy of freedom then will imply and enable a different kind of judgment upon the world than that pronounced by Judge Holden. It will, like Thomas philosopher Joseph Pieper, enable us to say of the world and of all its particular beings, it's good that you exist. It's good that you are in this world. It will enable us to love small particular things, small particular places, even small particular people. In short, it will justify such love as that spoken by the Reverend John Ames to his own son in Marilyn Robinson's Gilead. It's your existence I love you for mainly. A love which he extends then to the town of Gilead and even to the humble prairie. I await this volume with hope. In the meantime, I wish to reflect upon some practical questions arising from my encounter with Schindler's work, questions that should concern anyone who is responsible to form the hearts and minds of young human beings. First, how do we, reconfiguring our own understanding of freedom, help our students to understand, embrace, and embody a freedom rooted in the love of what is given? For example, each year in my literature and philosophy class, we study the idea of freedom. I begin this study by asking my students what is meant by the word itself. Invariably, they articulate some popularized reduction of Lockean Scotistic freedom, the idea that freedom means doing what one wants when one wants, with nothing and nobody, to interfere and tell one no. Because the school in which I teach is grounded in the Christian tradition, we pretty quickly come up against the conundrum this definition poses. For if freedom means simply doing as one pleases without regard for what is or what ought to be, if this rendering of the definition exhausts the meaning of freedom, then the Christian faith impedes liberty, does not nurture, cultivate, or enable it. Pretty quickly we realize that if we are going to be both Christian and free, we will have to develop a truer understanding of this idea. Precisely here the trouble arises, as my students cast about for an alternative only to realize they do not have one. This problem raises for me another question. Why are the implications of Scotus's philosophy of freedom in their popular pedestrian form readily available to my students, while the vision and implication of Aquinas's philosophy of freedom, though it addresses a problem they feel deeply, unavailable to them in either philosophical or popular form until and unless I offer it specifically to them? What has made one triumph over the other in the popular imagination? A triumph which matters as it is from popular levels of understanding that the world is mostly run. Although Scotus comes later in history than Aquinas, the Thomistic tradition has never died out, so mere chronology cannot account for the ascendance in culture of potency over act, which ascendance raises another question. Given the power of popular culture to enact a catechism which undermines any catechism employed by Christian and classical educators, how might we make the Thomistic vision compelling and powerful enough to shape human living, so to speak, all the way down? It surprises no one to hear on our music platforms a pop song that articulates a fanatically libertarian vision of freedom, in which potency, especially as regards sexual desire, takes priority over actuality. Consider as just one example the song "We Can't Stop" by that ever so profound philosopher of freedom, Miley Cyrus. It's our party, we can do what we want. It's our party, we can say what we want. It's our party, we can love who we want, we can kiss who we want. Pardon the language, we can screw who we want. Bet somebody might get some now. Such a song embracing such a view of freedom is nearly ubiquitous, for it expresses the modern understanding of the self as a thing free because it is undefined in pursuit of its own pleasure. Cyrus articulates proudly the pleasure-obsessed point toward which the high-minded philosophy of Scotus and Locke, when absorbed by the popular consciousness, seems inevitably to bend. What matters in this song is not who, in the dense givenness of their being, actually stands before another in the dense givenness of their being, but what sort of unforeseen sexual experiences might arise out of a party. Conversely, it is difficult for me to imagine a chart-topping pop song which articulates a Thomistic alternative, something in the spirit of Gerard Manley Hopkins' joyful creation-affirming poem As Kingfishers Catch Fire. As kingfishers catch fire, dragonflies draw flame. As tumbled over rim in roundy well, stones ring. Like each tuck string tells, each hung bell's bow swung, finds tongue to fling out broad its name. Each mortal thing does one thing and the same, deals out that being, indoors each one dwells. Selves, goes itself, myself it speaks, and spells crying, what I do is me, for that I came. I say more, the just man justices, keeps grace, that keeps all his goings graces, acts in God's eye what in God's eye he is, Christ. For Christ plays in 10,000 places, lovely in limbs and lovely in eyes not his, to the Father, through the features of men's faces. Here is a deeply Christian view of self relating in its freedom to all others. Each thing dealing out in surprising ways that which it is, selving itself by that which it does, becoming what it is by enacting its own being. The just man who justices becomes thereby the just man that he is. He enacts a justice which opens space for all things and all people, a space wherein Christ plays, lovely in limbs and lovely in eyes not his, to the Father through the features of men's faces. Hopkins' vision is beautiful, alluring, and warm, even festive, while Cyrus's vision, despite her songs posing as a celebration, is essentially cold, resistant, a fist raised in defiance of anything that would limit her will. Her song ends, in fact, with the lines, "We run things, things don't run we. Don't take nothing from nobody, not even one's own being, not even from God himself." A sentiment whose implications McCarthy's Judge Holden unfolds in all its bloody horror. Yet, however willing my students are to accredit Hopkins over Cyrus, at least at the personal level, they seem incapable of imagining a society in which Aquinas, rather than Scotus, or Hopkins rather than Cyrus, form our communal conception of liberty, from which we might shape our common life. So if, by and large, we accept Schindler's argument, we implicate ourselves in a difficult but significant task, that of forming within ourselves and our students a richly Christian vision of freedom, in contrast with the vision that seems everywhere else ascendant. Without the work of scholars such as Schindler, we lack the necessary intellectual foundation for this work, both his exposition of the act potency reversal, as it appears in Locke, and his elaboration of its genealogy from Plotinus to Scotus provide invaluable conceptual and historical foundations from which to act and think. Yet, if love is the root of this vision, love finally must seed and cultivate it. Thus, we who educate young human beings, who are themselves learning how and what to love, must set this vision forth in a way that is alluring and attractive. Through our own rhetoric, through the music, literature, and art that we lay before them, we must convey the beauty, the loveliness of what is given, nurturing in them a receptive gratitude that will incline them to grant priority to what is over what could be, to see in the structure of the world, even in its resistance to their wills, an integrity that arouses their respect. This is love, says Catholic educator and theologian Luigi Giussani, when one's own fulfillment, one's self-realization coincides with affirming others. And we must help them extend that respect to their own bodies as divine gifts of themselves to themselves, to the gift of human sexuality as a profound source of life, to the gift of other beings, human and non-human, as things that by being loved enable them to realize their own liberty to be, which arises in relationship with all that is. For as Hopkins reminds us in another of his poems, the world is charged with the grandeur of God. Seeing, loving, and affirming that grandeur must become the understood root of fruitful liberty. Thank you.
So what is there to say? I wanted to thank, first of all, the three scholars here who have patiently read a big book, a long book, telling a big story, or parts of it. It's not often that one gets to engage with one's own work and generous and thoughtful scholars in a sort of live setting. So this is a real privilege, and I want to thank all three of the speakers. I'm hearing the presentations for the first time, so I don't have an ordered set of comments. I'm going to try to engage what I was able to jot down and try to put it in as much order as possible. But I also would like, I think it would be most interesting for everyone here to engage in a larger conversation. So I don't want to take up too much time. I'd like to hear your questions and comments. But I'll go in order. First with Professor Imperato. I was grateful for her account of the thesis of the book, especially with the background of the criticism of liberalism. That's something that I have engaged in other books, but not really in this one in particular, but I think it's an important horizon to make sense of what's going on. The key, as she was explaining, that the key argument, there are a couple of keys. The first one is this trying to hold together what seems to be in competition, at least on the surface, that I've articulated in terms of the Greeks and the Jews. With the Greeks, to put it really simply, is freedom a participation in eternity, or is freedom the generation of what's new? And those don't seem to be immediately compatible, but it seems to me that that's what Christianity offers. We have both the eternal metaphysical inheritance from the Greeks, and then also the historical narrative of the Jews, that the promise is directing us to the future, or the remembrance of the Greeks, the recollection, carries us to the eternal. Both of those are essential to freedom. And it seems to me that there's a tension there, and it's not an accident that tension has over time, because it's so paradoxical, has had a tendency to fragment and to go into bad directions, and you end up with a kind of a determinism on the one hand and a kind of mindless spontaneity on the other. So that's the basic theme. And looking at the attempts to do this through these particular figures. Now, Dr. Imperato mentioned a couple of figures that she thought of in relation to the argument I was making. I'd like to just address them both very briefly. First is Isaiah Berlin with this idea of positive and negative freedom. When I used to hear my father talk about positive and negative freedom, he was always a champion of positive freedom, and I had always assumed that was what Isaiah Berlin says. But if you read him, it's the exact opposite. He thinks that positive freedom tends to be threatening, and the best that we can do is to open up the possibility to give a kind of priority to freedom from that enables us to make our own choices about what's good. Now, I think that's a radically problematic vision of freedom. But the problem is, I was always unsatisfied with the answer, simply to say what we need instead of negative freedom is more positive freedom. We need not to have choices, but to direct our choices to something good. We need not to, it's not enough just to have this unlimited power. We need to set limits to it. That always struck me as inadequate, and it seems to me that that dichotomy tends to take for granted a shared conception of freedom in its essence as indeterminate power, and then argues about whether it should be limited or unlimited. And it's from that perspective that positive freedom, this idea that we should have limits imposed, can seem threatening, because we're thinking of freedom in terms of power and therefore competition. And the point of the book was to try to dig as deeply as possible back into the roots of our tradition to find a genuine alternative that really, really requires, I think, a radical paradigm shift. And at the heart of it is this recollection of, as was mentioned, liberty is liberality. This idea that freedom there is a novelty, but the novelty. Think about what the organic image of begetting in the beautiful that Plato has. There's a begetting, so there is a novelty, something new. When a free act generates something that the world has never seen before. But looking at it from the perspective of this tradition, we see that the novelty is not does not arise from cutting oneself off from one's source and generating it totally out of oneself. Generation doesn't work that way. It's precisely in receiving the gift of what is given that then one becomes fruitful in choices. And it seems to me that that's a very different way of thinking about it. In this case, then, things like truth are not in any sense at all a threat to freedom. It's precisely what energizes freedom. Andrew spoke this morning about the energy of the Logos. That's actually what, another way to talk about that is freedom, actually. Now, in an earlier book, I put this notion, this Christian notion of freedom in contrast to the modern as the symbolic versus the diabolical. And the etymology there is really crucial. It seems to me if we think of freedom in terms of this generativity, it connects us. There's something that the exercise of freedom, we understand ourselves as bound together and that those bonds actually helping us to become more fully ourselves, more fruitful in our activity. The diabolical is where freedom is understood in competitive terms, where if if the other person is free, that's going to threaten my freedom, and so the best we can do is to negotiate some sort of peace compact. We shouldn't get into those negotiations. We need to go deeper to the roots. And the deeper roots requires, I think, recovering the classical tradition. And that's where now finally the question about what would one make then of the American founding. It seems to me it's a really interesting question. It's a difficult and complex question. But it seems to me that whatever good that there is in the American founding, and I want to affirm that there's always good. There's to eyes that can see, there's always something to be discovered. But what I would want to emphasize is that whatever good we find it as precisely as the reception of the culture, the history, and therefore the tradition that precedes us, and a sense of that tradition being authoritative. So that's one question. I mean, for me, the question is, were Americans grateful to the English? That's a complicated question, isn't it? Okay, so anyway, but that might be something we can talk about. Okay, next, Professor Hartenberg. I was relieved that his account, his logos of my book was a gentle logos, gentler than it was to Plato's Symposium, which we heard was just simply a failure. I thought that's what he's going to say about my book too. It's just a failure. Fortunately, it was gentler than that. I find it interesting that he focused on the chapter on Dionysius, because in a way he's the least obvious choice that I made of the figures to study, because he doesn't seem to present any sense of this power to choose. It's so sidelined in his thought. And one of the arguments I make in the book is that he himself is sort of marginalized in this discussion precisely because we have lost a sense of freedom as fruitfulness. And if we begin with that, he actually stands out as a central figure. Now, the way I read him in the book then is precisely in light of the comments I made in the beginning about the Greeks and the Jews. There's some debate about whether he is, Luther, for instance, Martin Luther was contemptuous of Dionysius for having, in a way, adulterated Christianity by sneaking too much Greek philosophy into it. And I tried to read him in a very different way, as actually he is retaining a fundamental Greek insight that I think is essential, but he doesn't do it on its own. He actually informs this through the biblical tradition. So Dionysius is best understood as bringing together the Greeks and the Jews, and not a choice of the Greeks over the Jews. That being said, I also in the book argue that it's not fully adequate on its own. And I do think that there are elements of the personal dimension of God, the kind of dialogical. I mean, one thing that you would never have in Dionysius is something that stands out, for instance, in Augustine, where he's speaking in this dramatic encounter between himself and God. That kind of thing you don't really have in Dionysius because of the depths of the metaphysics, and I think it ought to be there. But Dr. Hartenberg is absolutely right to say that doesn't mean that he ignores choice. He does think that human beings have choice, but for him, choice is a function of. It's not the definition of freedom. It's entirely a function of this sense of freedom as fruitfulness. One way to think about this, what place does choice have in freedom? If you think about freedom as something like this giving birth in the beautiful, if you think of freedom as to put it really simply, falling madly in love with the good, where does choice come up there? When you fall madly in love with a person, the first thought that doesn't come to mind is options, choice, right? If you think of choice, you think of your choice entirely as how through my act of will can I get closer to this person? And so the choice does have a role there, but you see it's entirely at the service of this reception and being fruitful in the good, true, and beautiful. Okay, finally, I'm going on longer than I said I would. I'll try to be brief. Finally, with Dr. Mitchell's really beautiful presentation, I found myself thinking, envying his students. What a privilege to be in a classroom with someone who would unfold literature in that way. I found it very moving, and was very grateful for his characterization of the connection between love and freedom that is the point of the book, and I think he really got to the heart of that in an extraordinary way. So he asked the question, well, in a way, his question is about the teacher's appropriation of the Christian appropriation of the classical tradition, and how do we bring that about? How do we make the Thomistic vision compelling? And those are, and I am sure that he has some great answers to that question. You can tell. I don't think I would be very successful teaching high school kids. I participate in homeschooling at home, and with varying degrees of success with my own teenagers. We're getting somewhere, though. We are getting somewhere. But it seems to me one of the things that would be crucial is when talking about freedom is beginning with the question, what do you find most meaningful in your life? If you were to ask students, think of the things, maybe name the things that you find most meaningful. And you can imagine the kinds of things that they would say, but certainly they would say something about their family, probably, maybe their faith. But you begin with the family, and you ask, okay, well, what role does choice have in your family? And what role does choice, in fact, have with these things that you find meaningful? And are they meaningful because you chose them, or are they meaningful for some other reason? And I mean, it becomes clear, you start to see that you would rather have these meaningful things in your life than to have a power to choose. That if you wanted pure lack of constraints, you should find some way to drift out in outer space, right? There's nothing constraining you there. And that makes all of your movements completely meaningless and pointless. And that, it seems to me, is something that wouldn't be too hard to bring home. But I wonder, with pop music, I think it's important that we not lose the fact that however bad it gets, we can always find a longing for freedom in this deep sense. There's always going to be, notice even the Miley Cyrus song, I'm thankful that I have not heard it before. But quoting the end, it's we run things, right? There's a sense that you need to have, at least there's a desire that there be a we there, that it's not just isolated subjectivity. There's almost always something that we can work with. I don't think you can ever get away from it. Nevertheless, it's to come back now full circle to the beginning of this about the criticism of liberalism. It seems to me that the interpersonal engagement that we have, student and teachers, that can only go so far. I have come to realize much more in the last 10 years than I ever did as a student, the importance of the political. I used to have contempt for the political. Now, why? Because I realized that the basic questions about the meaning of life do get determined on the larger scale of politics. Politics are about the meaning of life. And if we don't also address these, one of the reasons that we have trouble making Thomism compelling is because we live in a regime, to use the Platonic language from the Republic, we live in a regime that has absolutized a certain kind of power and a certain notion of freedom, and that has set the horizon for all of our discussions. So it affects us, and it informs our imagination in ways that we might never, rarely sufficiently realize. So we need to also engage the big story. In addition to engaging, we need to raise these basic questions about, and receive the tradition, raise the basic questions about the meaning of the whole, both theologically, philosophically, but also politically, and try to receive the great tradition, which is the precondition for freedom. So, thank you, and I hope I didn't go on too long.
All right, and that gives us 20 minutes for the audience to participate in the discussion. There we go. I will be up here to pass the mic, so I'll be moderating as Alec did in the last session and just summarize your questions for the panel or repeat it for the microphone, for the recording, for those at home. So who has a comment, question, anything that you would like to send towards the panel up front? Yes. So let me just summarize that real quick for the recording. So how do we take Hopkins' vision of reality and express it for our students? Is that just for one individual? Can we do it for a class as a whole? And how would you do that?
And let me make sure were you also asking about how that vision may get translated out into the larger society? Was that part of your question? Yeah. Well, part of the reason I posed the question and didn't answer it is because over the years I find it to be just to come up against this problem without a solution. I mean, the simplest answer I would give is give them the philosophy, the theology, give them the text, give them the poetry. And the beauty of it will draw them. The problem is also what I mentioned and what Dr. Schindler mentioned, is that culture is a catechesis, and it is incredibly powerful. And the time we have as educators, even though these kids think they're in, it's all day long and, all their childhood, and even as I think, church bodies, we just are not, be careful how I say this. The grace of God, the Spirit of God is powerful, but we just don't have their ear most of the time. My own children, in many ways, right? I find myself struggling to get them even to understand this vision of the world. As far as a larger social acceptance of it is, I think, so to go back to, is it Dr. Imparato? I want to say your name right. Her point about Berlin. And one of the reasons that Berlin was so afraid of positive freedom is because he saw it through the lens of the Marxist and fascist regimes of the first half of the 20th century. And so he recognized in that, I think rightfully, a faux version, a facade, a fake version of positive freedom. Another French philosopher, Jean Moreau, of that period pointed out that that nationalist and fascist political parties in Europe took the place of the conception of the good or the conception of God. And then Jacques Maritain, I can't recall the text it's in right now, talks at some length about how a political order can create institutions that encourage the binding of the person to the transcendent order without imposing a particular one. And there's the rub for me. Maybe this is just a long way of saying I don't know. It has to come from within. Like, this is a thing that has to be persuaded, or it will be murderous. And that is not to say that its alternative is not, in the end, murderous, as I think my talk implied it is. But the good has to be recognized. And so, I guess to come to the end of my answer to your question, I would say I'm in teaching, in laying these things before my students, I'm taking the best crack at it I know how. And I don't yet have a good sense of how this goes from little gatherings, right, to something that is seen as life-giving, by our nation at large.
Would you like the microphone?
Yeah, thank you. With respect to the general criticism of my not interpreting the founding correctly in this book and the other book, there were a couple of reviews that I was shown that made that argument. The American founding isn't in the index. I never mention it. I mean, that's not what the book's about. It's a strange criticism to make in that regard. Now, there's a deeper point, which is, in fact, what would one say given this perspective? And it is the view of freedom in the end isn't simply Thomistic. So I think Aquinas himself, there's certain things that Scotus can bring out of Aquinas that are not sufficiently prevalent. So I want a more nuanced reading of that, but it is very much incompatible with the Lockean social contract theory. Absolutely incompatible. I mean, in a way, that's the thrust of the argument. Now, what does that mean? It's incompatible not because it's against things like individual liberty and those sorts of benefits that one can point to from a Lockean vision, the argument would be that it implies a sense of the political that would secure precisely those goods much better than Locke can. I think there's in the end, a Lockean political theory undermines individual freedom. And I think we're starting to see that in all sorts of ways. There's a kind of what's a kind of an appropriation of the individual that we see in our culture that I think is in a way a fruit of an individualistic sense of the political that was unintended but very real. So it's not meant to be integrated with that. I think it's an alternative. Now, does that make it impossible given the fact that our political horizon has been set by classical liberalism? The argument that I would want to make is that classical liberalism has always been parasitical. I mean, that's the essence of it. And that means that there's something even more profound than the classical liberal vision, even in classical liberalism. And so there's a grounds for overturning it, even inside of it.
Yes. Mr. Matt Bianco. Dr. Michael.
Freedom is choice paradigm, will it collapse on its own? To some extent, aren't they just replacing nature or God or somebody who's limiting my choices with this thing inside of me? I'm really on the inside and that's forcing me to make this choice. Right? There's something else that's imposing itself on me. So once we try and play this freedom as choice thing for a while, might collapse on it, really?
So is the idea of freedom as choice necessarily going to fall in on itself?
Would like to hear from the other panelists, but just one quick comment. I mean, it seems to me it has already collapsed on itself. I mean, I think we're witnessing that, and it seems to me when I was young, there was much more appeal to those kinds of things than there is now. One gets a sense of despair. The problem is that we're replacing it with something much, much worse in the broader culture. We've got these really angry radicals, frustration that I can completely sympathize with, but because we've eroded the sense of the tradition, I think we've lost guidance in replacing it or finding a solid way out. So I think we're on the brink of something quite frightening in the popular culture.
I wonder how you might define collapse. Would it be some kind of cultural collapse or some sort of reactionary movement that would take over? I'm not sure about that, but I think we have evidence of even on an individual level, people living like freedom is just about a succession of choices and then coming to see and regret it. And actually, I'm not sure what year that Miley Cyrus song was from that you were quoting, but I've been hearing on the radio, because my kids put on some of the popular music, and Miley Cyrus has a song that says something like, I know I used to be crazy, I know I used to be fun, that's all right, I've had a good run, that's because I used to be young, something like that. And she has another song that she regrets some of the things she wore. She's saying she's kind of not young anymore, and she kind of learned, there's a certain sort of growth there from having experienced what she did and how she used to live. So anyway, but that's just one instance. And then there's plenty of instances of, people who determine that they're one gender and then regret that move. So there's just all sorts of choices that the culture only allows us to make that in hindsight, we experience it and realize this is unsustainable, right? And so there's sort of individual level collapses, people realizing they've gone too far. But how do you inculcate in someone, that this is going to be a bad move for you without them having to experience it? And that's where I think cultural and political change has to occur on a mass scale. Because I don't think, I want my kids to have to experience all sorts of horrors, to have to realize what the truth is, rather than kind of take it from me, right? Take it on authority.
Again, I would want to know collapse and sort of ask those sorts of nuanced questions. But in general, I think no. I mean, because human beings are like individually and even collectively like pretty robust, like pig-headed, if you want to put it a certain way. Like we'll make it work, even if it's a bad idea. I mean, that's just sort of what we do. It'd be nice if our ideas were better. Maybe they would work a little better. But I mean, so, and this kind of gets at my question about like the story that, or if it is a story, unsure how to, because so there's Greek philosophy, but then there's also Greek history. And I had a professor who liked to remind everyone that the Athenians opened their sort of government, right, with who wishes to speak in the assembly, right? That was like the open, right? Who wishes, there's no sort of Robert's Rules of Orders or any really sort of order. It's a matter of who wants to speak. And okay, now it's your turn. And if you can get the votes, you can get the votes. If we send the expedition to Syracuse, we send it. If we decide it's a disaster, we decide that. If we change our minds again, we do that, right? So did they collapse? Yeah, sort of, but not really. Yeah.
I think the machine will run for a long time. That is on one level comforting, because if we're talking about a collapse in the sense of a culture-wide actual, say, armed conflict, there's a horror there that is unspeakable. On the other hand, the fact that the machine may run for a long time means that our children, our grandchildren will continue to have to come up against this rub again and again. And I think a lot of people will just never sort of, get their head out of the water. Yeah, that's maybe what I would say. I would say that the hopefulness then, it would be that, sort of that mustard seed image of the kingdom of God, right? That these little places where a richer vision of life is buried and planted and coming to fruit and providing some shelter, some respite from the brutality of this other vision. So I don't feel like I have very good predictive powers, and I'm not knocking anybody. I never feel like I'm good at saying I know what's going to happen in the political realm. Some people do. So I could see, I would not be surprised by something really horrific, and I would not be surprised by the machine continuing to turn for even centuries.
Do we have any other questions? I think we have 4 minutes before lunch. Yes. Right, so is true freedom possible outside of Christianity, and is classical education possible outside of Christianity? Both of those, is that correct? Okay.
So a variation on Dr. Imperato's question about collapse, I mean, depends what you mean by Christian. I mean, all of the words in that question, I would say. So one thing I would respond is, if Socrates is a Christian, well, then the kind of point is moot. But is he? I mean, then, so now we have the conversation. Yeah.
One of the arguments I make in the it's the end of the first chapter. I argue that freedom is the gift of Christianity to the world, and that sounds like just a kind of a facile phrase, but I gave that one a lot of thought, and I actually am increasingly convinced of it. But as I argue there, we have to take all the words seriously. One of the words is gift to the world. That in a certain sense, to give something is to give it away. It's no longer simply yours. There's a certain sense in which one can find elements of freedom everywhere in the world. But I would want to recall that they have their roots in Christianity, and make the really strong claim. That's because freedom has a distinctive shape, a distinctive nature, a distinctive character. These things are essential to it, and the things that are essential to it, so it's a normative argument. The things that are essential to it have their foundation in the incarnation of the second person of the Trinity in history in this particular moment. So it's a paradoxical, in some sense, freedom is Christianity and freedom are inseparable. In another sense, though, it's been given all the way into the world, and so there's no need to deny that somebody like Socrates expresses is a kind of epiphany of freedom in a special way. So I think we're done.
Thank you all very much. I would like to, right before we eat, I know you're starving, but we're feeding your soul, so relax, you'll be all right. No, I would like to invite Dr. Joe Wysocki up to speak. They're our gracious hosts today.
I will be very brief, and it's only because I have meetings this afternoon that I can't be with you today. My name is Dr. Joe Wysocki. I'm the interim provost here at Belmont Abbey. I serve as the dean of the Honors College. When I was dean of the Honors College, I could spend all day with you, and now I have to do really boring things like make sure we're in line with federal aid compliance, and it's bad news. But I want to just say three things. One is the announcements first for this evening. The building you can see right behind me through those windows, which is St. Leo's. Right? The third floor is Grace Auditorium. That is where the reception and drinks will be tonight at 8. So you just go out, go to the top of that building. It's just a massive auditorium right in the middle. Number 2, I know there's drinks going on up there. Down here, around 8 too, so you can mosey back and forth. There will be a bluegrass jam, which is something we do every Friday night. There will be some monks, there will be some students, there will be faculty, and you are most welcome to attend that. It is a whole lot of fun, so I hope that some of you will do that as well. Not to take you away from that, but you have these kind of two things going on here. Very much in the spirit of the Circe Institute. Number 2, I want to say, so delighted to have Circe here. We've been associated with Circe for so many years. You can see I wore my best Andrew Kernish type of outfit today. I made sure I would do that. We are delighted to have you here. And I mean this in a non-pandering way. Thank you for the work that you do, all of you. I think the renewal in the United States for whatever we can save in the United States and in the church. The work you are doing is absolutely integral for that. I mean it. The most important political problem, I'm a political scientist, I know, but the most important political project and fight right now is what manifests itself as a result of these conversations. So please keep doing it, keep going back to your communities, bringing what you get here, and thank you, thank you, thank you. Finally, I would just say a couple of things. For us, my little two-second sales pitch, the Dean of the Honors College, our Honors College, is a 4-year Great Books program taught in the Catholic intellectual tradition that you can pair, you do 4 years with a cohort, build a community, and pair it with any major at Belmont Abbey College. So you can learn accounting so that you can support your family. This is important for young people, to support their families, along with reading Plato, Augustine, Aquinas, Dante over the course of 4 years. So if you have young, what's that? We read heck of a lot of Locke, man. That's all we read. Locke and Foucault. It's great. It's good for the soul. Please, if you have children, Susan Brandolini, our assistant, will be in the back at our table. If you're interested in that, I urge you to consider sending your children to us for 4 years. The other is that, as some of you may know from CiRCE and emails, we have just launched a Master's in Classical Education that we will be beginning in the fall, and we're partnering with the CiRCE Institute, the ICLE, people who have done the CiRCE Teaching Apprenticeship, which is an excellent program, as some of you know. Can get 12 graduate credits in our 30-credit graduate program, which is something that you should also ask us about. So I will be in and out the rest of the day and maybe a little bit tomorrow, but if I don't see you, thank you again, and God bless. Go get something to eat. So.
Thank you. Let's bless the food. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts that we are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen. Lunch is in the back, buffet style, and then we will be back in here at 2:30. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We have a 5-minute warning, and then we're going to begin. So. Sound is. Oh, it's on. And then you can wear this is a microphone. Okay. For during a modern question. Okay. It's easier for you to walk around. Okay. Then we can just pass that. It's off. You just flip the top up. How are you? Good, yes. Yeah, it's really exciting.
Did I hear you wanted to talk to me about music at some point? You mentioned
We should talk about that, yes. Yes, we should. For the conference, yeah. That'd be great. Okay, so he's got all that.
Test, okay. All right, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a friend. Our next panel is on the quadrivium, thus enabling Andrew to shorten his talk this morning. He didn't have to address the quadrivium because he gets to do it now. Our four panelists for this afternoon session are Dr. Elliot Grasso. Our three panelists for this afternoon are Dr. Philip Johnson, that handsome guy to my left on the end. Alec Bianco, my beloved son in whom I am well pleased. Handsome guy to my right. Andrew Kern, president and founder of the Circe Institute. Just the guy on my left. And Dr. Elliot Grasso, another handsome guy to my right. They will be presenting on the quadrivium, but before we turn it over to them, I have a couple of giveaways. Who can raise their hand first? Oh, there you go. All right. You got it. Yeah. Would you like to win a copy of Arthurian Fables, Legends of the Round Table, or a book of essays and reflections in honor of Andrew Kern called Liber Amicorum, a Latin title, but there's only one reflection in it that's in Latin. The rest are in English. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Who let her in?
And then, I don't know how to do this. Whose favorite book of the Bible is the Gospel of Matthew? Wow! Horrible. You people are horrible. You're teaching it right now? Here you go. Congratulations. All right. We will begin with Dr. Elliot Grasso.
Thanks very much, and thank you, Circe, for affording me this opportunity this afternoon to speak with you. By a show of hands, who experiences music primarily in live performance settings? Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to play for you before we talk about music. So that is Irish traditional music, and it's fitting to start with some traditional music since I'm going to talk about the relationship of art and tradition and education here. So my purpose is to investigate the relationship between all these things and what it means to live a good life. My central question is, how does practice with the patterns of the art of music help students of the liberal arts to live good lives? My answer: a good life is marked by good decisions, and good decision-making is an art. All art requires a blend of discipline and sensitivity. It takes discipline and commitment to understand the boundaries of fundamental patterns, and it takes sensitivity and flexibility to apply those patterns in the context of our lives. Though common patterns emerge with great frequency, each situation is unique. Consequently, it takes skill to see how and where to adapt patterns appropriately. Music is a time process art in which performers make second-by-second decisions in response to unique contexts. As such, decision-making in music performance has an immediate existential character that mimics the decision-making processes in other areas of our lives. Thus, training in music enhances one's sensitivity to the nuances of patterns. With thoughtful practice, the student of music can learn and transfer these patterns beyond music to other domains of life. So what does it mean to live a good life? As creatures made in the image of a moral lawgiver, we are fundamentally moral beings. To be a moral being is to be capable of making moral distinctions. In exercising our moral capacity, we are personally responsible for our moral distinctions and our commitments. And ultimately, we are accountable to God, who is our just judge and merciful King. Those who are interested in living lives that are pleasing to God will be interested in what God recommends for human flourishing. So what does God recommend? God asks us to love him and to love our neighbor. According to Jesus, these are the two great commandments upon which all of the law and the prophets hang. To make a good decision when it comes to others is to make a loving decision. A good life is grounded in loving others well. In 1 Corinthians, Paul writes about the character of love. Love is patient, love is kind, etc. St. Paul's words describe the pattern of the character of love. And love truly is an art that requires sensitivity to the invisible patterns of mercy and forgiveness, along with the discipline, wisdom, strength, and courage to live them out. As an art that uses invisible patterns to significant effect, music can help us become sensitive to the invisible patterns that will greatly enrich us as souls in progress. At the heart of it, part of what it takes to make good decisions is the ability to recognize these beneficial patterns and transfer them to new situations. Though God has given us his word, exemplars in the faith, and the Holy Spirit, loving others well can be a challenging art that takes a lifetime of practice. If it were easy, everyone would do it very well. The question is this: considering the general patterns of our shared humanity, yet everyone's particular personhood, how can we become disciplined at transferring the transferable, while also becoming sensitive to noticing where patterns are unique and variation called for? How can the liberal arts in general, and music in particular, aid us? A definition of art. The liberal arts constitute a broad, deep, holistic educational program designed to help students learn and practice beneficial patterns. The 7 liberal arts fully integrate to train students to recognize beneficial patterns and transfer them from one context to another. In so doing, the ultimate goal of the liberal arts education is to produce artists. An artist is one who practices art, but what exactly is that? Art, as I will define it here, is the generation, observation, or manipulation of meaningful patterns in a skillful way. That is, the generation, observation, or manipulation of meaningful patterns in a skillful way. To illustrate my definition, imagine that you go outside on a summer afternoon to draw an oak tree. You observe the arrangements of essential elements that constitute the tree: branches, leaves, acorns, and trunk. In so doing, you observe the pattern of an oak tree. You attempt to generate the pattern with a pencil on a piece of paper. These elements, when arranged in a particular pattern, are meaningful. They are supposed to mean oak tree to anyone looking at your drawing. The more skillfully you observe and generate these patterns with pencil and paper, the more clearly the pattern that you have generated means oak tree. A person who perhaps has not seen your oak tree, but who has seen other oak trees, can correctly identify your hand-drawn pattern as oak tree. Now imagine that you are drawing a fictional landscape. There are hills, meadows, birds, and an oak tree. Using your pencil and paper, you can manipulate the elements of oak trees that you have observed in reality and create a totally new oak tree, one that does not exist in nature and which no one has ever seen before. In so doing, you have translated the pattern of oak tree to a new context, your fictional landscape. This is the essence of my definition of art: an ability to apprehend general patterns so that they can be transferred between particular contexts. With this understanding of art, how does the practice of art transfer to a liberal arts education? A student of the liberal arts gains a kind of experience by proxy as she reads through a wide range of literature that presents a variety of worldviews. A worldview is a pattern, a framework through which we interpret the meanings of events and encounters. A worldview is an interpretive pattern whose calibration to truth impacts how one navigates reality. In reading classic works, the liberal arts student observes general patterns, from particular contexts in order to see how those patterns might apply to her and her own particular context. To extract a general pattern from a particular context is a skill that involves many hours of practice dedicated to judging rightly between essential and incidental elements. Let us return to the oak tree example to understand the difference. Imagine that the oak tree you see in nature has someone's initials carved on the trunk. In distinguishing between essential and incidental elements, you must realize that first, the carving is not a natural part of this tree, and second, man-made carvings are not a natural part of any tree. Thus, though the carving is now technically part of this tree, it is a non-essential incidental element. Unlike the man-made carving, leaves are an essential element of an oak tree. However, it also takes experience to know that an oak tree only has leaves under particular conditions. The tree must be alive, healthy, and alive and healthy during particular seasons of the year. A sick or dead oak tree with no leaves in spring still exhibits the pattern of an oak tree, just as a live oak tree with leaves in summer does. One experience of one oak tree is not enough to have a fully developed understanding of its pattern. Given the possible variations of this pattern, it will take many experiences with trees to understand which elements are essential to the tree and which are merely incidental. Interacting with a wide variety of patterns to see how they work is a crucial benefit of a liberal arts education. Given that Christians encounter a wide variety of contexts in which we are supposed to apply the patterns of Christianity, the practice a student gets from a liberal arts curriculum can be very beneficial. Imagine two students who are both reading the Gospel of John. When asked, what was the essence of Jesus' life and ministry? The first student answers, sacrifice, while the second student answers, carpentry. Clearly, the student who answers sacrifice has a better grasp of the pattern. Distinguishing between the essential and incidental elements of a pattern is critical because whatever we deem essential will take priority and have the greatest immediate impact on our mindset, words, and actions. As moral beings, we are responsible for what we decide to be essential or incidental to a pattern, and we take action based on what we believe to be true. Interpretive decisions become existential ones when they govern how we live out our lives. Though interpretation is an art for which we are responsible, interpretation is also an ongoing process. Our criteria for what is essential to a pattern might change over time. The point is that we can adapt and refine our concept of a pattern as appropriate. Now, this is not a recommendation to avoid having commitments or to hold all things tentatively, or that man should be the measure of all things. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that if we are really interested in what is true, it is sometimes appropriate to revise our understanding. That is what learning, in fact, amounts to. If we never revised our understanding, there would be no difference between the mindset of a 6-year-old and a 60-year-old. In considering the importance of distinguishing between essential and incidental elements of a pattern, let us consider a distinction between two mindsets. One mindset is that of the artist. The other mindset is that of the technician. Now, before I begin comparing these, please note that I am not going to use the term technician. I am going to use the term technician in a very particular, narrowly defined way. In normal conversation, the term technician often refers to people who work in technological fields, communications, medicine, utilities, manual labor, contracting work, the sciences, or vocational training. But this is not who I have in mind when I say technician. When I say technician, I mean a person who holds a particular mindset about patterns. There are technicians and artists in every field and discipline. A violinist could be a technician, and an X-ray technician could be an artist. An accountant could be an artist with data and spreadsheets, while an architect could be a technician in the way she approaches design. To illustrate the difference between an artist and a technician, consider an example from baking. Imagine two bakers using the same apple pie recipe. The first baker cranks out salty apple pies for a whole week. Her customers complain, saying that the pies she's been selling are inedible. Customers even bring their pies back so she can taste them for herself. The baker refuses to taste them and stubbornly asserts that she has followed the recipe to the letter. She ignores their complaints and continues to make salty apple pies. Her business declines. The second baker, following the very same recipe, hears reports that her apple pies taste terrible also. They are too salty. The customers bring the pies back. Unlike the first baker, she tastes them and confirms that there is indeed too much salt. Immediately, she sets about adapting her recipe until her apple pies taste wonderful. Business booms. In this example, the recipe is the pattern. Which of these bakers is the artist and which is the technician? One is committed to baking from the recipe, while the other is committed to food tasting good. On the surface, both bakers' pies look gorgeous: golden crusts, glistening filling, and pristine lattice work. They both perform the actions of baking, but with very different mindsets. The artist is the baker who has an adaptable, responsive approach to the pattern and who cares about how her approach to the pattern impacts a broader context. The technician is the baker who has a rigid and narrow mindset and whose approach to the pattern disregards how its application will impact a broader context. The artist is disciplined about process and is sensitive to nuance. The technician is disciplined about process but is resistant to nuance. The artist is flexible in applying her understanding to new situations, while the technician is rigid. Where the artist adapts, the technician standardizes. The technician is interested in what is most convenient, comfortable, and familiar, whereas the artist is interested in what's true and is committed to achieving a good outcome even if it makes her life more complex and less efficient. Now that we have a working understanding of what art is and what an artist is, consider what it means to practice music as a liberal art. In the 6th century AD, Boethius made a music-related artist-technician distinction in his work, The Fundamentals of Music. He posited that there are two mindsets with respect to music. In one instance, there is the musician who understands what he is doing with music. In another, there's a musician who practices music without understanding. Boethius writes, Eliot, you have 1 minute left. In short, music was part of the liberal arts. That's what I get for playing music, isn't it? Terrible. Terribly inefficient. The music was part of the liberal arts because of Pythagoras, that the function of music was to train someone in the art of rational pattern recognition. Music was not for consumption, it was for practicing. And in so practicing, one became well acclimated to the discipline of the body. One became well acclimated to seeing where it was that they fit in the broader cosmos, unlike the modern perspective where man is at the center and all of nature is to be bent to him. The ancient view is the opposite, where it is man who is to do the bending to the order of reality. If we do these things and practice music, we can be transformed into better human beings. Thank you.
My friend Aristocles was given his nickname for a couple of proposed reasons. Whether it was broad shoulders or broad learning, I don't know. But I think I was hopefully gifted with one of them by nature, and I aspire to the other. So you will bear with me if in the course of this discussion I make a series of unsubstantiated claims. Just trust me. When we think of logocentrism, there's in the background a context addressing issues of hermeneutics, perhaps a relativism or a realism. And in this talk, I want to also leave that in the air generally, but specifically look at the modern fields of information theory and cybernetics, and then take us on a course through the history of Platonism and then into Christian Platonism to see if we can glean something from these new fields, and if they are appropriate to the tradition or if they're something dangerous, perhaps even digital. So, show of hands just quickly, if I say cybernetics, does anybody have a bearing? I have one. Okay. This is helpful. This is helpful. It is actually a Greek term. Early 20th century, information theory is developed by a figure named Claude Shannon. The basic premise is that we can take written language and symbols, we can encode them, you do some mathematical operations, perhaps with some electronic gates of sort. You may imagine a process like involving a machine such as this, where I have keystrokes that do some electronic magic that transmit words that maybe were in my head, and they now have fantastic dictation features, so you can speak into them, and they turn into digits, bits, binary digits, if you will. For those of us that are familiar with the tradition and love our words and love our books, we may view such a process maybe something mathematical, maybe something mechanical. Perhaps the antithesis of someone who likes books, the antithesis of a process that we would want to experience information with for someone who likes books. Perhaps it is even an unword or an anti-word to deal with the digital. The argument that I want to make, though, is that this process is indeed mathematical, but it is objective, it is reasonable, it has reason or ratio, pardon my non-rhotic skills, buried within it. And that this is affirmed by the tradition, that the logos itself is mathematical. And that since this operation of transcribing information into binary digits is also a mathematical process, it is one with a participated logos. And then finally, I want to make a move from once we kind of build a, let's see, if we have long books with broad stories, if I tell a 15-minute story and I convince you that the entire world is full of logos and logoi, and those are digits, perhaps I can also convince you that this gives us a picture of where our end as human beings are. So, on to the details. As I mentioned, information is meaning encoded in messages composed of symbols. And I want to key on that word symbol. Some of us, we like symbols that look like letters, Latin script, or maybe Greek, but some of us don't like Hindu Arabic symbols. But they are, in all cases, symbols that have reference to something. Symbols can be transmitted and received. If anyone is watching at home, there has been some type of symbol where my image and my voice have been transcribed into some type of electronic information that's traveled through the magic ether and then has been received by a device of yours, decoded, and then you see an image of myself and hear an image of my voice. So these symbols are transmitted. They can also be dispersed. Sometimes we don't have clear signals. Sometimes there's things such as noise, as we've all gotten to experience today. And they can corrupt the symbols. If you disperse these symbols into the plenitude, into the medium, that is a lowering of the quality of the signal. We would use the term such as unity to describe a crisp signal. So if there's a clear transmission, there's a type of unity between sender and receiver. And I'll pick up on these themes of unity and dispersion more strongly as we go along. A good mathematical quantity to encapsulate unity and dispersion is that of entropy. So when I say information, there is a technical definition to this. For those of you that are eager to know, it is the logarithm of the combinatorial probabilities of the sets of symbols. If you will, if I wanted to send the word queen, we'll forget the binary digits for a moment. If I just wanted to send the word queen, let's say you don't know what word I'm going to speak, and let's say I spell it out, Q-U-E-E-N. Before you know the first letter, there's a one in, and let us presume, flatter me, that all letters have an equal probability of being used. The poor Q and x are not used as much. But there's a 1/26 chance that a q is going to come out of my mouth. In reality, it's far less. Once the q comes out of my mouth, I think, someone help me, but I think it's a 100% chance that a u should follow. And then a pretty high probability that I'm going to get a vowel next, right? And so you start to combine these probabilities by multiplying them. And then when you take the logarithm of that, you have what is defined as information. And there's some fascinating quantities that parallel into thermodynamics with other types of entropy, if you will. And I want to note in passing that the logarithm itself is a fantastic little function because it takes multiplicative inputs and it leads to additive outputs. So that's why it was so effective and useful. The log of x times y is log of x plus log of y. It's great for multiplying huge numbers. The term itself, if we were to use Latin instead of Greek, is ratio number. Logos is ratio, arithmos is number, and we can thank a 17th century Scot who spoke Greek for this term. I can get into why the log is the integral of 1 over y with respect to y, for those of you that are calculus fans, okay? So information, we have logarithms and ratios, and we can do some crazy math to get these symbols in. This is early 20th century. Mid-20th century, we have the development of cybernetics. So this is where we take signals, and then we introduce the concept of feedback. So this, I don't think, is feedback. Let's see. We got our audio engineer prepared for me now. Okay, so feedback is when you feed the output signal back into the input of a device. And this is when you typically get the high frequency sound that's amplified because you are feeding the sound back into the instrument itself. With feedback, you can generate control systems that can have targets that they want to achieve. So in a classic case of swords being beaten into plowshares, what we benefit today from control systems in all kinds of applications, but they were originally developed for things such as guided missiles aimed at moving targets. So it's one thing to have an ancient projectile that goes to a stationary location. It's another thing for a missile to be guided in. So you need the feedback process to be able to have the missile move midair. The origination of these systems, at least their study, goes back to the 19th century. James Clerk Maxwell referred to a control system on a steam engine as a governor. And from this word and its corruption in Latin, we get back to the Greek kybernetes, pilot, a pilot of a ship. And in fact, the developer of this field makes explicit reference to Plato's Republic. And the head of the state is the pilot, another classical reference. But perhaps what's most eye-raising about the development of cybernetics, it's its applications to the human. So we all may have thoughts about machines that use control systems or guided missiles or perhaps more banal and useful entities. But if we start making analogies to the humans that may be, pardon the pun, unnerving, it was noticed very early on that the control of different muscle functions, motor skills, could be treated with a control system type of analysis. So just as you had a machine with some type of computational device that had electric signals sent to maybe a robotic arm, so it goes in this analogy with the brain to the various nerves, nerve endings, the firing of neurons, etc., all the way down. If that has not rustled your feathers, this is taken all the way up to the aspects of personality and psychopathy. And probably one of the darkest readings in this field, an analogy is made with defective machines where you isolate the corrupted hardware from the rest of the functioning hardware. And hey, this is just like a lobotomy. And unfortunately, those operations can be quite effective. So how far does the analogy go? Is this a good analogy or a bad one? So, oh my goodness. And I didn't even get to play music. So what I want to argue very quickly, and I'm going to bank on the other speakers here, is that while this analysis may go to places we don't want it to, we should think about signals and processes and machines and information in a good light. I think it will be helpful to us as we understand principles of reason and communication. So I'm going to build off of the previous speakers. We have Plato, we have a paired ontology, and epistemology. We have the metaphysical good, which is tied to knowledge and the nous. We have forms, which I would claim are mathematical. This is tied with the soul, psyche, with understanding or dianoia. And then we have sense, aesthesis through the body, which is opinion or doxa. And I would quickly note that in the Cradleist dialogue, where the discussion of names and references, there's an important point made about a Heraclitean philosopher and the inability to ultimately reference things by names, because if things are moving in sensory fashion, you can no longer name something and give a reference to it, because to name something, there has to be reason attached to it. And reasonable things are stable things like forms, not bodies. And so in the end, Cradleist is just pointing. And so there's an argument made within this inner working of Platonism that at the intermediate level, where the forms are, where understanding is, that this is actually where mathematical objects reside. This is why we have the mathematical education program in the Republic, the geometric proof in the Minnow. We have a circular discursion in the Phaedrus and the Phaedo, because mathematics should also be a discursive operation whereby we take the many into the one. So physics, the study of nature, which is many, multiple, sensory, bodily, into the one where we intuit information in the good, and metaphysics that is tied through mathematics. Mathematics is the ontological intermediary in the soul, likewise between body and mind. Proclus will systematize these ideas, pardon the brevity, but he ultimately says not only are mathematical objects projections of the soul, but the soul itself is mathematical. If you think about the word soul and the world soul and the Timaeus, it is generated by a progression of mathematical ratios. So the soul is mathematical, specifically well proportioned. So there's an analogy. Meaning in metaphysics, messages through the soul in mathematics, which are generated by signals and symbols. I want to quickly, because I'm probably out of time, 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes for Dionysius and Maximus. We give more time to the saints, right? I'll leave it to the Christians, and we'll get to hear about Maximus more here, so that's fine. But I'll leave it to the Christians to further develop the idea of the discursive soul with the Logos, particularly the incarnate Logos in Christ. So Dionysius has many parallels with Proclus in the metaphysical system about a kind of procession from the one into the many, or from God radiating out his wisdom. The God who is beyond wisdom will still radiate wisdom. Angels, according to Dionysius, receive wisdom directly, while human souls must engage with wisdom discursively. They must circle the good. I'll have to spare the quote. Maximus the Confessor will do much work to help bring clarity to certain passages of Dionysius, and I would draw attention to the later talk. I'm presuming it's going to be on the Logos and the Logoi. Maximus will develop an entire cosmology, if I can use such a term, of little logoi. So angels will have a logoi, human will have a logoi, that is participated from the one Logos, out of which they proceed and to which they should return in a salvific act of theosis. And so there is ultimately a desire for unity out of the dispersion. So in sum, I'll make this argument again by a sort of transitive property. We have from the cyberneticists, we have messages and signals, which are mathematical. We have from the Platonists, mathematics and ratio. Right? There's a kind of logos there. And we have from the Christian Platonists, particularly Maximus, we have logoi, which are portions of the logos. So I have to work out mathematics, logos, and messages all in one. So here's the brief argument. First, it should be clear that the logos is embedded in messages. Any messages that communicates information is going to have a rationality to it. There's embedded logos. 2, I will bank on the previous argument about the logarithms that signals are mathematical. See before. And then 3, are ratios logos? Can we equate the two? And I would just make a brief point. For those of you that have read Euclid in Greek, I know that's all of you. Ratio is what word? Logos. and proportion is dialogos. And so I would argue that these all three perhaps do not equate, but they are at least analogs of each other. So in sum, there are many aspects that we can uncover out of the digital world by which we may see it as mathematical, well-reasoned, and we should feel comfortable thinking of our speech and communications with one another in that capacity. Because ultimately, mathematics is a process that the soul uses to guide us back to the one and bring us unity. Amen.
Hello. Though this talk will center chiefly on the subject of mathematics, it is most certainly not mathematical in the common sense of the word. Instead, it is concerned with our understanding and grasp of the world, that is, with truth and how we apprehend it. For the Pythagoreans, this was in fact the purpose of the study of mathematics. The study of all of the quadrivium and all philosophy was concerned with truth itself and the good. Peter Kalkavich, tutor at St. John's, says in a lecture on Plato's Meno, mathematical objects, unlike those of our sense perception, are precisely what they are, like the forms. Mathematical inquiry reveals an eternal rather than temporal order among its objects. In other words, the study of mathematics and science describes truth in a pure sense. But this is an assertion that does not go without some pushback, and in fact, this is not even close to our current understanding of the purpose of mathematics today. As a point of definition, I will use the term mathematics and science interchangeably, as Jacob Klein does himself in his works. He was the dean of St. John's College of Annapolis, Maryland, and friend of Eva Brann. And I have so many wonderful things to say about him, but I can't because I don't have time. So just read him. But I hope that a shallow delving into his work today will help us ponder the question of logocentrism fruitfully. In numerous lectures and essays, Klein traces the history of the development of mathematics. He considers in great depth the ancient Greek understanding of the concept of number, most notably in Plato and the Pythagoreans, and considers this concept in relation to the fathers of modern mathematics, Viet, Descartes, Stevin, and others. Klein explains Descartes' effect on mathematical development, ultimately resulting in what he calls mathesis universalis. This concept encapsulates the algebraic nature of the modern mind, not just with respect to mathematics and science, but in fact all facets of life. Klein asserts that, quote, the features of the mathesis universalis dominate our entire modern manner of thinking. The question I'd like to contemplate with you all is how our understanding of logocentrism is affected by the development of the mathesis universalis and its effects in creating our algebraic minds. To begin, we must look at the difference between the ancient understanding of mathematics and the modern view and how we got here. Klein argues that there are two interpretations of the philosophy of the history of science. The prevailing view, that the history of science is a continuous forward progress, and the second, that there are two completely different understandings, ancient, modern. He says that both are wrong. In the first view, there is a long rectilinear line drawn through history from the ancient mathematics to the modern, with continuous forward progress maintained by logical necessity. There is no fear for the future, because the progress of mathematics is triumphant in its own logical coherence. For example, Descartes and Viet were able to see in their own work of analytical geometry the works of Apollonius and Theophantus. In the second view, the mathematics of the ancients is entirely other from modern mathematics. It is different and foreign. It emphasizes these apparently stark differences without regard to any sort of commonality. Klein suggests that both of these views fail precisely because they begin from the same starting place, modern mathematics. For the ease of understanding, I will call the first view the progressive view, and the second the compartmental. The progressive view presupposes the modern understanding. It simply cannot do without it. There are reasons for thinking this, but this view rationalizes its own existence by presupposing itself. The compartmental view interprets the ancient understanding of math in terms of modern results of scientific inquiry. It sees something different in ancient math, but it can't help but explain it in modern terms. This is precisely the problem at hand. The ancients had, as Klein says, a completely different disposition to the world, the cosmos, than we do. He argues that there was a shift in conceptual thinking that resulted in this difference of cosmology that started in the 14th century and culminates in the 16th and 17th centuries. To understand this, we have to look at René Descartes. Descartes, in his undeviating pursuit of truth, arrived at some rather unique, historically speaking, problems. One of the main issues he attempted to understand, and this is carried on even to our day, is the psychophysical problem. This is the distinction between res cogitans and res extensa, the thinking substance and the extended substance. In other words, the mind and the body. No doubt there is a distinction between these two. There is mind, soul, intelligence, which perceives and understands the world. And then there's the physical world itself, the earthly substance, our body. The human being is composed of both of these things. And that's the problem Descartes' dealing with. How can the human be composed of two disparate things? So what does he do to come up with it, to fix this issue? Descartes notices that though there is this distinction between the thinking substance and the extended, there must be some things proportionate between the two. Specifically, there must exist within the thinking substance materials that correspond with the extended. These he calls ideae innate, innate ideas. These are number, magnitude, figure, space, time, movement, and God. This problem of relationship between the two substances requires a methodology of thinking that is governed by a mathesis universalis, a universal science. Where did this science come from? In 1560, Francesco Barozzi translated Proclus's commentary on Euclid's Elements into Latin. In this commentary, Proclus refers to the general doctrine of proportions present in Book 5, suggesting, which some scholars today think was written by Eudoxus, not Euclid, suggesting that it relates a general mathematical science without particular mathematical objects in mind, general ratios and proportions for any given mathematical object. Now, this general doctrine of proportions was combined with interpretations of the arithmetics of the Ophantus, the general theory of equations. Together, these two become known as the universal science, and this was found to be very similar to the algebra of the Arabics in the 13th century, and then those were kind of coming together, and so algebra becomes the universal science. But what is this universal science? It firstly characterizes itself as an art. Klein says it is the art of finding truth. For Descartes and Viette, mathematics did not serve the function of representing and proving truth. It served as a way of finding it out. This was in complete contrast to the ancient view, which we're going to get to later. This ars magna, algebra, contains two main changes that demonstrate the significant departure from the ancient understanding of science: a conceptual change and a symbolic change. First, in medieval logic, there are two basic classes of concepts: intentiones primae and intentiones secundae. Literally, first concepts and second concepts. The first deal chiefly with objects, and the second to the concepts to which the objects belong. So Klein gives us examples like red and idealism, and then these belong to the second class concepts of attribute and theory. But what concepts do these universal sciences deal with? Does the universal science deal with, excuse me? While the Greek mathematics dealt primarily with first class concepts, the new science, mathesis universalis, does something rather interesting. Algebra relies chiefly on symbolic notation, ax plus b equals c. What is the nature of this symbolic notation? It may be tempting to suggest that it is simply or merely representational, that we could substitute any of these letters for any particular number, 2, 4, whatever. But this is not accurate. While a simple mathematical equation could certainly be described in abstract terminology, what is accomplished in algebra is far different. So say I have 8 apples, I receive 2 more, I now have 10 apples. I could say, there is 8, I add 2, now there is 10. Between these two examples, I have moved from the first class, the apples, determinate objects, to the second class, a greater degree of abstraction. Now the quantity is unknown, or the object is unknown, but there is still a definite amount of them, 8 and 2. By having an equation such as ax plus b equals c, however, I have done something different. A no longer represents a definite thing. It never did. I treat it as if I have, but in a sense, the mathesis universalis results in a collapsing of the two categories. It collapses first-class concepts and second-class concepts and treats them as the same. This allows for a symbolic language that is all-encompassing. I can utilize it to explore any and all areas of life. It is a great equalizer, and thus closes the gap that Descartes sees between the res cogitans and the res extensa, the thinking substance and extended. This symbolic language of the new science is inherent to modern mathematics, not just as a medium of communication concerning mathematical objects, but is itself the mathematical object. The language and the mathematics themselves are one. The symbols or ciphers are inherent in this mathematical thought. As I said earlier, algebra was for Descartes and others the art of finding the truth. In this way, algebra became a method. It is driven by rules. This is clearly seen in the work of the 16th and 17th century astronomers, especially Galileo. In his treatment of the works of Plato and Aristotle, he identifies the ordering of the planets in heavenly bodies as an ordering that is characterized primarily by motion. In this way, which was a departure from the astronomy of the Greeks, seen especially in the works of Ptolemy, astronomy comes into the realm of physics, whereas in the geometrical ordering of the heavenly bodies that the Greeks studied, Galileo envisioned the planets governed principally not by location, but by motion. That motion exists in the heavenly bodies is not disputed. Rather, it is that which principally governs them that is shifted, thus resulting in a shift of a conceptual nature. Before going any further, we must now begin to investigate the Greek understanding of the cosmos. Much of what has been said stands in direct contrast to it. The modern cosmology is very different than the ancient one. There are two main considerations. First, the purpose of science, and second, the nature of nature. For the Greeks and medievals, Klein says, quote, "Science is the systematic representation of the truth." Different from the universal symbolic quality of the new science, the Greeks had in mind particular mathematical objects, that is, a particular triangle, a particular conic section, a chair, planet, so on. When discussing a given quantity of a thing, one is first considering the definiteness of the thing being considered. For example, if I count 10 trees in the orchard, I first recognize that there are trees. Even if I were to abstract that number, I would be counting 10 unknown items. However, I am still treating definite objects, even if they're not physical. This is particularly evident in the study of geometry, where there is an excess of imperfection. That is, I can, but you guys can't draw an actually perfect equilateral triangle. I'm really good on the chalkboard. No, it's never perfect, no matter what I do. And yet, I can still discover qualities about the perfect equilateral triangle. This perfect equilateral triangle exists in the realm of the forms. What one sees in Pythagorean mathematics, especially in arithmetic, is a treatment of the pure mathematical objects. Thus, mathematical investigation involves the discussion, treatment, and contemplation of the one and the many, of good and evil, of light and dark, and so on. Another aspect that comes from this is the distinction of the practical and the pure arts. In today's modern mathematics, arithmetic is synonymous with calculation and logistics, if we study logistics at all. But for the Greeks, this was not the case. Calculation is what we would call arithmetic, but for them, arithmetic was greater than mere calculation. It was the treatment of the second-class concepts. That is, what the numbers participated in, even in odd, prime, etc. The practical application of these mathematical areas was determined to be the practical arts that resulted in technics, while the pure arts resulted in participation in truth. This distinction hardly exists, if at all, in modern science. With this distinct purpose in mind, it becomes clear to see how for the Greeks, mathematical disciplines were closely connected, or even the same thing as philosophical investigation. There is a sharp distinction between philosophy and mathematics today. But for the Greeks, all studies were concerned with pursuing the true and the good. Which takes us to the second point. What is the nature of nature? Klein considers Plato's Timaeus to help illustrate how vastly different the Greeks' cosmology was. In the Timaeus, the world consisted of elements, fire, water, earth, and air, interacting with each other in a disorderly way. The craftsman, in order to make the world be as excellent as possible, to be oriented to the good, makes it all as one. He establishes an order, taxis, by which the elements behave. And how does he create this taxis? He brings them into proportion with one another by analogia. These two words, taxis and analogia, order and proportion, govern the ancient cosmology and thus their mathematical inquiry. But what governs the modern mind? We have turned our inquiry into a purely symbolic one, disconnected from representing the truth, and instead search only for laws that govern the mechanical world. How can we understand the Logos without the framework of taxis and analogia? This is the question to ponder. Thank you.
think my favorite thing about these last presentations is that it started with music and continued with a series of arguments that probably people aren't even aware were happening. The history of mathematics is a history of some of the greatest arguments and battles ever fought in human history. And the quadrivium is a really good way of locating them and getting at the roots of them. I want to describe the quadrivium in light of a definition that I live by for the 7 liberal arts, and then think about the relationships among them and the role that they play in our education. I believe that the 7 liberal arts are the propaedeutic, liberating arts of truth perception and harmony. Okay, let me work my way through that definition. They are the propaedeutic, liberating arts of truth perception and harmony. I'll tell you right now that propaedeutic means something you learn ahead of other stuff, and we'll come back to that in a moment. But I want to talk for a moment especially about the notion of liberation, about liberating. What do the liberal arts liberate us from? And I would suggest to you three particular pairs of liberation where there are potential grievous conflicts for us. The first is our senses are bound to necessity, but the liberating arts liberate us from necessity. The second is the intellect. Our intellects are bound by error, but the liberating arts liberate us from error. And third, our souls are bound by discord, and the liberating arts resolve those discords and liberate us from them. To illustrate, the senses are bound by necessity. Let's say you're walking along a path and you're having a good time, maybe you're even with your loved one, and you come across a tree has fallen down and it's become overgrown, and there's simply no path through. You are now bound physically. You are now bound physically. You cannot move forward. You are not free to progress. But you can tear down the bushes, that you can remove the log, and then you are free to continue. That would be a sensory liberation. In a similar way, the intellect is free. And let me add just quickly that you were free to walk down that path. You were free to make that choice, as it were, to walk down that path. But then you weren't free to continue on it because it was overgrown. In a similar way, the intellect is free to resist the truth. If a child wants to believe, for example, that 3 times 3 equals 10, that child is free to believe that. However, he is never free to do math again. Nothing that will ever be discovered down the path of multiplying things by 3 will ever be available to him. He will never be able to go to the moon or join a species that does. He will never be able to share 3 pieces of pizza with 3 friends, not if he believes it in his soul. He will always be confused. He will be bound by his error. But the liberating art of arithmetic, at least in the modern sense, the liberating art of arithmetic will free that child to think correctly about life as it relates to 3 times 3. And I think that if you ever spent a minute or two just dwelling on how many things depend on 3 times 3, you might become shocked. Third, the soul is bound by discord. When we encounter a sensory or intellectual or emotional discord, we are trapped by it. We cannot continue. We are emotionally, we can fall into despair. We will certainly fall into discouragement. But when Schoenberg comes along and decides to make music atonal, he gives us incredible insights into the nature of music. And he was free to do that, and we are free to enjoy it. But there is a limit to how far we can ever go in our understanding and, frankly, pleasure that we take from music from that point onward. And for that very reason, the error will self-correct, if only by coming to an end, if only that people will simply refuse to continue in it. And I think that is particularly true in the realm of music. We are capable of deluding ourselves for a very, very long time in the realm of words. It's easy to pretend in the language studies. It's easy to pretend when we're giving speeches. After all, what do I actually know? I'm just making this up as I go along and hoping I come somewhere close to right. It's easy to pretend. But if I tried to present to you a mathematical formula and it was wrong, it would be visible and evident to everybody. But I think the musicality of error that drives us into discord is not as readily understood, but it is immediately felt. And in that sense, it precedes the liberation of geometry and arithmetic in that sense. And so the liberating arts are the very conditions of freedom. The freedom of the soul, the freedom of a society, the freedom of the mind, and even, I would suggest, the freedom of the senses. They are, however, arts, and I was particularly appreciative of what Eliot said about arts being the patterns. What was the word before patterns? Meaningful patterns. The arts are working with, manipulating, receiving meaningful patterns. And I want to emphasize here that the arts are not subjects. They must not be regarded as subjects, if only because you can study a subject for a year or 2 years or so and say you've done it now. The arts are something that are refinements of gifts of nature. God puts these capacities in our soul so that we can know the world, so that we can know Him, so that we can know each other. And there's no subject that can cover them. They are arts that are propaedeutic to every subject. You must begin teaching your child grammar the day your child is born. And you must never stop teaching your child grammar, for the simple reason that they will never be able to stop continuing to learn how to read. They are not subjects. They are not self-contained areas. They are the conditions of thought. They are integrated among themselves, and they are integrated into reality. And so art, techne in the Greek, could be translated a way of making, and that would be a very good way to understand them. But what are they making? Fine arts are called fine arts because of the word finis. When you are done with a fine art, there is a finished product. Those icons on the wall are fine art. They're not changing anymore, except, of course, through time they decay. What does a liberal art make? Well, free people, free societies, freedom. And what is the condition of freedom? Our Lord is surprisingly philosophical and clear on this point. John chapter 8, he says, "You will know the truth, and the truth will make you free." If you don't perceive truth, you are not free. I illustrated that earlier with the point that if I believe that 3 times 3 equals 10, I am free to believe that, but in believing that, I am no longer a free person. I have enslaved myself to my error. So it is with all truth. Any error enslaves the mind. So the liberal arts, the liberating arts, are the arts of truth perception. That is why I don't regard them as sciences, although you will frequently see them called the liberal sciences, even the 7. And I'm not opposed to that term because there's a knowledge base within them. But if they're reduced to sciences, especially in the modern sense, then they've become subjects, and they must not. They are arts. They are arts of truth perception. Art, magnificently, Eliot said, requires 2 things: discipline and sensitivity. Disciplined sensitivity, you might say, or sensitive discipline. They are rooted in, based on, and extensions of a sense of proportion, a sense of analogy. And so what we need to cultivate in order to perceive truth, and the reason we need the liberating arts, is because they cultivate analogical habits. Let me list a couple analogical habits. I think the one that the liberating arts teach with amazing effectiveness is the habit of repentance. For example, in geometry, you just can't fake it. And so you have a moment, like Mino did, like the slave boy did, you have a moment of metanoia. And the main lesson of geometry might well be repentance. A second analogical habit that the liberal arts teach is resolution of discord, or you might say patience. A third analogical habit would be non-material or representation of non-material things like numbers. The very fact that we represent them and then use them and then manipulate them. Manipulation of symbols, right? That's what we're doing in math. And then finally, the analogical habit of using modest models that don't claim too much. when we're representing mysteries, right? If you take a battleship into battle, you have a chance. If you bring a model of a battleship into battle, I feel sorry for you. Don't do it. We try to live by our models. We try to understand the world by our models, but we must understand them to be models. Pythagoras did. It's questionable whether Galileo did. Now, when we talk about cultivating the analogical habits of truth perception, one way to think about it is that we have senses that work together with the intellect. In particular, we have the sense of sight and the sense of hearing. And what the sight sees is images. Images are analogies. And they take place in space, and therefore the habit of perceiving images in space and observing them carefully and well is well cultivated by the habit of geometry. The habit of hearing, the skill rather, the faculty of hearing, is sensitive to ordered sound. And those take place in time. And therefore, the habits cultivated by the art of harmonia are analogical habits that help us to live better in this world. The arts are harmonious. They bring harmony to what seem to be contradictory parallel existences that don't seem to fit together. For example, necessity and agency, unity and multiplicity, point and shape, note and chord, ratio and proportion. All of these are analogical and musical. And one of the things that's been going through my mind as we've been talking about freedom is the very fact that around the time of the 15th century, people stopped studying music. Now you say, what are you talking about? Music, the nature of music changed radically at that point. And one of the things I'd like to suggest to you is that in the ancient conception of harmonia, you studied arithmetic and geometry, and then you went on to harmonia, which had the musica humana, the musica mundana, and the musica instrumentalis. In other words, the music of the instrument, what you can hear, what the senses perceive, the human music, which is the fact, for example, that our bodies are chiastically structured and asymmetrical, the fact that our heart is in the middle. We have a 3/4 rhythm, right? Our heartbeat, we take 3 beats of the heart for every 4 breaths and so on. So the waltz is the perfect restful dance. This is the musica humana, and then there's the musica mundana, or the cosmic music, the fact that we do fit together in this world. We know this world. It has forms and patterns that parallel and are analogous to our bodies and our minds. This is what led Pythagoras, according to the legend, to the development of music theory. What I'd like to suggest to you is that the catastrophic move might well be that René Descartes completely failed to understand music. Instead of trying to build a musical cosmos and understand the cosmos in light of music, he tried to build a geometric one. Algebra for him was called analytic geometry. He needed truth to be precise and certain, not dynamic, not full of energy, not powerful, and please note, lacking agency. Music involves agency. It involves freedom. But please note the response then. A couple centuries after René Descartes, there's a radical response of those who now utterly refuse to accept necessity at all and demand absolute freedom. Music teaches us that no, you can't ever in this life have absolute freedom. You are a creature of necessity, but you are not bound to necessity. You are a free spirit. And because of music, we get habits that bring our agency and our habits into the realm of necessity, thereby lifting up the physical and the necessary into the realm of freedom, such as we as humans are capable of enjoying it and experiencing it. And we don't say, this is the wrong body for me. We accept the givens, and we become free creatures by accepting them and rising them through them by music into the mystery with a little model, a little image of this world that we live in, and we understand it's not adequate, but it helps us. It's just a picture, like we are of the infinite God, images of the infinite God. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Hello? questions? Annie?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Wow, thanks. Thanks for doing that to me. Because I have to summarize that question for the recording. Yeah. Okay, so the question is there a distinction between Shannon information and meaningful information? And what do you mean by the soul or knowledge being mathematical? And somehow you have to cure her anxiety over that. Right? Okay.
Yeah. I think you should get applause for that, Matt. Thanks. So the first, correct. For the sake of brevity, I had to bypass the encoding process. So the question of is there meaning encoded into a given message, it may or may not be. The theory is of communication, and that also, in some sense, helps leave space for aspects of the soul or the mind that are beyond just the physical mathematical, right? So if you want to talk about human encoded speech, this is the physiological pressure reverberations that I'm making with my mouth, but perhaps there's something more in the meaning before we get to that step of the encoding process. And the same thing for machines. So the answer to that is yes, there is a distinction. But I would point out that within communication, right, there is that in the larger aspect of hermeneutics and can we understand what was said at all? It's helpful. I'm not going to make the full claim that it seals it. As to the second one with the soul in mathematics, so I'm banking on a later Platonist scheme, a Neoplatonist scheme, whereby the mind or nous is distinct from the psyche. So you have a couple models of the soul in Platonism. You have the tripartite soul that perhaps most are familiar with, in which case the rational portion is an aspect of the soul. Later that gets mapped into the nous, and there still is a reasoning component to the psyche, but the higher contemplative or the intellective aspect that contemplates the good, that is supra-mathematical and metaphysical, that gets mapped onto the nous. So I should clarify, yes, I'm using a specific Neoplatonic definition of the soul in that regard. Does that help? Okay, and I would point to Proclus. I can give more quotes if...
I would just add to that second question. If we mean that the soul or logos or these ideas are mathematical according to algebra, yeah, I would be terrified as well. That's the modern science, the universal science, is a completely different, and all of us suffer from that. We're born into Descartes' world, unfortunately. And so we think according to the Mathesis Universalis. And so that distinction between the mathematical and the humanities is, right now, extremely just apparent. But for the Greeks, that was not the case. And to say something like God or the forms or the soul is mathematical means something more like when we say that God is triune. What does that mean? Well, one, it's mysterious and we can't actually explain it. But what we also mean is that God is both one and many. And that's what's behind these ideas of arithmetic and geometry, these fundamental concepts of mathematics, that mathematics is concerned with. So I don't know if it alleviates any kind of anxiety, but it's,
Geometry ratio is the primary mode of thought. So the quotes, mathematical objects come therefore from the soul, which adds perfection to the imperfect sensibles and accuracy to their impressions. And secondly, the soul produces them, mathematical objects, by having their patterns in her own essence, and that these offspring are the projections of forms previously existing in her. And I would further note that there is a kind of general mathematics within the scheme, right? Remember, too, we have the one and the many. Mathematics is a kind of generic discipline by which we can take many things and get a unity out of them. This also has to do with the discursive element, because a cyclical motion is kind of a unity, but it's also kind of a multiplicity. And so there is a kind of generic mathematic to it, but geometric ratio is the primary mode of thought.
Just three quick sentences. First of all, you asked if it's dangerous, and the answer is yes, and God will never allow you to escape danger, when you're thinking especially. Second of all, I think one thing to keep in mind is that form itself is meaningful. And the third thing I would add is that what we're talking about here really is the quest for what is ultimate. Pythagoras decided it was number, but I think the Gospel of John tells us that it's logos, but logos cannot be reduced to verbal logoi. That logos is an ultimate that contains number and words, ratios and meanings, and so form for us is innately meaningful. And then the word mathesis, you might be surprised to know, actually means learning. So generally speaking, mathesis is learning, and mata is just an abstracting Greek ending. So mathemata, mathematics, is stuff you learn.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a good question.
So,
oh, go ahead. Oh, he got me.
Okay. So how does an understanding of the development of mathematics through history, or what role would that play in the classroom? How would it help the students if it would?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's sort of like once you make a fish aware of the fact that it lives in water, it starts to suffocate and die. Because the only way to do that is to bring it out of the water. And if you make children aware of the fact that they're receiving a poor education, the only thing you're going to do is make them suffocate. The correct response would be to just give them a good education. Don't make them aware of the fact that they've been taught poorly. I'm not blaming you, I hope you understand that. What I'm suggesting is, what I would really suggest is you should be studying calculation until they're 18 years old, and then move into higher forms of mathematics. However, that's not necessarily possible with Governor Roy over here. So we have to do what we have to do. But I don't know. I'm disinclined to suggest, disinclined to teach history, which is what he was an expert in any capacity whatsoever, especially not mathematical history. But it is something that we should be aware of. But as far as applying that to the classroom, I don't know.
One of the nice things about mathematics is you do see a human development in it. It's a human activity. And sometimes, not always by any means, but sometimes the human development happens in a sequence that is logical, that makes sense. And so if you can align the student's journey of discovery to some degree along the path that the mathematicians took, that can be very helpful. However, they can't go on that journey at all if they aren't calculating in their head without machines. And for that reason, far more important than teaching them the history of math is destroying all their calculators. No child should be allowed to touch a calculator until they're, I'm going to say, in Algebra 2, because the child who has once used a calculator will never again believe he needs to calculate and will not understand how important it is to be able to automate the process in his head. What happens in the head is what matters in education, not ultimately, but for this point. So do align them on the journey of discovery. But the second thing I would say about the history of math that can help is that it really is a philosophical history. The reason there are shifts in mathematical development is because underlying ideas change. And this is why studying, if you study the history of the quadrivium, you are studying every idea that philosophers have ever had to deal with. You are studying philosophy. That's why at some points in the Middle Ages, they treated the 7 liberal arts as the whole curriculum. And at other times, they treated it as the propaedeutic foundation, preparation for the curriculum. And in a sense, they were both right. So the philosophical, the ideas that underlie math are discovered in and seen to be argued about in that historical development. But one thing I would emphasize, which Alex said, or at least indicated, is beware, math and history aren't the same thing. Okay, so you can use history to teach math, but don't teach history and call it math.
I showed my calculus students Aristotle's argument against actual infinity, and then why that led to Archimedes having a finite termination in his method of exhaustion. And I gave my students more ammunition for why they shouldn't do their calculus homework. But it did lead to good metaphysical discussions on infinity, and then even some theological ones, because it was ultimately some theologians who said some stuff about infinity and God. So theology is also not mathematics, but that doesn't say that it's not informing it.
I almost disagree with you on that last point, because calculus developed from the discussion over the one and the many and limits and so on, and that was something Parmenides and Heraclitus were arguing about 650 years BC, and you're already seeing, and because of Aristotle, who really screwed up the Western mind. Relax, just kidding. Because Aristotle occasionally made mistakes that really mattered, calculus didn't develop for a very long time. And then because they shifted their mistakes, calculus developed in an unfortunate way, I would contend. And so what would be really helpful and really great is if we could get back to the foundational roots in a logocentric way and lay new foundations for calculus. And then what Philip was talking about in his very optimistic approach to the math would be fulfillable. And I do think, I need to say this too, that I said in my opening talk that Christ is the fulfillment of everything, of every desire, and even of every falsehood. He is the fulfillment and purgation of everything, and that is also true of the technologies that are being developed in our world today. They shouldn't be intimidating and scaring you. They're not scaring God off. He's not worried about this ultimately. He does know the suffering they cause, but he's not afraid of them, and he will raise them up and use them for his honor and glory, because, I mean, if you're not sure about what I mean by that, just read the Silmarillion, the first part, the Aina Lindale.
Dr. Grasso, I have a question for you. When you were describing the oak tree and the pattern recognition, the story that you told, or the example that you described required many, many oak trees. Would you allow for a scenario where, I'm borrowing from stuff that was said earlier this morning though, but would you allow for a scenario where the soul encounters the logos of the oak tree one time, and there's an immediate resonance there that then allows for the knowledge of oak tree-ness?
without having, and then, so then they could go encounter one that looks very different and still recognize it as an oak tree?
Do I have to summarize your question?
No, I'm on the recording, so you're
okay.
We're good.
Yeah, I would certainly allow for that to be possible. I mean, the particular emphasis that I have in mind with that example is sort of the moment by moment situation in which all human behavior is situated in having to decide what it is going to do and what it is going to be about. So that's why the kind of particularized nature of developing a pattern sounds very Aristotelian and sort of lots of particulars everywhere sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, I could certainly imagine that to be very possible as well, that one can apprehend in a split second sort of the essence of what is worth apprehending as well.
Who, I don't know who was first. Does anybody know who was first? Go ahead.
Phil, I'm curious to learn more about your paper. I wanted to, so you can skip a lot. But where it sounds like you're going, or potentially could go, is in baptizing artificial intelligence as unquestionably good, because math can transmit the logos. I think that is concerning because as folks noted, I mean, as Ellie noted, that there's a so artificial intelligence can only knows context. It's all context. There's no actual thing that it knows. And every time I have a conversation about this, I think of NYSTRA warning programmers to not assume the program is correct, to have a correct proof and then make a program that does that thing. And that's putting the rational soul into the mathematics to ensure, to know what it is saying. So I guess, is there a relationship between machine learning and artificial intelligence getting at your paper? Or did not you see that?
So the question is, you love ChatGPT, convince me you don't.
I am an engineering professor, and I have banned AI, and I have banned calculators when possible. Part of that does kind of fit with the ideology. I want to start a conversation. I don't know. I'm not. I'm mechanical, chemical, rather than software. I think it touches on it. I think it could spur on good conversations that we should have about both Platonic and Aristotelian notions of the soul. I think that there are some areas that you can go with Aristotelian notions of the soul that you could say that machine is kind of like that. There's a kind of, so the subtitle of the book Cybernetics, it's on the, it basically links the animal with the machine. So maybe we reserve something for humans, but can a machine do all that an animal does? And kind of have, one step above the vegetative, but the machine and the animal are linked, and maybe we have something unique. What is that that's unique? Is it meaning? Is it meaningfulness in the message? Is it will? Is it freedom? Are there certain aspects that we would draw from Christian theology on it? I want it to help us spur on the conversation. I don't think that AI is, it's not our kind of intellective intelligence. It's not even the Platonic form. And it should also make us ask questions. I also want to redeem, ultimately, yes, machine making, and think about ends. As we think about the distinction between the end of an instrument, what it's designed to do, both from a hardware and a software, and our own ends, I think that can be a guidepost to where we want to go. But I don't have yeah. Does anybody else on the panel have comments about AI?
Dr. Walls?
I think my question is primarily for Elliot. You talked about pattern recognition and application in context as sort of a way of thinking about the arts. Can you say a little bit more about what it takes to recognize the context itself and the way that you have to adjust the pattern? Because we focus so much on pattern recognition. Is part of the art also understanding context?
Do you want to?
So is the question, in dealing with pattern recognition, does that translate beyond objects and behaviors to patterns of context?
Well, just to think that if part of the art
Sure. So yes, I mean, in my thinking, we definitely would account for variation in contexts. I mean, think about a context like a birthday party, right? There are essential elements and things that you do and say and eat in birthday parties, but say if someone is allergic to Nutella, you don't make them a Nutella birthday cake. And the same would translate into any kind of art form, at least in which you are performing an action continuously. So, as Andrew pointed out, in the fine arts, when things are finished, there are more and less appropriate contexts for exhibiting certain kinds of artwork. Or because they may have been designed, say, as altarpieces, they don't go in MoMA; they go in on an altar. So I think about the confluence of those sorts of patterns, like behavior on the one hand, and like the context in which it's exhibited, as kind of like a continuously evolving, flexible structure that definitely has parameters, constants, and I'm trying to remember the word that I'm not remembering the word, but it's a confluence of sort of, if you think about like what a clock is, right? It's got a number of components. It's got numbers. Sometimes the numbers are Arabic, sometimes they're Roman. They have hands sometimes they're digital. They don't have any hands at all. And so it's a combination of these various properties and principles that determine the fittingness of an action or behavior or finished object into a particular kind of context. There's a wonderful philosopher of art named Nicholas Walterstorff. I don't know if you're familiar with his work, but he talks about a principle called fittingness, in which, I mean, none of this is like hard and fast, like all the time, everything the same, but the confluence of components that sort of, to us, they work, they seem fitting, they seem appropriate, and part of that is determined by experience, and experience is always evolving. So, I don't know, did I answer your question? Multiple constraints. Multiple constraints are the names of the parts of a thing that merge to create something that sort of transcends what it is ultimately. Sorry.
Last one, Dr. Harper.
So maybe mostly for Alex and others, do you think that the form of one can be added to the form of two, and does this result in the form of three?
Yeah, that's the question, right? What is two-ness? Is it just one and one? I think that in the what? It's a city on the North African coast. There you go. I'll repeat the question. So he asked, can the form of one be added to the form of two? And that's what the form of three is. And I think that is a difficult question, a very difficult question. And I think that Plato gets at this in the Philebon, I think he gets at that. It's exploring what that is. And he's talking about change, and he's talking about a lot of things. But ultimately, being is this form of two-ness that contains the one and the one. And it's simultaneously two, and like the two-ness is its own thing that retains the inherent integrity of the form of oneness. So I don't know. I don't know. Right. Yeah, it's a great question, and I think music sort of beautifully demonstrates, not perfectly, but the fact that two things can become a separate thing, yet retaining the integrity of the individual things. So when I play a C and an E together, I get a major third, and that major third is its own thing, while the C is still C and the E is E. But how is that possible? What is that space? Zucker Kondo talks about this, that space between the individual notes and that third note that comes together. That's part of the two. But yeah, it's worth puzzling over.
No. I would point to Iamblichus or pseudo-Iamblichus theology of the arithmetic, where you develop the one into unity in general and two-ness into the dyad, a stand-in for generic multiplicity. So you get the one and the many recovered. And then all the arithmetic values are intermediated and participatory, right? So they've some sense fallen into the multiplicity, but they're still participating in the unity in various relations. So maybe a combination of all that infused Neo-Pythagoreanism with a participatory ontology. You use Platonism, there's no end, right? You just go deeper with it. No, come. What is this, a symposium? How so? How so? So the rebuttal is that that's a corruption.
I really liked your question. I liked it because it made me think about a nuance I never thought about before, which is something like a number or a sound an object or a phenomenon? And if something is a phenomenon, is it subject to the same sort of rules of discreteness that an object might be? So like Alex's example about harmony in the chord and that sort of thing, I'm not sure how skillful I could be at labeling discrete objects. I could think about them as discrete objects, but as a phenomenon, or at least I'm kind of deciding now for myself that it's a phenomenon. I don't know how I would kind of make the distinction when it came to number. I don't know, do you have thoughts about it?
Thank you. Be back here at 4:15.
Your paper sounds amazing. I have questions. If you, first of all, I like the binder.
Thank you.
That's right. Interested in if you see a value in teaching and practicing music, especially for those students who have trouble generalizing. They're really good at seeing patterns, but they struggle to generalize. Right, they struggle to take that information and actually apply it correctly. Like, you can teach them for a specific context that something works, but they struggle to
All right. We're going to go ahead and get started. Give you 1 minute to sit down, but you have to cease talking. No more conversations. Come on in, sit down. Panelists, come on up.
Hello. I'd like to begin with a psalm, Psalm 145. The eyes of all look to you, O Lord, and you give them their food in due season. You open your hand, you satisfy the desire of every living thing. This psalm is part of a table prayer that my family uses at home. And I love it because it brings Christian economics into the right posture. It's a posture of receptivity rather than striving. The idea of Christ at the center of education is not a theological abstraction. It is the truest physical reality of our cosmos. St. John the Evangelist tells us, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. In defiance of the Webb telescope, the most vivid image humanity has of the heart of the universe lies eternally at the crucifixion, with an expanse reaching vertically and horizontally in the form of the cross, fore and aft in the form of water spilling anterior for us, with a hard and fast center on the crucified body of Jesus Christ. The Old Testament, the New Testament, the Mosaic Law, the seed of Israel, the secular wisdom of Athens, and all of nature unite to one purpose. As the beauty of a flower gives way at budding fruit, so all truth attaches to the first fruit of the resurrection. To teach logocentrically is to irrigate the deserts, as C.S. Lewis implores us, from the fountain of wisdom that flows from Christ's pierced side, so that even cracked and arid ground may yield abundance. Andrew has convinced me in his talk that really my greatest qualification for giving this talk on economics is that I am an avid gardener. And I think I'm becoming convinced that really economics is just gardening. The seed is there for us, and we water it. And we water it with fable, and we water it with parable. Fable gives us flowers, where parable gives us fruit. There's a transforming element to both fable and parable that change the seed, change our seeds into the ultimate fruit. Christ is the beginning and the end of all wisdom. He is the seed and he is the fruit. He is scientifically true, he's historically true, he's artistically true, and he's economically true. Let's explore that. My goals here are first, to find a home for economics in God's order. Secondly, to explore fable and parable as teaching tools. And thirdly, to use fable and parable to examine 4 particular categories of uses. We'll try them out. What does Scripture tell us about the place of economics? In the book of Genesis, God's word draws one clear division in the fruit of the garden, that which Adam may eat and that which he may not. Adam is called to use his word to subdivide every living creature. Adam's second calling is to fill the earth, and thirdly, to steward or manage abundant life within the bounds of creation. Logocentric education certainly includes direct instruction from Scripture. The book of Proverbs gives us a number of examples of very practical wisdom. These are the seeds. Proverbs 13 tells us, "Wealth gained hastily will dwindle, but whoever gathers little by little will increase it." Proverbs 23 tells us, "Do not toil to acquire wealth. Be discerning enough to desist. When your eyes light on it, it is gone." Proverbs chapter 3, "Honor the Lord with your wealth and with the first fruits of all your produce." Some very specific instruction. God's word also gives us the right relation of our wealth, of our treasures, to authorities and towards our neighbors. Deuteronomy chapter 15 teaches us the proper role of lending. "For the Lord your God will bless you as he promised you, and you shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow." Romans chapter 3 tells us about taxes. "For because of this, you also pay taxes, for the authorities are ministers of God." God's word also tells us about our right relationship, our love for money, and gives us some stern warnings. Ecclesiastes chapter 5 on enjoyment of our riches. "Everyone also to whom God has given wealth and possessions and power to enjoy them and to accept his lot and to rejoice in his toil, this is the gift of God." And the most quotable economic admonition in 1 Timothy chapter 6. "For the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some coveted after, they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows." But beyond this direct and concrete instruction from Scripture, we are also encouraged to discern the shapes, the patterns, and connections in Scripture that give tangible dimension to God's high purposes for his creation and our lives within it. Fable presents a principle in miniature. Then the principle is drawn proportionally into our larger and more complex lives. This method opens the door to the possibility that our lives are the small and simple end of a much larger and richer analogy. This is the two-step process that I see with flowering and then fruiting. The flower shows us where the fruit will come, but it doesn't take us all the way there. Christ teaches us that fable, parable, draws us to the kingdom of heaven, and then it does this by magnifying what we already have before us. In Matthew chapter 13, we hear, "Then the disciples came and said to him, 'Why do you speak to them in parables?' And he answered them, 'To you it has been given to know the secrets of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it has not been given. For to the one who has, more will be given, and he will have abundance. But from the one who has not, even what he has will be taken away.'" Where Jesus' parables reveal to us the mysteries of God, ancient fables have something to say about getting along in the world. We can find wisdom in pagan fables because even evil fathers know how to give good things to their children. The cardinal virtue of prudence, or practical wisdom, comes to us through natural law by way of man's innate desire to live and to flourish. A free man trained in the habit of prudence walks the narrow path between negligence and cowardice, Both are vices that would lead to inaction at the expense of well-being. Though prudence by itself does not ascend to the rank of theological virtue, it does not fruit. It is the means through which God's will for the support of our creaturely life is done. Adam was not cursed with prison walls, and neither are we. Rather, our confines form the oikos, the household of a loving Father who invites us to ask him as dear children for our daily bread. In the Gospel of St. Matthew, Christ teaches us to ask God the Father to provide for all our bodily needs and promises that in doing so, the Father's hand opens to satisfy the needs of all living things, even all evil people. For he makes his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sends rain on the just and on the unjust. The first essential element in household management is prayer, and the second is prudent planning for immediate and long-term needs. All right. I'll need to hurry. Running out of time. I propose that we can divide, in order to think about utility, we can divide creation by uses, the common, two broad categories, the common and the holy. The holy we can further subdivide into the sacramental and objects of piety, and the common we can subdivide into the profane and the wholesome. I'd like to illustrate, jump to illustrating these categories and our thoughts about their proper uses using Aesop's fables to consider the common goods and two parables to highlight holy things. I'll give you the fable of the fisherman and the little fish. A poor fisherman who lived on the fish he caught had bad luck one day and caught nothing but a very small fry. The fisherman was about to put it in his basket when the little fish said, "Please spare me, Mr. Fisherman. I am so small it is not worthwhile to carry me home. When I am bigger, I shall make you a much better meal." But the fisherman quickly put the fish into his basket. "How foolish I should be," he said, "to throw you back. However small you may be, you are better than nothing at all." From this parable, we get to think about common economic goods, those things which are good to bring into our households and into our lives and bear fruit in our lives, nourish us and sustain us. We can talk about diminishing returns from this parable. We can talk about futurity in this parable. The fisherman's appetite will be satisfied by consuming this fish, which is an indication that we are talking about a common good and wholesome good. We can also talk about sunk costs. This fisherman might be tempted to think of all the effort that he's put into his planning and believe that he deserves more than he got. But at this decision point in the story, all of that is tied up in the immutable past. The flies and the honey gives us a window into objects of piety, as I will refer to them. A jar of honey was upset and the sticky sweetness, profane goods. A jar of honey was upset and the sticky sweetness flowed out on the table. The sweet smell of the honey soon brought a large number of flies buzzing around. They did not wait for an invitation. No, indeed, they'd settled right down, feet and all, to gorge themselves. The flies were quickly smeared from head to foot with honey. Their wings stuck together. They could not pull their feet out of the sticky mass, and so they died, giving their lives for the sake of a taste of sweetness. These flies are outside of the realm of human intellect, and their consumption is driven by urgency and need. And so in their consuming, they in turn are consumed. They have no capacity for foresight. Now on to the category of holy things. I'll give you the parable of the pearl of great price, which teaches us about the kingdom of God. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant in search of fine pearls, who, on finding one pearl of great value, went and sold all that he had and bought it. With this parable, we are brought back into the natural and rational world of human decision makers, but we are pointed on to fruition by the radiant iridescence of the perfect pearl, by its beauty. These things are not subject to the same economic rationale because they point beyond themselves to the perfect fulfillment of love. They do not easily diminish. And finally, I would like to suggest to you that we have come full circle back to the seed. I will give you another window to the kingdom of God through the parable of the hidden treasure. The kingdom of heaven is like a treasure hidden in a field, which a man found and covered up. Then, in his joy, he goes and sells all that he has and buys that field. The parable of the hidden treasure teaches us how to value the Holy of Holies, but not in the way we might expect. An unsuspecting passerby would give this field no further consideration, but the creator and redeemer of the universe already knows this landscape well, in harvest and in rest. He is not surprised to find treasure in this plain. He planted it himself, and he knows its full value, which is far too high for any merchant. In the sacraments, Jesus comes to us and shows us that the economy of his body and blood is far from ordinary. In the famous Confession of St. Lawrence, here are the treasures of the church. We sinners would lie dead in the grave, except that Jesus himself became nothing for us. He bought us not with gold or silver, but with his holy precious blood and with his innocent suffering and death, so that we may be his own and live under him in everlasting righteousness, innocence, and blessedness, just as he is risen from the dead, lives and reigns to all eternity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Winston Brady, and I work at Thales Academy in Wake Forest, North Carolina. I want to thank everyone for this opportunity to speak on so valuable a topic as the problem of evil and the hope that we have in Christ Jesus. As I will argue, the problem of evil presents some of the strongest arguments against the truth claims of Christianity and does so much to lead people away from the faith if not handled properly. The problem of evil states that God can be neither all-powerful nor all-good because a good, wise, and omnipotent God would never allow evil to occur. Yet the truth of Jesus Christ as the incarnate Logos sufficiently answers the problem of evil, vindicates God's character, and upholds the mystery surrounding suffering and hardship. The idea of Christ as the Logos provides us with apologetic and pedagogical tools to communicate this hope to students and encourage them to endure hardship by cultivating the mind and the attitude of Christ. But first, the evil. Perhaps the most famous articulation of the problem of evil comes from David Hume. Taking his cues from Epicurus, the Scottish philosopher and skeptic summarized the problem of evil in his dialogues concerning natural religion. Is God willing to prevent evil, but not able? Then he is impotent. Is he able, but not willing? Then he is malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Whence then is evil? Or where does evil come from? Why does God allow evil to occur? Hume raises the obvious question, if God is good and all-powerful, why does he not stop evil from occurring? If God is all good and all-powerful, the more reasonable conclusion is that he would and should prevent evil from occurring in the first place, as any normal, rational human being would prevent evil from occurring as much as it is within their power to do so. Herein, every instance of suffering is just more evidence against God and puts God on trial or in the dock, a turn of phrase from C.S. Lewis to describe the way in which modern man holds God in contempt for the way he runs the universe. For such suffering raises questions as to whether or not God exists, but just as important, that if he does exist, can humanity really trust him? Should humanity really submit to his rule? The formulation from Hume famously attributes the problem of evil, perhaps falsely, to the Greek philosopher Epicurus. Epicurus recommended a life consumed in the pursuit of pleasure, although these pleasures are intellectual in nature and require some degree of self-control. His counsel follows logically from his materialist worldview that denied both the soul, since it is immaterial, and the existence of the gods, who being spiritual beings do not exist either. Since the soul does not exist, no gods exist to judge humanity, human beings need not fear death and thus are free to live as they see fit, whatever that looks like and whatever brings them the most happiness. In this way, the broad mass of mankind would pursue happiness without God's counsel as to what would actually make them happy. The stakes for students could not be higher. The lifestyle of mindless, endless self-indulgence, typical of Empire-era Rome, is oddly enough fairly accessible even for middle-class Americans today. And such arguments are particularly attractive to students who have grown up in broken homes and have already suffered some degree of trauma and hardship, or they may simply be tempted away from the faith of their parents via the dangerous and attractive slipstream of secular culture. But in viewing the problem of evil through the lens of the incarnated Logos and the person of Jesus Christ, we can provide students with the tools needed to stay on the path of wisdom and virtue and trust in God despite the apparent hardships of their circumstances. And the Epicureans may not know this, they may not want to admit this, but it's the Bible that provides the first articulation of the problem of evil. And the Bible also provides two powerful solutions to this problem, one centered on God's sovereignty, and second, on the idea of suffering as a kind of discipline. We can start off with the book of Job, the story of a faithful man whom Satan afflicts with great misfortune, with God's permission. The book of Job provides one solution to the problem of evil by pointing the reader to the glory of God. Near the book's end, God asks Job, who provides for the ravens its prey, when its young ones cry to God for help and wander about for lack of food. God implies it is he who provides for the ravens. And if God would provide for creatures that, ontologically speaking, are beneath human beings like Job, then God would provide for Job as well. Hardship aside, God cares for his creatures because he loves them. Man, being God's image bearer, is a particularly valued object of God's love. Second, the Bible connects suffering with broad beneficial purposes as a kind of discipline. The author of Hebrews compares suffering to the kind of discipline a father gives his children, as if suffering were a condition for the cultivation of piety. How else may we develop good character if there were no hardships to overcome? It is for discipline you have to endure. God is treating you as sons. For what son is there whom his father does not discipline? With the word discipline being the word paideia, often translated as suffering, but providing us with the root for paideia and pedagogy and other Greek words related to teaching. God is treating us as sons, not slaves, not puppies, not robots, sons and daughters who need to grow up and assume responsibility for themselves while enjoying their status as God's image bearers. As a good father, God knows how to give good gifts to his children that would help them to live life as God intends them to live. Like Job, though, we are not privy to the secret counsels of God, and we do not know why God sends trials upon us personally. Yet the Bible reminds us to trust God and his character rather than our present circumstances, whatever those may be, and that suffering, unpleasant as it is, will ultimately prove to our benefit. Yet, for apologetic and teaching purposes, God remains in the dock. For those outside the church, the problem of evil leaves unbelievers with the same conclusions posited by Epicurus by way of Hume. God may not really exist, and two, if God does exist, he is not trustworthy. Can God be trusted if there is so much evil in the world? Whence this evil and why? In his own articulation of the problem of evil, given in a famous interview on Ireland's public broadcasting network RTE in 2015, comedian and television personality Stephen Fry asked, and I'll try not to use a British accent here, but it's very hard, "Why should I respect a capricious, mean-minded, stupid God who creates a world which is so full of injustice and pain? How dare you?" Herein, we may focus on one word Fry uses to accuse God of cruelty, and herein we may resolve much of the difficulties in the problem of evil. That word is capricious. To Fry, God's rule of the world seems capricious, irrational, and inconstant, lacking the logical threads needed for individuals to understand their suffering. A king ruling on whim and caprice is not a good king, but a tyrant, one whose actions are explained only by their desire to remain in power. Such tyrants need not be obeyed, especially not at the heart level God requires of his creatures. It is here that the doctrine of the incarnation in the Logos resolves the dilemmas posed by the problem of evil, because the incarnation of Christ as Logos provides those logical threads needed to understand and accept the existence of evil and the goodness of God all at the same time. We may say this because Jesus Christ willingly experienced the same suffering that constitutes life on earth. A good general never gives an order he would not be willing to obey himself, to follow himself, nor does Christ in his goodness ask us to endure anything he has not otherwise taken upon himself. In contrast, a tyrant is a tyrant because he is willing to make others suffer to preserve his comfort or prolong his sick and idle pleasures. Herein, God is no tyrant because he embraces and endures the same suffering that constitutes life in a fallen world. The fruits of these meditations are to be shared with students whose character is unformed and conscience unseared, and whose future, we hope, will be marked by turning to God and away from the idle, endless self-indulgence that characterizes the way of folly and ruin. During his life on earth, Jesus Christ lived the life God asks of his image bearers, a normal, everyday life. One more boring than the circumstances many of us grew up in. As part of his earthly ministry, Jesus worked with his hands as a carpenter and miraculously healed individuals suffering for years on end from incurable illnesses, lepers, paralytics, men born blind or mute or lame. These miracles, along with the power Jesus exercised over creation in calming storms or stopping winds, remind us that God has control over the forms of evil and hardship that arise from nature, whether they are storms or germs. Then, as the culmination of his earthly ministry, Jesus Christ endured the most horrific form of man-made evil, the pain and ignominy of death on a Roman cross. Crucifixion was the worst punishment in the ancient world, which the Romans brought out regularly to remind their subjects to respect Rome. Despite the great physical pain given by nails driven into the arms, hands, and feet, those crucified died not from their wounds, but from a lack of oxygen, hours, sometimes days after being raised up when death came by asphyxiation. Yet death on a cross was the death that Jesus willingly embraced to redeem a people for God. So if we return to Hume's famous formulation and his third question, is God both able and willing? We may say Jesus, as the Son of God, is both able and willing, and to remind us that our suffering serves a purpose we do not understand. Jesus likewise endured that same suffering. Such suffering then is not capricious and arbitrary, because the creator of the universe counts it worthy enough to experience that very same hardship. His scars a visible reminder that our suffering is not aimless if our Savior took on that suffering himself. But that's not all. Herein, the doctrine of Christ as Logos provides one of the most comforting and satisfying resolutions to the problem of evil, the fact that Jesus Christ speaks and is not silent. To describe the implications of the eternal God taking on temporal flesh, the gospel writer John describes Jesus as the Logos. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. To Gentiles familiar with the Greek philosophical school of Stoicism, the Logos referred to a spiritual, divine, rational, non-corporeal force governing the universe. The rule of Logos allowed for rational inquiry into the nature of events, but the person of Jesus Christ as a person and agent upholding the universe is superior to that of the Logos of the Stoics because Jesus is capable of human speech and the dialogue necessary for a real relationship. Like Socrates beholding the forms, the soul of the contemplator of Logos finds truth and even joy in going from a state of ignorance to one of knowledge. But the forms are silent and do not give answers, at least not audible answers, verbal answers. The Stoic Logos provides a rational unity to the world, but is not a friend or a counselor, but impersonal and silent. Such an admonition is seen even in the pronouns the Hellenistic Jewish commentator Philo uses to refer to the Logos, it. Thus, if the contemplator of the Stoic Logos encountered evil and hardship beyond rationality, suffering on a Job-like scale, the Stoic Logos can provide no real recourse, counsel, or encouragement. If we cry out to the Logos for help, it is as if we're telling the residents of Lisbon, Portugal, that this world is the best of all possible worlds, shortly before that city was struck by a very famous earthquake in 1755. But this is not the case with the divine and personal Logos, the God-man Christ Jesus. Jesus is no impersonal and purely rational force, but a person who repeatedly reminded his followers he would be with them. The fact that this Logos, Christ Jesus, is personal and that he speaks to those who seek him constitutes the greatest encouragement and resolution to the problem of evil. When we are wronged, we have a mediator and an advocate in Christ Jesus who does not ignore our pleas, but reminds us through his word and his spirit that we do not suffer alone or aimlessly. Ironically, this insight into the nature of the problem of evil arises from reading Greek mythology, whose gods Stephen Fry, that secular humanist who described God as mean-minded and capricious, argued were preferable to the God of the Bible. At Thales Academy, I recommend our 10th grade literature teachers read Ovid's Metamorphoses, followed by the Gospel of John. This sequence allows students to recognize the points of contrast between the gods of Olympus and the God of Abraham, and what happens when the gods come down and assume something like human form in Ovid. When deities like Jupiter or Apollo come down, the gods actually inflict great harm on the people with whom they interact with. In contrast, when Jesus came down to earth, he assumed the form of a servant. He healed the sick, raised the dead, and fed the multitude. In short, Jesus alleviates the problem of evil rather than compounding it. Perhaps in jest, Fry says he prefers the Hellenic gods because they are more like us, but that is a problem, the problem. We do not need a God who is like us in our sin, but like us in the creatures that God created us to be and to be our advocate, of which suffering and hardship, they form an unpleasant but necessary component in the world we live in and the pilgrimage that characterizes our passage through this world. At its heart, the problem of evil posits examples of human and natural evil that would draw us away from trusting in God. The Bible reminds us of God's sovereignty and the purposeful, indeed redemptive nature of suffering, as God sends hardship upon us as a means of disciplining us and of purifying our character. Yet the most powerful argument against the problem of evil is the person and work of Christ, the incarnated Logos. As classical educators, we view the world through what is good, true, and beautiful. The word classical implies we have imported a worldview wholeheartedly arising from the classical world of the Greeks and Romans, but our insights are more medieval in their understanding of the good life and how to seek it. The Greco-Roman world contains too many counterexamples to the nature and pursuit of the good life to be taken at face value. Athens needs Jerusalem, and we need God, our Creator, to be truly and wonderfully happy. Like the church fathers and the scholastics, we sift the counsel of Socrates and Cicero through the wisdom of Christ, the Word of God, and the worldview of the Bible. As a good teacher never removes himself so far from the position and attitude of a student, so we have a great teacher, an advocate, and Savior in Christ Jesus, who lived the life we should have lived, died the death that we should have died, and embraced the same suffering and hardship that constitutes life in a fallen world until his return. In conclusion, the best news of all, such a king is willing to speak with us when we, like the ravens, cry out to him for aid. Thank you.
handouts. Can you, someone? I made 30. I'm encouraged to see. I think there's more than 30 here. This great turnout. So you might have to share. I'm going to be talking about. Let me get my. Don't use these devices regularly. That's a mistake. Okay. We're talking about philosophical anthropology, which is just what it sounds like. It's a philosophical study of the nature of the human person, what makes a person a person. And I managed to squeeze my whole paper that I submitted onto that sheet. Well, not literally my whole paper, but you know what I mean. I squeezed the whole structure of the paper, all the different parts, onto that handout. You'll be relieved to hear I'm not going to go over all of that, but I just kind of wanted you to have this structure in front of you. Not on the paper is just a summary of where I'm going to go. So I'm going to read this. This is from the longer paper. In this paper, I seek to do three things. First, I argue that the two dominant secular anthropologies in Western culture today, what I call the narrative self and the reductive materialist self, are harmful precisely because they have lost a logocentric perspective on human nature and thus any objective foundation for human meaning and value. Second, I briefly outline an alternative account of humans as essentially conscious embodied creatures and elaborate on one strand of that account, that is, the importance of the body and the development of virtue. Third, I attempt to draw out some practical implications of this account for classical education in general and teachers in the classroom in particular. So I'm going to mostly do number one here, hope to touch on number two a little bit, and then I'll hope to have time just to list my kind of 5 practical suggestions for the classroom, which you guys could ask questions on in the Q&A time. The paper is structured around 6 claims, so this is the Roman numerals 1 through 6 on your handout. So first claim, so I'm just going to kind of walk through at least some of these. Let's just see how far I get. At least some of these, kind of walk through. So claim number 1, nearly all the major cultural controversies in the contemporary West are at their core disagreements about the nature of the human person. So this is hardly a original insight to me. I've seen this a lot recently. People are coming to this realization, which is a good thing. Just this week, in fact, I think I was reading First Things and then some other, maybe American Reformer. There are 2 different articles where people explicitly made this exact point. I like to think I was saying this before it was cool to say it, but I'm encouraged that people are seeing that anthropology is kind of the key cultural controversy of our time, and I've just listed out there under one some examples, right? These are like the greatest hits from the culture wars here, right? And the first couple are obvious that they're related to anthropology, biomedical ethics, sex and gender. Some of the others maybe are less obvious as to the connections. If I have more time to sort of talk through that. But I think you can see the connections. And technology, I think, is a big one at the end. I mean, obviously technology is hugely influential now, but I think this is kind of the tip of the iceberg for our kids and our grandkids. I think this is going to be the big cultural clash, right? And I highlighted AI and virtual reality worlds, in part because I think those, as far as I can understand these things, those are the two with the potential for the most revolutionary effect on everyday human existence, as well as they raise some particularly interesting questions for anthropology, which I'll touch on in a second. But the kind of obvious guiding principle, if you walk through these to see, is that ethical questions about how to live cannot be adequately answered without first getting clear on anthropological questions about who we are. So the problems, the reasons that people disagree about all these very controversial issues like transgenderism and abortion and so on, is because they have deep disagreements about the nature of the human person underneath. Okay, second claim. Nearly all these disagreements, and this is, I think, only slightly less uncontroversial and kind of unoriginal, but nearly all these disagreements about anthropology involve confusion about the natures and ends of the human mind and body. And rather than going through that list and kind of showing this, the way I'm going to bring this out is to just talk about what I take to be the 2 dominant secular anthropological theories, secular anthropologies. I guess the third dominant one is the traditional, the classical Christian view, broadly speaking. And these are what I call, number 1, the narrative self, or if if you prefer the Disney princess's view of the self, the story you construct about yourself out of your feelings, desires, and free choices determines the deepest truths of your identity. This view eschews the third-person objective claims of the physical sciences in favor of first-person subjective interpretations of reality, and in so doing strongly privileges the mind or soul or the immaterial or the subjective, the experiential, over the body, the objective, the physical, in determining who and what you are. And then on the other side of the spectrum, the reductive materialist self, or what we call doomed Adam. So we got Disney princesses. Are you a Disney princess or a doomed Adam, ultimately? The impersonal, amoral, meaningless, unbreakable laws of evolutionary biology and psychology determine the deepest truths of your identity. This view strongly privileges the physical brain and body over the mind or soul in determining who and what you are. Hopefully everyone can see these two views are ubiquitous in our culture, and hopefully you can also see neither of these is going to lead to an ultimately satisfying life. Right? I don't think I need to go into arguing for that or explaining it. I think I'm kind of preaching to the choir here. So is there a better way forward? We have to articulate a better option. Two questions to clarify the task ahead of us, I think. I mentioned some of these emerging technologies, AI, virtual reality. And I think these are questions that are actually going to have practical import, again, for us or for our kids to answer, but they also point the way to what we need to do, the answer we need to come to respond to these two anthropologies. So the AI, what I'm calling the AI question is, what separates us from even the most sophisticated future artificial intelligence? What, if anything, do human minds possess? I guess this is technically two questions, but what, if anything, do human minds possess that AI inevitably will lack? So if we can articulate a compelling answer to that, then we have a response to the reductive materialist self, because the reductive materialist essentially thinks that there is no difference between a human and at least future sophisticated artificial intelligence. Maybe there's a difference at the level of hardware, right? Like they're silicon-based, like what they're made out of, and we're carbon-based, I guess, but essentially all the interesting physical facts will be essentially the same between AI and humans. So if we can articulate a difference, then we've got a response to the reductive materialist anthropology. Second, the virtual reality question. The crucial question to answer about virtual reality is, what, if anything, makes our embodied physical existence more valuable than a future life lived hooked up to a perfectly realistic virtual world? And again, because the narrative self-view says everything that's important, sort of the deepest truths about you, is something accessible from the first person subjective experience. And virtual reality in the future is promises to be subjectively indistinguishable from real world experience, such that there shouldn't be any difference. The narrative self-view should say that a world hooked up to a virtual experience like the Matrix should be just as good as a world as the real world, experience in the real world. So if we can articulate a difference, that it's not just as good, then we have a potential response to the narrative self. Okay, now, the part of the paper where I go into more detail about those 2 points, sadly, I'm not going to touch on too much. So the way the rest of the talk's going to kind of break down, the structure of the rest of the paper is section 3, claim 3, is like a 30,000-foot view of my general approach, my general strategy here. And then claim number 4 is kind of zooming in, and where I give sort of more specifics of the argument. And that's where I talk more about AI and virtual reality. Section 5 is taking one strand of that, which I'm going to just skip over entirely. And then section 6 is the practical application. Okay, so I'm going to do you're mostly going to get the 30,000-foot view here. Again, you can ask me more about the specifics. I'll try to touch on number 4. I will come back to AI and virtual reality. But here's the big picture view, which connects up to sort of logocentrism. Number 3, the key to recovering the proper balance between material body and immaterial mind and soul in our anthropology is to embrace the view that humans have a God-given essential nature and ultimate purpose. So if you see those two, I know they're very small on the handout, but if you see those two little graphs, I found it really helpful when I thinking about how to teach this to my students when I moved from the left-hand one, like the single dimension, and started to think of this more in terms of the one on the right. Because actually these two anthropologies, these two sort of secular alternatives to the Christian anthropology, the narrative self and the reductive materialist self, they don't just differ in that one is sort of mind immaterial centric and the other is body centric, but they differ at least on another dimension too. So the reductive materialist self is very body centric, but it also emphasizes order. And by order, I mean it's really sort of a catch-all for stability, hierarchy, normativity, objective standards. By contrast, the narrative self is no to order, but yes to freedom, right? And by freedom, again, individual independence, autonomy, authenticity, subjectivity, broadly speaking. Okay. So this was helpful when I thought about this because it helps to show what's wrong with those two views, right? So I mean, most obviously, the reductive materialist is big on order but weak on freedom, right? So you have promises an ordered, structured, rational view of all of reality, but squeezes out genuine, free individuals, subjects, right? Because after all of your most deeply held convictions and most cherished experiences and most momentous choices are actually just due to chemicals in your brain on this view, right? So big on order, weak on freedom and individuality. And the narrative self is obviously the other way around, right? All about free expression. Nothing determines, nothing external to you can determine what's good and true for you. It's all your own internal desires and experiences, but without some kind of external standard, right? You're at sea. You have no North Star. You're unmoored, right? It's deeply solipsistic. You have no order or structure. And actually, I think it's worse than that. And so from here, because time is running short too, I'll go ahead and read from the rest of this section of my paper. I may not get to section 4. I was probably overly ambitious. We'll see. But I'll go ahead and read the rest of this, because I think it's actually worse than just that one is good at order but bad at freedom, and one is good at freedom but bad at order. They actually are bad at the very things that they claim to be best at. Right? So the situation is especially tragic because neither the narrative self nor the reductive materialist self can deliver on what each promises is its greatest strength. Reductive materialism's greatest strength is supposed to be its ability to offer a unified, ordered, rational account of reality, including of human beings. After all, one of the virtues of science is that it produces beliefs that are, at least approximately, objectively true. But at bottom, reductive materialism gives up on trying to provide a rational explanation of objective meaning and value, and therefore the nature and origin of minds, morality, beauty, material complexity, and even of order and rationality itself. In its place, it offers only deflationary accounts of the phenomena, skepticism, brute facts, and random chance. In the end, it is even hard to see a coherent reason to believe in objective truth on this view, since on this account, the foundation of everything is not sense but nonsense. Similarly, the narrative self's greatest strength is supposed to be its offer of freedom from all external constraints. But that leaves only the internal constraints of feelings, desires, and will to guide the individual. Reason, with its appeal to an objective standard, involves an external constraint. And who's to say my feelings and desires from yesterday should constrain my freedom today? If I felt I was a woman yesterday but want to be a man today and a woman again tomorrow, why should my feelings and desires earlier and later in time matter for the narrative I spin for myself in the present? But then what is there to prevent my inner life from becoming perfect chaos, blown to and fro at every moment by the strongest feeling or desire that happens to spontaneously arise within me? And if, as often happens, I feel no strong spontaneous feeling or desire at the present moment, what is true about me then? There's only my undetermined, unfettered will left to decide the matter. But in the absence of all external constraints or any stable feelings and desires, what could possibly explain why my will chooses one thing rather than another? It would have to be entirely arbitrary. But a choice made by random chance is not truly in the subject's control and therefore is not truly free. So the narrative self does not deliver true freedom any more than the reductive materialist self delivers objective order. We seek an anthropology that will properly balance both mind and body and freedom and order. So I want to say, Any anthropological theory will tend to deviate from zero along the y-axis to the degree that it seeks to describe human beings without reference to a transcendent God. The antidote is to reintroduce transcendence, a logocentric view of reality, and therefore objective meaning and value. The classical Christian anthropology starts not with man, but with the divine logos. Humans were created by a transcendently good personal creator who gave them essential nature and ultimate purpose, or telos. To the narrative self, the logocentric anthropology says, the immaterial part of me, no less than my physical body, is governed by a stable given nature, which brings order to the mind-soul. As such, it provides a foundation for true human freedom, not merely the absence of external constraints, but the internal power to act in accordance with one's nature and to will one's true good. To the reductive materialist self, the logocentric anthropology says, the impersonal, unbending laws of biology and psychology need not enslave or crush me. On the contrary, by helping determine what a human is, what is good for it, and endowing individual humans with unique personalities, characters, and experiences, these laws, that is the laws of biology and psychology, were designed by their creator to help carve out space. So they don't squeeze out the person and subjectivity and freedom, but they carve out space in the created order for genuinely free and independent individual subjects. In turn, a world with freedom and subjectivity built into it is far more ordered, unified, and rational than the one described by the reductive materialism, since it no longer sweeps subjective phenomena under the carpet, so to speak. So where do minds come from? Where does morality come from? Where does beauty come from? Where does rationality come from? This supposedly very ordered and rational worldview has these huge gaps in it where there's chaos and disorder, but by building in subjectivity and freedom into the ground floor, as it were, you have a more ordered and coherent whole. In summary, the divine logos restores the equilibrium between order and freedom and between mind and body that the secular anthropologies have lost. This restoration comes from God building into humanity an objectively meaningful and valuable nature and purpose. But what precisely is the nature and purpose of a human being, and how does it relate to our minds and bodies? That's the bit that I can't get to, so I'll stop there. That's section number 4. Thanks.
You're almost released. Where have you learned of classical education? What is virtue? And in whom have you seen it embodied? At whose feet have you sat? For the next few minutes, I invite you to sit with me at the feet of David V. Hicks. Let's first step into 1980, when a young man with a keen interest in the work and missions of schools was commissioned to research American education. At that time, this young man, David Hicks, saw needed reform in the ways schools organize themselves, especially their curricula. When he made this judgment, he had few experience as a teacher, and he lacked experience as a head of school. He captured his research in one book. The second half of Norms of Nobility, a treatise on education, focuses on the practice of classical education, including the curriculum, the structure, and the training. 10 years later, in 1990, after continuing to teach high school and lead 2 independent schools, he pondered education again and expressed in the new edition's prologue that, quote, the teacher, not the curriculum, needs to be the focus of reform. For this reason, today I will focus on the prologue and the first 6 chapters of his treatise, titled Norms and Nobility. In the prologue, David Hicks states, my purpose in writing this book is to offer a personal interpretation of classical education, its ends as well as some of its means. Today I will review his treatise showing how logocentrism holds classical or normative education together with an understanding of virtue. Hicks acknowledges rather early in the prologue that, quote, education at every level reflects our primary assumptions about the nature of man, and for this reason, no education is innocent of an attitude toward man and his purposes. In essence, education answers 2 questions. Question 1 is, what is man? And question 2 is, what are his purposes? Hicks describes a man as a creature that is both strong and frail, who needs transformation because, in his words, evil in nature is unavoidable, but the evil in man is not. Man cannot escape himself. Wherever we are, there we are. Hicks contends that man is unable to bring nature to a better place until man himself is first changed. Man requires a transformation to engage in the good changes that are possible for nature. For students to learn of their possible transformation, he offers an ideal type that embodies both strength and frailty. Hicks further expands the view of man as a high calling of hard service. Man's role on earth is one as a servant. Man will serve himself or he will serve another. Hicks describes man's freedom as a fraction, with service in the numerator. In a fraction, the denominator is the total number of equal parts that make a whole cake or a whole person. The whole we are considering is the whole man. Man is our denominator. The numerator is the number of parts we have, or the number of parts we get to keep. So service is our numerator. When we have 3/4 of a cake, then we are keeping 3 of the 4 equally sliced parts of that cake. If we have 5/8 of a tort, the denominator 8 shows us that the tort is divided into 8 equal slices, and the numerator 5 reveals that we still have, or that we get to keep, 5 of the 8 original tort slices. When we have a man, then his freedom is found in the numerator, service, over the denominator of the man, which means a free man keeps the service parts of the numerator from the whole man, which is the denominator. Man's freedom is found in the part of himself that he gives away in service. For students to learn of their servant's role in society, Hicks offers myths that warn of elevating oneself higher than one ought. Classical education regards man as a creature needing transformation and service. This regard of man connects directly to the logocentric view of man as expressed in Matthew chapter 16, when Jesus told his disciples, "If any wish to come after me, let them deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. For those who want to save their life will lose it, and those who lose their life for my sake will find it." Let's look at another book that St. Basil the Great identified to find an example of service in nature. Bees serve the garden by visiting each flower and removing some of its nectar and some of its pollen. By this act of service, the bee cultivates the flowers to become what they were intended to be, or intended to do, which is flourish. The more active bees are in a garden, the more the flowers and the fruits thrive. The pollen and the nectar serves the bees as protein and as carbohydrates to feed themselves and their young larvae. The bees and flowers are each individual created things that belong to one another in service. Further in Romans 12, it states, "Do not be conformed to this age, but be transformed by the renewing of the mind, so that you may discern what is the will of God, what is good and acceptable and perfect. For the grace given to me, I say to every one among you, not to think of yourself more highly than you ought to think, but to think with sober judgment, each according to the measure of faith that God has assigned. So we, who are many, are one body in Christ, and individually we are members of one another." In the words of David Hicks, classical education is aiming for the world's fight and the soul's salvation. We belong to one another, Paul tells us in the letter to the Romans. For Hicks, this belonging is described as the world's fight. And yet for Hicks, individually, we are to be transformed for our soul's salvation. Since all education answers 2 questions, and we've answered the first question, man is a creature needing transformation and servanthood, let us now look to the second question. What is man's purpose? Hicks says that man ought to know what is good, to serve it above self, to reproduce it, and to recognize that in knowledge lies this responsibility. This view of man's end requires painting a complete story of man as he lives in sorrows and in celebrations toward consistently answering normative questions of what he ought to do as an individual as well as a member of society. How does classical education, according to Hicks, meet this need? Hicks's definition of classical education includes a spirit of inquiry and a form of instruction, whose goal is to develop judgment or an ability to sense the good. A spirit of inquiry includes openly asking questions, forming imaginative possibilities, and testing those hypotheses. Hicks applied 2 criteria with which to test these elements. The first criteria is the inquiry relying on logic rather than experimentation, and the second criteria is the inquiry including normative questions of style and conscience, or aesthetics and ethics. These normative and dialectical questions form the teacher's instruction. By relying on logic, such as if truth exists, then truth can be known, a classical educator relies on truth to teach their students. By relying on normative questions of style or aesthetics, such as if I include a metaphor in this paper, classical educators are relying on beauty to instruct their students. By relying on normative questions of conscience or ethics, such as should Achilles return Hector's body, Classical educators are relying on goodness to instruct their students. While other educational iterations focus on the practical life, a classical education focuses on the virtuous life. The normative questions, as Greek philosopher Plotinus is known for stating, help one to be always at work carving your own statue. A life of virtue knows and reveres, speculates and acts upon the good, loves and reproduces the beautiful, and pursues excellence and moderation in all things, says Hicks. As chapter 1's title expresses, the fruit of learning is expressed in the life of virtue, which is possible with a spirit of inquiry and a normative form of instruction. To have learned is to be able to act aright. For virtue to be taught and for character to be formed, students' imagination needs to be cultivated through words. Man constantly strives to sense the world. This sense of order is formed by words. Words then form a logos, an appeal to reason, and a mythos, a set of stories relevant to a society. The logos, metaphorically speaking, uses truth through reason to make sense of the world. The mythos, metaphorically speaking, uses beauty through story to further make sense of the world. The logos enriches the intellect, while the mythos enriches the intuition. Yet those two are not isolated from one another. A logos is embodied in a mythos incarnates a logos. One represents man's imaginative attempt to make this world intelligible, and the other represents man's rational effort to do likewise. Mastery of words' meaning, emotions, and values is imperative in classical education. Hicks reveals the logos of Moses' 40 years of desert wandering becoming a spiritual odyssey when he returns with 2 stone tablets, thanks to mythos. According to Hicks, classical education carefully preserves the best myths within its tradition to serve as good maps for surviving the wilderness with a saga and a society. Words enable people to make analogies of ideas with similes and metaphors. In chapter 3, David Hicks writes on formation of the adult. He titles this chapter with a line from William Wordsworth's poem, "The child is the father of the man." While he offers Socrates, who was governed by ideas and had a delightfully dialectical mind, as the idealized teacher, he additionally provides Socrates as a teacher who desires to form adults. Young boys want to become men. Young girls want to become women. Teachers ought to orient themselves towards students' adulthood and virtue. To Hicks, virtue and education are the same thing, and virtue can be achieved through adversity. A good teacher will find the gap between what is too easy for students and what is impossible. And in this space, the good teacher demands for students to mature and practice. A teacher also needs to nourish an emotionally committed relationship with students that captures their imagination. This loving relationship is often cultivated outside of the classroom. Hicks focuses this chapter on how the teacher engages with students like Socrates and Socrates through adversity and by love in order to speak to the teacher as an ideal type in the next chapter. Here, Hicks writes about the ideal type, which can only be defined by studying its manifestations. Hicks defines the ideal type as a composite image of imperatives for human behavior. The ideal type is difficult to teach as a list of behavior rules since it involves action. So, Hicks encourages teachers to embody the ideal. Teachers and students can understand and master themselves by pursuing a self-transcendent ideal, such as a golden fleece, a promised land, and a holy grail. Hicks points readers to the Greek teaching of the golden mean as the living embodiment of the ideal type. In chapter 5, he writes about saving the appearances. Recall that people need and want to make sense of the world. When people observe an irregularity, they search for and they develop models that hold a new way of thinking. Self-knowledge is a prerequisite to understanding the world. Knowledge exists on 3 levels: simple observation of the concrete world, abstract contemplation of the divine world, and a union of the two found in math and music. While studying towards these 3 levels is good, Hicks warns that one studies is not as important as what one, Hicks warns that what one studies is not as important as why one studies. People need to choose study for its own sake. Hicks continues his guidance by explaining that what makes experiences meaningful are the questions, assumptions, and attitudes one brings to it and takes from it. Teachers therefore need to guide students to subjecting their experiences to normative inquiry. And here we reach a simple sentence worth attending. In the study of arts and letters, normative inquiry must precede and sustain analysis. This normative inquiry is captured in the should question. Should Thetis request a new armor for Achilles? Should Odysseus request Achilles' return to the battle? Should Agamemnon deny returning a daughter to her priest father? Exploring the questions that make life meaningful. All of the preceding words, sentences, and ideas in Norms of Nobility lead to this next chapter, chapter 6, titled On the Necessity of Dogma. In this chapter lies a story of a teacher aiming for his students to better know virtue by reading the Meno. He required his students to define virtue and list Plato's arguments for whether it can be taught prior to arriving at class for a discussion. What he found surprised him. Sorry. His students were not only not understanding virtue, rather, they were flat and uninspired by Plato's dialogue. He altered his assignment. He next required them to contemplate virtue, not as portrayed in a book, instead to define virtue as they see it in themselves or in another laudable person. Upon returning to the class the next day, he found the students initiating arguments for the definition of virtue. As Hicks expresses it, this teacher began to feel the old charisma of the ideal type filling the room. By having his students first identify their dogma toward an idea, they established the ground from which they could dialectically engage. As Molly Rickner explains it, students now have a dog in the fight. It is from dogma that dialectic can thrive and serve its purpose. Since education's first fruit is in virtue or action, Hicks asserts that man's knowledge is without value to him unless he reaches it dialectically, unless it animates his body, indwells his mind, and possesses his soul. It is with dogma, through dialectic, that man has his best chance to know himself and to know his purposes. This chapter is worth the whole book, and I will say no more, so that you too can quarrel with him yourself. I ask you to compose your own definition of classical education and end delightfully dialectical dialogue with him.
Okay, I think we have, that's crazy, just a few minutes for some questions, so go ahead. Yes, Dr. Matthew Bianchi. Oh, sorry. Peepaw.
Yeah. Sure. Yep.
Would you include that idea in the narrative self-view that you described? And if so, or if not, is there a role for telling your own story at all, or being told your own story? Like, if I can just put one example out there.
Yeah.
Plato's Republic, lots of silver skulls, and some skulls got rebuilt to the
Yeah.
because they can't operate at the logos level, right? They can't be governed out by the logos, they don't know it. So,
Sure. Yeah. I mean, maybe this is going to duck the question, but I mean, maybe that's calling it the narrative self is. So the question is telling yourself your own story, which is something Christians do. Is that included in like the bad view that I'm attacking? And if so, should it be, or is there a role for that? Yeah. So maybe focusing on narrative is a bad thing, because obviously narrative is in general a good thing. The real, I mean, Carl Truman calls it expressive individualism, right? Which is, I guess it's a Robert Bella term or something from Habits of the Heart. But the idea that your subjective experience defines what's true about you, or at least what's most important and true about you. I think that's the negative thing. So I'm not attacking narrative. So, but is it true that Christians go too far in this way? Yeah. I mean, I think just the cheesy tendency to talk about being on a journey. Faith is a journey, and faith is telling my story, and let's all go around in a small group and tell our stories. I mean, I think, but that's harmless. Obviously, like that's harmless, but taken to the extreme, it's the problem in the culture. So Yeah, but I have to think about your question more as to the degree to which you can do that in a healthy way. Okay, it's a date.
Any more questions? Oh. I think he chose you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So can you repeat your question? So is it a difference in agency? I hadn't thought of, I mean, so agency is certainly part of, yeah, yes, insofar as the reductive view basically denies that agency is something that can't just be reduced. So in some sense, I don't know if I got to this part or not, but the reductive materialists might say you have free will, but it's a deflationary kind of, they deflate the concept, right? Well, yeah, there's a sense there's free will, but it's not really what, we've gotten past those concepts you guys think we need. We don't really need that. So they would deny a robust sense of agency that doesn't reduce to, chemicals in your brain. And the other side, it's not that, one interesting thing I think is that people it's not that one or the other, that someone is either one or the other. I think a lot of our culture just boomerangs between these two things. So that a lot of them in their like more scientific minds will believe in science and we're all just atoms and molecules. But then like functionally they're living a expressive individualist narrative self lifestyle almost as a coping mechanism, as it were. So I think people are both, but to the degree that they're living into the narrative self, they would definitely affirm that they have agency and that in fact in some sense they're creating reality. What they feel is true in the inside is true. I think it's hard to understand personally. I think it's deeply incoherent, but sure, yeah. 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 Yeah, good. So is it that they, aren't they responding against the power struggle? So they're self, they would call themselves Marxists. And they're not going to admit to you that their appeal to the self is a power play. But it is, obviously. Right. So I think it's, is that a problem for I think it's just a mishmash. Right. Well, I think it's a little bit like those people I was just saying who on one side of their mouth will say that really we're all just atoms and molecules, but functionally they're living the other way. But it seems like there's just an academic version of that. So it does seem like it's a kind of mongrel view or something. Yeah, but let's talk about it. I don't know anything going on in anthropology, so yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's go Dr. Mitchell and then back over here. Yep.
Big question. Where is our economy
just
going?
Say it for the recording.
So if economics is gardening, what is our economy? So the word economy can be used to describe me at home managing my personal home, managing my household, and the word economy can be used to describe the political economy. Aristotle goes into that a bit. So what I mean by that is that I get to take these dead seeds, I get to receive very little and make more. So what does that mean at a national level? How do we make more, and how do we divide it amongst many? I'm inclined to say that the locus of power there is in the private home and the private household, seeing immediate needs of neighbors. That's where God places us to grow and to divide. So I suppose, in my opinion, I think that on a national level, our best hope for providing for the many is by ensuring the continuation of the household, which our Marxist bent is bent on destroying the household and the family. So to the degree that we follow that line of thinking, I think we're set up to destroy a lot of value. Does that answer your question?
All right.
Yeah, I'm not an expert in AI, but what I understand is I would say so the question is whether storytelling is something unique to human persons that would separate us from AI in the future. So, I mean, on some level, the answer is going to be no, right? Because I think, right, I try to stay away. It scares me. But, like, you can type in and be like, hey, ChatGPT, give me a story about, like, with Bella and Edward and whatever, or whatever. And, like, right? I mean, it can do that, right? Tell a joke in the form of Mitch Hedberg, who's been dead since, like, 2005. So, yeah. And then it does. Wow, that's, like, just the way Mitch Hedberg used to tell jokes. So, in that sense, externally, it's doing that, right? Now, what I didn't get to is so, and this is not, I mean, this is, I'm drawing on stuff that's been in the philosophical literature for decades. So, like, for instance, John Searle's Chinese room point, this is number 1 under 4, if you run across, so humans are rational, rationality requires understanding, understanding requires consciousness, and we have consciousness and AI doesn't. So by modus tollens, if AI is never going to have a soul, it's never going to be conscious, and that's controversial, but I think that's true. And therefore, it's not going to have genuine understanding. So this is the point that John Searle made about in 1982, which is that you can manipulate syntax, which is what computers do, right? So it's just symbol manipulation, but they don't grasp the semantics. They don't understand the content of what they're talking about. So in that sense, storytelling would be unique to a conscious being because presumably the AI that did the Mitch Hedberg joke didn't know what it was talking about and didn't think it was funny and so on. Yeah.
And maybe a better thing to think about maybe in the future is what kinds of stories maybe are unique to each one, or that's related in some way to Virtue or what you mentioned about the moral agency part of what is unique to humans, and maybe there are certain kinds of
Yeah, so that's interesting. Yeah, I'd have to think more about that. Maybe, yeah.
All right. Any more questions? Oh, please, yeah, go ahead.
I really like the idea of like Homo narratus, like the story-making man, and what you had suggested is that being a very defining feature of what it means to be human. Our ability to tell stories that reflect something profoundly true about the world. It's a vehicle for communicating and conveying truth. And I think, as Peter said, the algorithm, the machine, AI, it can construct a story based on formula and structure. You could feed it Aristotle's Poetics and it would know when to drop in the most like intense moments and things like that. But the computer, like lacking consciousness, lacking awareness, isn't going to be able to reflect upon the world and what it's like to really live in it and write that one true sentence that really communicates something profound and worth reading. To me, it would be, those stories would read like Goosebumps. You remember Goosebumps, everyone? Those were wonderful books until you found out that they were formula novels and that the first chapter, the main character, who's always 12 years old, finds out that, like, you know, what he thought was really scary was actually not, was actually the neighbor's dog or something like that. It was as if he put, you know, the formula into his own computer and he just kept changing little details here and there, but the essential story was still the same. So I think it would feel very contrived and not real. It wouldn't feel like a real story, like you're actually having dialogue with a real person in that sense.
That's great. Any more questions? Yeah.
Is it in contradiction? Is that your question? Whether I'll restate the question and see if I have the question correct. How's that? That are Matt and I in conflict with one another because I've stated through Hicks that dogma needs to precede dialectic, and Matt has stated that dialectic needs to precede the logos. Is the second half what you stated, Matt? You want to start there? And Hicks states that dogma needs to precede the dialectic, right? And so I love the story that he gives. It's around page 72 of the book, chapter 6, of the teacher who sends the students off to go read and write out, you know, a definition in arguments, but they came to class not engaged, not understanding, flat. And yet when they went to go figure out where have they seen it, where have they seen it in themselves or in somebody praiseworthy in front of them, then they came to class with a dog in the fight, right? So then the dialectic could happen. And so I would say from that to the logos. And so I would say that Matt and I are not in contradiction. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A few minutes, yeah.
Arm wrestle. No, he's going to beat me if we arm wrestle. So I mean, it might be right. So this just back to this point about, so I take it your point is that AI will always be like Goosebumps novels, which is to say that there's some kind of creativity that we have that it'll never match. So what I want to press us on, maybe, and that'd be great if that were true, but I kind of want what I want to press us on here and why I want to ask these two questions is that I'm not convinced that's the case, and I think we as Christians need to be ready for the time when AI is writing War and Peace. And when virtual reality is literally, we can't tell the difference. That's what I want to, and I'm not saying I have the definitive answers, but I think I've come up with at least some answers why even in that situation, humans will have something that AI doesn't, And even in that situation, you shouldn't want to be in a virtual world. You should want to be in the real world. So we need to make sure that we're not straw manning the other side, or else we're not going to be ready for what's coming. Yeah.
And if I understand you correct, well, one, I'm not a huge fan of Goosebumps. It was more of an analogy to illustrate that I think the machine could replicate things because that's what it does. You feed it information, you feed it data, and it's able to churn something back to you that looks relatively coherent. I thought it was so funny when ChatGPT first came out and everybody was astounded with the quality of its responses. And then I think every teenager in America started feeding it questions and giving it their essays and asking it to write in their styles. And after a few months, ChatGPT started sounding like a very anxiety-ridden teenager, like wondering, what am I going to do, why am I not alive, like asking like very plaintive questions and things like that. So one, I wholeheartedly agree that that there's something qualitatively different. I mean, I suppose you're saying like being ready as far as, because virtual reality, they're going to get better, and kids are going to check out via some virtual reality Oculus machine in the same way people used to check out with like drugs, alcohol, and hedonism. Is that kind of what you're getting at? So, because I would wholeheartedly agree on like all those points there, and I would never read a novel written by AI, because I feel like it would lack that profound human element, that it wouldn't really reflect something real about the world. It's not a reflection of some individual's experience and deep reflection on a subject. Like it can't reflect. It's just a trick that it does via the algorithm and the amount of data that you pour into it. And the question was whether or not the problem of evil is more of a moral or perhaps a philosophical problem or an intellectual problem. So, and I think the answers there would be as varied as the people who have to struggle with the reality of evil, the existence of evil, and how they come to grips with it. I personally love studying history, reading biographies, and how individuals overcame particular trials. And sometimes it can just be something of a mixed bag, and you can toss out an individual and maybe they had a really terrible trial in their life. And I almost worked this into my paper. Boethius, I'm sure we're all very familiar with, in his lifetime, he was betrayed and imprisoned, thrown into jail, tortured, horrible set of circumstances, and yet out of that, he wrote The Consolation of Philosophy. So he was able to draw on his deep knowledge of, Christian tradition, Platonic thought, the nature of the good life, and compose a work that really urged the reader to pursue what is good for its own sake and not for the sake of something else, i.e., you're going to have riches and hang out with King Theodoric and have your image on some sort of mosaic in a church in Ravenna somewhere. No, the reason why you pursue such good things is because they're worthwhile in themselves, and he's able to cling closer to that. At the other end of the Middle Ages, towards the beginning of modernity, you have Niccolo Machiavelli, who is likewise imprisoned and tortured, betrayed by the Medici family, and after he gets out of that, composing The Prince. And I may draw too close a connection to how he played and lost the game of Renaissance politics, but to me, The Prince has so many admonitions in it about how you play the game in order to ensure your survival, because that's really all that matters. It's a very bloodthirsty, chaotic, violent, animalistic sort of world. I may have opened up a whole can of worms, bringing up two, very influential figures in the Western tradition and the ways that they responded to this question, because they had very similar experiences and came out of it with radically different answers to the unique set of hard, evil, nasty circumstances that they went through. Machiavelli urging the reader essentially to do whatever it takes in order to survive, providing you can trust his advice. There's still no consensus on whether or not he was telling the truth to Lorenzo de Medici, the person that he wrote this handbook for princes to. So I don't necessarily think it's a matter of the answers would be as varied as the individuals who have to struggle with these problems. One ironic thing, just to throw out there, one ironic thing that I find is that people who themselves have not suffered to this extent, and I'm painting with very broad brushes here, but people who may cite the problem of evil as a reason why they cannot trust Christianity or believe in God, they cite the problem of evil, but they really haven't gone through the same amount of hardships and suffering that other people do, even the people that they cite as evidence for their position. If you read a work like Viktor Frankl and Man's Search for Meaning, he was in a concentration camp. He was in, I believe it was Auschwitz, but in a concentration camp, and out of that experience, he clings closer, logotherapy, he clings closer to the pursuit of what is good for its own sake, holding on to transcendent ideas as a means of overcoming such suffering. The people who go through such horrendous experiences oftentimes can come to that sort of position that I'm advocating for, the good life pursued for its own sake. Rather than the people who haven't gone through suffering that tend to cite those sorts of things. It's ironic and sometimes kind of sad, but I think if you bring it to the person of Jesus and give this very big picture, very grand, eloquent story of a God who loves us and has done very palpable things to demonstrate that love, and it's someone that they can have a relationship with, then that does give them some of the tools in order to, endure suffering, cultivate the mind and attitude of Christ, and get over life's challenges.
And since artificial intelligence is not a meaningful phrase, I'm going to use AI differently, which is algorithmic imitations. Two ways of expressing the question. Will algorithmic imitations be able to write War and Peace without violating IP laws, / if somebody else hasn't already written it?
So would Leo Tolstoy have been able to write War and Peace if he hadn't ever read Homer and Virgil and Don Quixote and Shakespeare? Well, so I'm not defending AI, but the very idea that because we're feeding it stuff, that somehow delegitimates it. Maybe that's true now, but I think it's going to get so sophisticated that, in a sense, the inputs, sure, it has inputs, but so do we constantly. We have sensory inputs, right? So there still might be a difference there, but I tend to think that the more important difference is the fact that it's just not conscious. So it's if you're, well, I can't get into the Chinese room, but I mean, it's just all symbol manipulation. It's not really writing a story at all because it doesn't have any understanding. I mean, that's a more decisive defeater to me than anything else. But yeah.
Right, and I appreciate that distinction, nor am I trying to accuse you of being an AI champion, because you're doing a close analysis, which I appreciate a lot. What is different, though, with someone like Tolstoy is he's taken all of this writing and brought it into his own personhood and his own circumstances, and from that, which has never been written anywhere by anybody, generated something new. And he's not violating intellectual property laws by doing it as AI does every split second of its existence. It's stealing everything to do what it's doing. And then as a result of that, your point was amazing. I think what might well happen is while we're expecting it to get more and more sophisticated, it might well do the exact opposite and become increasingly teenage angsty.
Yeah.
And therefore the question is, if it did write War and Peace, how would we be able to tell that that's what it just did?
Yeah, so I'm not sure about that last bit, but before that, so it seems like to me that in principle we could change the inputs. It could get so good that we could change the inputs in the future, so the inputs aren't the internet. The inputs are sensory inputs like we have. and then we could let it develop, and that at some point, some AI would write War and Peace with the inputs to that Tolstoy had. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to cut it off because we've got 8 p.m. to talk. But thank you all very much. So, just a quick announcement, and then we'll head out of here. But 8 p.m., not in the Grace Auditorium, but actually just in the front patio right here. So where we checked in and stuff, we're just going to do it out there. Should be great. So we'll do that. That'll be great. And let me go ahead and close this in prayer. Christ our God, who at all times and at every hour in heaven and earth art worshipped and glorified, who art long-suffering, merciful, and compassionate, who lovest the just and showest mercy upon the sinner, who calls all men to salvation through the promise of blessings to come. O Lord, in this hour receive our supplications and direct our lives according to thy commandments. Sanctify our bodies, hallow our thoughts, and cleanse our minds. Deliver us from all tribulation, evil, and distress, and encompass us about with thy holy angels, that guided and guarded by them, we may attain unto the unity of faith and to the knowledge of thine unapproachable glory. Are blessed into the ages of ages. Amen. See you all tonight.